Okay, hello, my beautiful, beautiful people. I know I wasn't here yesterday. Don't come for me. I couldn't. I literally couldn't. Lost a friend yesterday, and it was a tough day. So I kind of felt shitty all day. Just a little stressy and depressy. So I spent the day sort of just meh. And then I felt a little better later on, and I did a spaces with Deirdre, and that made me feel a little bit better, which was nice. And I got up this morning and I was like, all right, back to it with my beautiful peoples. Here we are. Hello, hello, everybody. Hello. You can't hear me? Maybe it's my mic. See if I need to fix it. What's happening here? Can turn the microphone up a smidgen. Is that better? Is it better? Or is it too loud? Sometimes it can be really loud if I turn it up. Ooh. Let me fix it. How's that? Is that better? Is that a little bit better? Yes? No? Maybe? Okay, good. So, this morning my husband was flipping through things on TV and he came across, all you guys will remember, you're already a goddamn that's weird. Weird YouTube, weird. Sometimes YouTube like unsubscribes people if they think it's like a sock account or like if it's not a real, even though it like real people get caught in it all the time. I've had that happen and I'm like, I've subscribed to this account 3 times. Why am I unsubscribed? What is happening right now? But sometimes that's on friggin' YouTube being jackwads. See, that's weird. You shouldn't have to like hit the subscribe button. That's fucking strange. I don't understand that. It doesn't make any goddamn sense. YouTube, fix your goddamn shit. All right. I put it on subscribers only mode like I usually do, but if you're subscribed, which is free to do, you just hit the subscribe button. And if you're already subscribed, you shouldn't have to worry about it. Yeah, see, that shit pisses me off. Like, YouTube, what are you doing? Nobody's getting notifications. This is a serious issue, a serial issue. Okay, I have to bring you guys this clip, okay? And bravo to Bonnie Barron, aka Raccoon Girl OF, because she makes the literal funniest clips on planet Earth, okay? You too? That's so weird. Why? That's so strange to me. I don't understand it. I did pop into Mike's live stream yesterday just to like say hi, essentially. And I popped a $5 super chat because you guys know I use my Google points for that, right? Like Google points are good for that. Thank you, Google points. But I may have started a long wave. I was in a spaces. I can play a little bit of it. I wasn't intending on it. There are some really good parts in that spaces. But there was lots of you there. But I popped into Mike's stream just to show a little love to Mike. And I see that he's getting some hate from the Nurse Kim watchers, which is really sad to see. And I think it's because Nurse Kim has Betero on, right? And so she's friends with Betero. And a troll probably said in Mike's chat yesterday, like, oh, well, you're not even, like, Betero won't even come on your show anymore. And that's actually false. I actually talked to Mike about this way before any of this. And it was Mike's decision not to have Betero on his show anymore, which, in my opinion, shows that Mike isn't just all about money, right? Because those are his biggest shows, right? His biggest money makers are when Betero is on his show. That's, the views and everything else. And it was his choice to say, I'm just not going to have Betero on. And I asked why. And he was like, it's principle, Elise. Like, I can't have him on while his client is trashing me. And I 100% agree with him. I wouldn't either. But let's also not forget, I see all these people in Nurse Kim's chat or Nurse Kim's like post basically saying like, oh, well, you know, Better was the best thing on Mike's show. I think Mike's the best thing on Mike's show. And let's remember, none of these people would even know who the fuck Better was if Mike didn't bring him on. He wouldn't be on all these other shows. People wouldn't be having him on. Mike brought him on. Mike brought him on that show, and that's the only reason why people know where he is to watch him. So where people are like, well, he's an attorney, as if being an attorney has some sort of clout of he's better than Mike. I mean, that's ridiculous. Like, just because he's an attorney doesn't make him better than Mike at all. And again, if he wasn't on Mike's show and Mike didn't bring him on, nobody would know who the fuck he is anyway. You'd know his name because he's Aiden's attorney, but other than that, you know what I mean? So, I mean, I did not agree with the post that Kim made. I think it's a little bit tone deaf, and I want to like Kim. I want to, but it's she's making it real fucking hard right now. She's making it real hard, okay? Real hard. I didn't agree with the post that she made talking about like you need to apologize to Better Mike. It's like, okay, Kim, but where's your apology to all the people you lied to on behalf of Aiden, who then sold you down the river, right? A little tone deaf to be asking someone else to apologize. And what does Mike have to apologize for exactly? I don't think he has anything to apologize for. He made a choice, an ethical decision to not invite Better on anymore while his client is actively trashing him. I don't think he has any bad feelings towards Better at all. But it's a smart decision. It's a good rational sense on Mike's part, you know? Didn't hear the spaces, but read some BS from, oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Oh God, they can go bananas. They literally can go bananas. And it's good rational sense on Mike's part. Don't have the attorney on of the client that's trashing you. I wouldn't either. It's just not a good look, right? And for Mike to make that decision means, well, guess what? Mike's losing money, right? He's losing views and money, ad revenue, right? And he's got a bigger channel than me, so I'm sure he makes a little bit more on all that. I mean, that's crazy. Like he's giving up money, right? Giving it up. I'm showing you right now. It's right here. So this right here is Mike's response. Mike's response was, Kim, when will you and the mighty Mark Betterow apologize to Karen Reed and the entire community? When will you both thank me for your money train? And he's not wrong, right? Like he's kind of not wrong. He's kind of not wrong in that. He's like, if he didn't bring Betterow on, Betterow wouldn't be on Kim's show. Kim wouldn't have a show, and they wouldn't be bringing in all the money they're bringing in. Let's be honest here, right? Kim's was this. Oh, let's be frank, Mike, you owe Mr. Betterow an apology for this one and for the chirping you have done recently about him. He does not owe Betterow an apology for choosing to not have him on, choosing to lose money out of, integrity and ethics. Like, come the fuck on. That's ridiculous. Why would Mike apologize for having ethics? I mean, bonkers to me that anybody would expect that. But it's on Mike. If you go to Mike's replies, Mitzi Lucius, you'll find it. The only reason Eric Kim gets as many views as she does is Mark Betterow. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing is like he brings views. So if you're giving up and choosing not to invite that person on your show, you're giving up money and views, right? And so I only went to just show Mike a little love. Like I didn't expect him to put my $5 super chat on the screen. I actually didn't want him. Twitter. I didn't want him to because I'm like, no, Mike, don't do that. You're going to get some hate. And actually, it was kind of quite the opposite. Mike felt emboldened to read it and say a few words about me, which I appreciated. But he didn't have to do that because I don't want to see Mike get hate from some of the people who still blindly believe that I'm, quote, some, evil sorceress because the sewer turtle said so, right? But I think Mike did a great show and he stuck to his guns and not just he didn't pander. He wasn't going to pander to anyone. He wasn't going to sit there and skip a super chat because people might not like to see my name, right? And even though I expected him to on purpose, I didn't want him to read it or put it there. I honestly think it opened a floodgates of, I think it was like by the time I had to bounce out, but I think by the time I left, it was something like 38 super chats or something like that, which is like great for Mike because I know lately he's been getting a lot of hate, so he's probably not, making much. I know I don't, but I'm also a very much smaller channel than he is. So it was nice to see people sort of rallying together and sort of helping out Mike in that way because he's got to deal with these goons, right? And the Aiden goons. And I don't care who you are, free Karen Reed or otherwise, nobody deserves that, right? And so then he's he responds to another person who said, what a disgusting thing to say, Mike. Really? He said, send a turtle chat, $5 minimum. It's so funny to me because it is a $5 minimum. Like Aiden won't read it. It's fucking hilarious. Oh, I can't. I literally can't. Hilarious. Fucking hilarious. For the baby, should I get a size medium shirt to perfect the baby gap look? Mike, you're on a roll today, my friend. You're on a fucking roll. But there is a clip I want to show you guys from Bonnie. I almost spit out my water. Okay, watching it. Let's see, where'd it go? God damn it, I lost it already. God damn it, Bon. It's on here somewhere. Give me a second. Oh boy, these fucking clowns. Oh boy. It was a good, oh, here it is. I found it. Okay. This is freaking hilarious. Okay. I don't know where LTL learned how to do some glare impressions, but I almost choked on my own water as I came across this clip. Dude, I'm telling you, I almost choked on my water. I'm sorry. It was really fucking funny. All right.
That's what matters.
Oh God, it pauses when you make it bigger. So ridiculous.
Here, I mean, I don't give a shit.
So funny.
I don't have to do 4-hour streams and simulate blowjobs and say I'm a fucking journalist. I don't have to do that. That's not what LTL does here. You back off the other guy. You piggyback off the other guy that has the shell. That's where you get your content. You have no original content. You do no journalism work.
I just pulled up an old Twisted Tragedy stream to review it because I didn't have anything to fucking talk about.
He doesn't have any content. He's got to use mine, guys.
Like,
for your request, you smoke cigarettes, you sit and drink all day, you smoke weed, you walk your dog. That's what you do. You're not here to get to the bottom line. You're not here to get reports and go through. You read motions. Like Crawford that goes out to hearings and streams those hearings from his phone.
Thank you, Emily.
The countless hours that I've gone out and stood out at the hearings for Karen Reed, for Turtle Boy. You don't do that. You sit in the woods in Tennessee. That's what you do. Okay. So you got Tennessee Will, and he started bagging on me, bagging on Mike Crawford, people that put the work in. You have the other one, the fake journalist, the one down in the Fall River area that I gave an opportunity to come up because let's just get this straight. She swoops in, trial 1, goes away for the 9 months. We don't hear anything.
That happened. That happened.
Then she comes back because she wants to come into it again. And I was nice enough to reach out to her and said, hey, we collabed really well on trial 1. I'd love for you to come back for trial 2. Yeah, it's cool, but I got to get paid. Okay, I respect you. Let's work something out. I have no problem with that.
Weird to ask to get paid as a guest.
Let her be part of the Nathan Reed interview.
Weird.
Sits there like a dead duck, doesn't have any questions ready, comes in, takes a whole bunch of my pictures in my studio, says, oh my God, I didn't realize it was going to be this great. There's witnesses there. They were there.
Yeah, they are.
Gets on the panel, dead duck for 2 hours, and then goes back and tries to use that issue. Oh, fuck him, fuck this. A couple months go by, she calls me and says, I'm at work. She calls me, I take her call because we're on good terms at the point. Hey, I want to let you know I'm getting a studio. Can you come down and help me? I don't know much about this audio stuff, and it's impressive when I walked in your studio what you had set up. Her obsession is insane. You are insane. You are insane. You talk about me constantly. So it's either you're in love with me or you have a serious problem. Platform, the programming you do, Willie, her, Messy Jesse, Willie, they do we got Messy Jesse. All right.
Oh, thank you, Cynthia.
Comes. Shit talked.
Hold on. We're buffering, I feel like. I paused it because we were buffering. Thank you, Cynthia. I appreciate that. He didn't, Allie. Oh, why? Because you had a different opinion? Like, not because you were being nasty, because you had a different opinion, right? Let me guess. I mean, these people just are insufferable. But thank you, Cynthia. You too. You as well, my friend. Hey, Maestro. Oh, yeah. We're going to go over a little bit of that because it's just hilarious.
And then today I got the Dutch oven. That guy.
The Dutch
Baker,
oven.
Broken Bait, whatever his fucking name is. He's going to start coming in on conversations saying that my actions are going to lead to Karen Reed not talking to me anymore. Are you fucking kidding me? One, you don't know my relationship with any of the people that I talk to offline. Real work. You shit talk people all the time too. Another one, the Dutch oven, the fart oven.
No.
So before you come at me and criticize me about who I talk to and what content I make,
that's
you need to
why,
put yourself in check. You're nobody.
The new governor in here. Too busy changing how people vote. Too fucking busy for your fucking shit. Grow the fuck up, you dumb cunt.
And then 5 minutes after this, she'll cry. Like she cries all the time on her stream. Oh, I don't feel it today. I don't feel it today.
Go on.
Oh, I need coffee and bagel money.
Hi, I would love a large iced white chocolate pistachio made with whole milk. I would also love an Asiago cheese bagel toasted with plain cream cheese.
Anything else?
That'll do it. I'm also tired of starving myself every morning. So there's that. Hi, good morning. Can I do a large iced white chocolate pistachio made with whole milk?
Large white chocolate pistachio with whole milk?
Yep.
Anything else?
Do you have
So
a
that's
Asiago
fact.
cheese bagel?
Tip me.
Same thing as Will.
This is how I make my living. Oh, I can't take it. The drama. Oh, the drama. I can't take it. It's too much.
Hey,
and then she goes
Jackie.
on and spills all her fucking news about Aiden. She talks about Aiden. I don't know why that dude hasn't buried her yet. She talks about their private conversations all the time. Promise me, I want this to be public and I want it to be transparent. They don't do any of that. They sit around on their fucking little, the guy, the Willie guy. He's doing a petty stream right now.
I love
He's
this.
talking about me. He's talking about Mike Crawford. They're
Love
pieces
this.
of shit. Turtle boy, Karen. That's what he's doing right now. They're pieces of shit. Turtle boy, Karen. That's what he's doing right now. He didn't break anything down. He didn't put thought process into this. He's waiting for everybody else to, what are they going to do on their presentation? And then I'm going to bring it over and I'm going to talk about it on mine. That guy can't even think or conceptualize anything in this case. He waits for them to think or conceptualize anything in this case. He waits for people to do content. Okay, we're going to do this without Carrie good, Turtle Boy good, Michael Proctor bad. That's what he does.
I just pulled up an old Twisted Tragedy stream to review it because I didn't have anything to fucking talk about today. So
I don't have anything to talk about.
Yeah, and James
Couldn't
Jackson.
figure it out,
He's
guys.
fucking JFK. Let's be petty tonight. Fuck him. Fuck you. Fuck your channel. You know, go out and do some real work. Okay. We
Fuck
seen you
him.
walking around like Sasquatch with your backpack on and you fucking
Damn it, the buffering. That's a good part. Hold on. I back you all up here.
Mexican Jordan 1-1s. Shout out to James Jackson, JFK. Mexican Jordans and 1-1s. We see you. Don't worry, Sasquatch. We know where you're at. Yeah, fucking petty streams. But anyway, to do that, we thought she was going to be on for 5 to 10 minutes. But she told her side of the story. And I'm going to tell you, she's going to start speaking a lot more too.
Now.
So stay tuned.
Everyone's awake at this point. X is the wild. You guys, I can't. I had to leave a comment below that to be like, Brian, are you trying to kill me, sir? Like I choked on the water I was drinking when I watched that. Oh my God. That is so fucking spot on. I literally almost choked. I'm like, you're trying to kill me. And the funniest part in these clips is that Will admits using my content because he has nothing to talk about. Like, sir, you could talk about the fucking sign behind your head if you wanted, right? You could talk about your life. And I mean, you don't really have one, I guess. There's not really much to talk about in that department. There's anything. You could talk about anything. You could talk about the weather outside, your dog, your Air Ones, okay? Your Mexican Jordans. You could talk about fucking anything on planet Earth, dude. And you couldn't figure out anything else to talk about. You have no intelligence. So you needed to talk about me or my streams. Like, how old are you, sir? Like, who the fuck graduated you? If you even graduated is the question. Like, but this had me in fucking stitches. Bonnie, you are a master of making these clips, ma'am. I bow to you. And if I can afford one day to pay you for your time and services, I will be asking you to make some clips like this for me, you amazing woman, you. Because this, my friends,
some real work. Okay. We seen you walking around like Sasquatch with your backpack on and your fucking Mexican Jordan 1-1s. Shout out to James Jackson, JFK. Mexican Jordans and 1-1s. We see you. Don't worry, Sasquatch. We know where you're at.
we know where you're at, sir.
On their fucking little, the guy, the Willie guy. He's doing a petty stream right now. He's talking about me. He's talking about
It
Mike
is the
Crawford.
Wild West,
They're pieces
Ellie.
of shit. Turtle boy, Karen.
The wind.
That's what he's doing right now. They're pieces of shit. Turtle boy, Karen. That's what he's doing right now. He didn't break anything down. He didn't put thought process into this. He's waiting for everybody else to, what are they going to do on their presentation? And then I'm going to bring it over and I'm going to talk about it on mine. That guy can't even think or conceptualize anything in this case. He waits for him to think or conceptualize anything in this case. He waits for people to do content. Okay, we're going to do this without Carrie good, Turtle Boy good, Michael Proctor bad. That's what he does.
I just pulled up an old Twisted Tragedy stream to review it because I didn't have anything to fucking talk about today. So
That's what he does.
Sorry for you, Will.
Yeah,
Sorry.
and James Jackson too. He's talking JFK. Let's be petty tonight. Fuck him. Fuck you. Fuck your channel. You know, go out and do some real work. Okay.
Say it, Brian.
Okay.
With
We
your
see you
chest, my
walking around
friend.
like Sasquatch with your backpack on and
No,
your
we
fucking
got Sasquatch.
Mexican Jordan 1-1s. Shout out to James Jackson, JFK. Mexican Jordans and 1-1s. We see you. Don't worry, Sasquatch. We know where you're at. Yeah, fucking petty streams. But anyway, do that.
Oh, I can't. I love it. I'm sorry. It was fucking hilarious. But you're right, Cla. Like the wind here is insane. So I might have some issues as well with the buffering because the barrels like an hour ago, I heard them and I was like, babe, what is that noise? My husband's like, I think it sounds like the barrels, maybe from the wind. We look out the window and people's barrels from the street are just going down the street from the wind. The wind is crazy right now. They ain't making Lego videos out of attraction architecture. That's very true. I don't watch LTL as frequently as others, but if this is a new LTL I'm all in, I have to fight fire with fire sometimes. And you are totally right about that, Jim. Sometimes you just have to give them a taste of what they do to others and they don't like it. It's like, if you don't like it, then don't fucking do it to other people. There are a lot of people waking up to this right now, right? And so the spaces that I did with Deidre yesterday was about building bridges, okay? We talked a little bit about brainwashing, which is exactly, I mean, there are some important points in that spaces that I guess I'll play for you guys if some, not all of you have X, and probably not all of you were there or heard it. I know there was a bunch of other stuff going on at the time. JFK, I think, was doing a stream at one point. There was other stuff, right? There was other stuff. But let me put it this way. If you have been told this person bad by the sewer crew and his minions, you should probably reassess that, right? And even on Mike's stream, when I just popped in to say hi and started an avalanche of super chats with my just $5 super chat from my Google Play points, because I wanted to just show some support to Mike and say like, hey, like, I'm here. Just wanted to say, keep up the good work of like sticking to your guns, right? Like, stick to your guns when it comes to the turtle crew, dude, because if you back down, they smell that fear and they just go harder. And it's like, all I want is for people to steer clear of the sewer turtle, because you're only going to end up getting hurt, right? Every person that interacts with him is going to get hurt. It's just the bottom line. He's done it many times. It's been happening since 2016. And so we were talking a little bit about brainwashing, and we were having conversations between anti-free Karen Reed and free Karen Reed. And I appreciated that me and Deidre could do this space where we could try to have conversations with people that we wouldn't normally have conversations with. Why? Well, I'll tell you why. Because what did it do for the last 3 years of us doing this whole us versus them thing? No conversations were being had. It was just vitriol and anger being spit back and forth. And me and Deidre felt like it's important to try to bring people together, right? This hate and vitriol doesn't need to happen. It's what Aiden created on purpose. He needs that. He needs it for his content. He needs it for his super chats. Like, he needs it. He needs this us versus them fight back and forth. This one bad, I'm good, right? Like, he needs it. And we talked a little bit about brainwashing. And funny enough, this morning, my husband was, like I said, flipping through the channels, right? Trying to find something to watch. And what pops on that he finds, but the documentary about Jody Hildebrandt and Ruby Frankie. You guys have to remember that case, right? If you remember that case, let me see a 1 in the chat, because that case is disgusting. All right. It's disgusting. It involves children. Most of us don't want to talk about the things that involve children, of course, because it's fucking horrible. But that was a serious case of brainwashing in mass, right? Jody Hildebrandt brainwashed couples, families into abusing their children and their spouses. And it was, if you've ever watched any of the, you guys know it, right? If you ever watched any of the, like, interviews with the husband at first, he's like completely trying to protect them. He doesn't even realize how bad it is, because he's been told to leave this marriage for a year and don't talk to Ruby for a year, because that's what Jody's did that with many couples, right? And the husband obliged, right? So it's like, he tried to and then once they sort of gave him the evidence of what was going on, like, obviously at that point, he's like, whoa, hold on. Let me hold on. But even that poor man, right, was brainwashed to a certain point. Jody Hildebrandt and Ruby Frankie, if you, by all accounts, if you go back before Jody Hildebrandt became part of Ruby Frankie, she wasn't a terrible, horrible abuser, right? And so what does that tell you? Ruby Frankie was not this monster before Jody Hildebrandt entered her life. And that's a case of brainwashing, right? That whole case is cringe. And obviously there's no excuse for what Ruby did. None at all, or what she allowed to happen to her children. But it is brainwashing. It's essentially brainwashing, right? And the damage control PR campaign is going to keep on moving, But there are so many people. Freeze is right in this. So many people are speaking up. They saw what was happening, but they were too afraid to, right? And we had so many people actually in that spaces last night that were like, I wouldn't normally speak, right? But I'm gonna, right now in this spaces. And that was amazing to me. I had conversations with people I've never had conversations with before, respectful, civil conversations, right? And that's the way. That is the literal way. That is the way to build bridges. That is the way to heal, right? That is the way. It is not the us versus them. This person's bad, because to Aiden, everyone's bad. Everyone who doesn't keep his secrets, everybody he can't control, everyone he can't blackmail is bad. It's that simple, right? Yeah, they were. So Jody Hildebrandt ran that weird cult thing, right? She had a YouTube channel, and Ruby Frankie did too. It was called like 8 Passengers or something like that. She had like 8 kids. He's sucking up to everyone and anyone. And the fact that Nurse Kim would even give him a second glance at this point, it's a little cringe, the case is cringe, Jackie. I agree with you. Mitz, if that's not something that you know about, that case will shock you to your core. But it's a literal case of brainwashing, right? Like, it's a literal case of brainwashing. That's literally what happens when you get brainwashed. Let me see if I can find some of the spaces here for you guys. But I just don't get it. It just doesn't make sense to me. While it doesn't, but even intelligent people, and I said this on the spaces last night, can be brainwashed, mob mentality into thinking something that they wouldn't normally think or say or do, right? And in Aiden's case, that's been happening since 2016. People have been leaving him in mass, and then new people come in that don't know any better, and so on and so forth. He takes down a group of people who then, flood out. One day I'm going to show you guys the hearing, right, that he had. Leah will remember this. He tried to get he got a restraining order on Brett, one of his old co-hosts, right? And he went into the court and he cried, "Mary, I'm so afraid, Mary," right? And Brett is only one of the very few men he's tried this on. I don't know why. It makes no sense why you would do that, but it's the same story over and over and over with him, right? The same story. Doesn't matter who it is. It's the same song and dance. Same damn song and dance. So I have that, and I am going to show it to you guys one day. I just really haven't had a chance to go through it first and figure out what points I'm going to put in and what points I'm not. I've had other things I was working on. So I haven't had a chance yet, but yeah, it was just, it was the whole rigmarole. Like, there's always some weird element. She was making couples watch porn. And Jody Hildebrandt at one point, at the time that she was arrested, her license was suspended for some weird shit, breaking HIPAA, all sorts of, "Oh, hey girl, hey mom, I love you." I had a bad day yesterday. I could not put myself together enough to come here. And unlike Messy Jessie, I don't get up here and cry unless I'm talking about, usually unaliving. You guys know that that's like just one thing that I can't talk about without breaking a tear. And that's for a very damn good reason. Yeah, I know. I want to play it for them, but I have to screen it first because I know there might be some parts we can't play. Exactly. And that's the thing. Not everybody has to be best friends, right? Either. Freeze is right, but we don't have to smack each other around either. You know what I mean? It's not necessary, right? It's just not necessary. But it's gold. I have to go through it again because I haven't heard it in a really long time, and I have it thanks to Brett. But I have to go through it. It's okay. Make me rethink if I need to play that today. That's a good one. I haven't had a chance to go through it. Christmas and everything else, it's not new. No, it's old audio, actually. It's old from when Brett and Kate and other people left working for Aiden a long time ago, They can do that too. You can do that too. You can just stay out of each other's way, out of each other's space. That's also an option. But I mean, the whole point of me and Deidre's spaces was to try to, for the people that aren't completely in a false narrative still, who have a little bit of an open mind, just a little, that's all we need is just a little bit of an open mind. I know that's true. That's very true. That's very, very true. Best friends are business collaborators, associates. That's the thing. You don't have to be, right? Like you can just not be shitty. It's not hard. Like all this real life stuff I see happening, right? Like this, listen, yeah, I wasn't really worried about that. I was more worried about like words for people's ears. I wasn't worried about YouTube. High school reunions. Oh God. My 10-year one was so long ago. I wonder, what did they do? 10 and 25, right? Is that what they do? 10, 25. I don't know. That's a good question. I guess you'd have to ask Kate. But that's, I mean, maybe she did because this was a long time ago, but that's a good question. Why not reveal all his burner accounts? I don't know. Maybe he got rid of some. I don't know. That's a good question because he's got a lot, but you can bet that he's made more since then. You know what I mean? That's been years. So, but he did have a literal spreadsheet, like a literal spreadsheet of burner accounts. Like that's, and that was back then, right? That's like back then. You went to your 10-year? I didn't go to my 10. Well, I was going to go to my 10-year, but then I forget what happened and it ended up being canceled. So nobody went, you know? I don't know what they do. Is it 10, 25 on your reunions? I don't know how that works. I think it's like 10 and then 20 or 25, something like that. Maybe we'll go to the 20th one. My husband was 3 grades below me, or technically 2 grades below me. I was in the same grade as his brother. We grew up 4 houses down from each other. We played street hockey together, stickball together. That's just part of our story that you guys probably don't, some of you might know, but not all of you might know, that me and my husband actually grew up in the same neighborhood playing street hockey and stickball and literally. And it was so funny as adults to go back and talk about all the things we did when we were kids, you know, how many, like what we used to bring when we play street hockey and who would be on whose team. And, because we didn't reconnect until adulthood, right? We weren't kids, obviously, when we started dating, although some people are. But that's a part of our story that I love and cherish, because who would have thought, right? The 2 kids that played in the neighborhood together ended up being together over a decade, having kids, you know? Yeah, Nina was pretty good at spaces. I was proud of Nina. I was proud of Nina. She was here the other day. She was listening the other day. She was here. Oh, God, yeah. I did ask Kate those things ages ago. Never got a decent answer. Recent fits are great, but she glosses over her role. Yeah, I mean, I think, but wait, wasn't the, I don't think I saw the most recent one, but I would think it was like 2 ago that she brought in some of like what she was doing, working for him and explaining like that and I'll give her credit where it's due. And we all know that I'm not a huge fan. Right. But credit where it's due. It doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't matter if I like you or not. She did explain like she was looking for attention and she was broken. And I know what that's like, you know? You should be a subscriber. That's free. You just press the button. Boop, subscribe. It is cute. It's a story I love, you know, and our kids know it, you know. See? No judging here, dude. You won't get judgment from me, my friend. Listen, again, I was someone who was an addict. I've been almost 19 years sober. And I was someone who sat in a prison cell for just having drugs, right? When I was like 19, to then going on in my life and doing the full circle of working in a prison, right? Like, so no judgment for me, my friend. And that's the thing, is I'm pretty non-judgmental. You could do pretty much anything and I'm not going to judge you later for it. It's about who you are right now. I don't care what you did a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 6 months ago. I care who you are now and how you treat me, right? I don't care if Aiden brings up some fucking weird thing or you lost your marbles on a, you know, ex-boyfriend and you slashed his tire. I don't give a shit. Everybody's done something they're not proud of, right? Who cares? And all the people that like point fingers and are like, you're bad for that. Like, do you think those people don't have skeletons in their closet? There is no such thing as perfect. We are imperfect. We are human. There is no such thing as a perfect human. It doesn't exist, right? There's no such thing as normal. Everybody's normal is different, you know? And so I hate when people just get in their ivory towers and they're like, do. It's like, cool, we all make mistakes. It doesn't make us bad people, right? Sometimes you're misled, you're broken. I was broken. I was a very broken young woman. Very broken. I had dealt with a lot of abuse. I was in foster care SA as a kid that nobody knew about, right? Too afraid to say anything. I didn't even tell my first person anything about it until I was 21. And it was a friend that I was in a rehab with. And she was the first person that I told. Wasn't even my family. That's the first person that I told. And so, like, you know, I had been to detox before and programs before, and they ask you those questions. And I was just like, no, answered no. Because I wasn't ready to deal with it. Wasn't ready to talk about it. Didn't want to talk about it, right? At that point. But then at some point I started to realize it's part of why I was using, right? Like I was trying to cover that pain and that I needed to talk about it. I needed to get it out. I needed to tell someone all of the abuse that I suffered. And I did, right? And then I was in foster care. My family knew about that abuse because I was screaming it from the rooftops, but the state was like, oh, well, the foster parents said they didn't do anything wrong. So they didn't do anything wrong. And it's like a kid, especially a teenager, doesn't just say that for funsies, right? I mean, I get that there's some kids that do lie, but like it was very detailed. Okay. I'm literally telling you how it's happening and I'm screaming it from the rooftops. I had to run away from that foster home over 10 times. And I remember the last time walking down the main road in Wareham, the main strip there on Cranberry Highway, and waiting for a cruiser to pick me up because they're going to know I'm a kid, right? Like they are going to know it's me. So and I could have walked through the woods. There was like paths through the woods behind the house and all that. I could have hid. I could have had a friend pick me up from closer to Boston and come get me. I could have done any of those things. I just didn't want to be there, right? So I walked the main strip on Cranberry Highway and waited for the cops to pick me up. And I will never forget what I said to the cop when they brought me back to the station, because I'm a kid. I didn't commit a crime. They're not going to put me in a cell. They put me in a conference room almost with a liaison is what they called it. It was just another woman. I think she was like a dispatcher or something. She wasn't a cop. But I remember being in this conference room with her and saying to her and to the cop, like, listen, I'm not going back there. If you bring me back there, I will run away every hour on the hour and I will waste these resources until you move me somewhere else. And at that point, they were kind of like, okay, like we'll move you somewhere else. Yeah, biker, you're not the only one who had that problem. Other people said that when they came in. So I don't know why the hell YouTube's doing that stupid, silly stuff. But yeah, she did kind of call herself out in the last one. But it's like, I remember in that moment, as a kid, humans do grow and change and learn, right? At least most of us. Maybe not the sewer turtle at that point, but it does. It makes you stronger. All the things that you go through, walking through hell and making it out to the other side, makes you more empathetic, right? Makes you more kind, makes you more understanding, less judgmental. And without those experiences, even though they suck and I wouldn't wish them on anyone, if I didn't go through them, then I wouldn't have that kind of understanding or empathy for other people, right? And so I kind of am glad that those things are instilled in me from having to deal with bad things, right? Because if not, what kind of person would I be? I think about, you know, I don't know. Case showed that XTB guy who was open and honest and retrospective. Then KP. I didn't see the most recent one. I have to go. I haven't seen that one yet. So I don't know which guy you mean. XTB guy. I wonder who that is. Is that Brett? Leah, do you know? Is it Brett? Maybe it was Brett. I can only guess because there's only so many like TB guys who are like X, you know what I mean? Yes, does make me batshit crazy. Absolutely it does. Onset Beach. I was there so many times. Mark Anthony's, my favorite pizza place. Hello, Space Coast. Jesse's here somewhere. Yes. Wallflower's here somewhere. Yes, they are here. Hey, Standing. So for me, I remember as a kid sitting in that conference room and telling them, like, if you don't move me to another foster home that isn't abusing me, I'm going to keep running away every hour on the hour. And as karma would have it, the last foster home I ever resided in was a wonderful, and the only one that was ever non-abusive, was a wonderful couple from Sagamore Beach down in Bourne. And they had money. They didn't do it for money. And most of these families did it for the money, which is sad, but they didn't do it for the money. They had a small son and they had a older, I think she was 18 or over, adult daughter, and it was a stepdaughter to the wife, but the husband's daughter. I think he did like computer programming or whatever. But I will tell you that I never felt more like a part of a family than I did when I was with that family. I remember them allowing me to pick which room I wanted. And when I went home to visit my grandparents on a weekend, they had asked me like, if you could paint this room, any room, or if you wanted like the best room ever, what would it look like? And I said, oh, I'd paint the walls purple and I would put, you know, white lights around the top with vines intertwined, right? That would be like my best room ever. And I came back from the weekend and they had painted and it was a huge, and I mean huge room, huge. It was in like, I could have chose the basement, or like, cause there was multiple rooms in the basement, it was all finished, or one of the ones on the main floor. And the main floor was a big room, but smaller. So I wanted the bigger one, right? Like another bigger one if I could choose it. And they let me choose that. And so when I came home, they had done exactly that to that room for me. I remember her taking me out to get my dress for semi-formal and getting my hair done and makeup done. And I never felt more like someone who had a mom in that, you know, with that family. And I mean, I aged out of the system essentially. And I kept in contact, went and visited a lot with them. I mean, they're wonderful people. And, you know, it's, if it wasn't for them, I don't know what really would have happened to me, you know, at that point in my life. And so I owe them a lot, even though they did it, you know, out of their heart and not for the money. They didn't need the money. They had money, right? Like they didn't need it. They made it a point to have like family nights, like movie nights, game nights. Like they also made it a point to make sure that I hung out with friends, and hanging out with friends as a foster kid, not fun, guys. The whole family that you go visit has to have a full background check. Anybody who lives in the home over 18, every person. So if the adult has something from when they were 19 years old, guess what? You're not going. You're not going, right? Like it was horrible as a foster kid because people could only come to where you are if your foster parents allowed it. Otherwise, they had to have background checks if you went to them, which was just crazy to me. You know, I get it. I understand like the safety issue, but I mean, we're talking about kids wanting to hang out with other kids. It's just crazy, you know? Yeah, Jesse doesn't feel so hot today. Oh, you're still scanning the photos, but I love that for you guys. I love that for you guys. Scanning old photos. I love it. She was on with Julie Carpenter in the forensics room. Hi, Tracy. Yeah, his Twitter is suspended. I saw that this morning, but I'm sure he'll send me a message when he comes back. Yeah, I'm sure he'll, you know, he probably has another account or something. I would hope so. But, you know, everybody goes through something, you know? That's true. It doesn't mean that your trauma will turn you into an unhinged criminal, but apparently some people, but that's the thing. I guess it does something different to everyone and for everyone. You know, for me, it kind of helped, right? And I mean, I'm not saying by any means that it is super easy to live with that kind of pain and trauma. It's not. There's a reason why I have CPTSD, right? There's a reason why I have symptoms of PTSD. You can never erase the really horrific, awful things that I went through. And I'm just scratching the surface with what I tell you guys. So, I mean, I do it I don't need pity. I don't want the poor you. I want people to be able to connect with other people who have been through things like that they don't talk about, right? Like I want it to be a catalyst for people to be like, hey, she went through something similar. I've never been able to talk to anyone about it. Maybe if I reach out, she's willing to talk to me about it. And I can tell you my answer is yes, I will always talk to you about it, because if it wasn't for that one person that I told, I might be dead right now. That's just the honest to God's truth. And here's a fun fact for you guys. Apparently I'm like a cat. Back in my using days, I overdosed 9 times. I don't even know how I'm alive. It is a literal blessing that I am breathing. Because 9 times is a lot to overdose. Accidentally, of course, you're not doing it on purpose, but 9 times over the years I used. That's a lot of times. That's a lot of fucking times. And if it wasn't for nurses and doctors at hospitals, if it wasn't for having pretty solid friends, one of which who is no longer alive, who carried me into a hospital over his shoulder. His name was Sean Flannery, and he has since passed away. But I owe him my life. Most people would just open the car door and whoop, out you go, maybe call 911 later on or leave you there. A lot of people got left back in the day, he not only carried me over his shoulder into that hospital, but stayed and waited the entire time I was held until I was released to bring me home. Didn't have to do that, right? Didn't have to, but he chose to. And it's just really sad to me that all these years later, he's not with us, right? Like there are so many people that I've lost through drugs that is just bad. It's just bad, it's just bad. And I think about all of them all the time. Like I was given a gift to be alive for all those times, and so I try not to squander it. We all have our own times, right? Stressy and depressed. Stressy and depressy times where we're just not feeling the day, right? And then you take a break, you do that, pizza. Oh, I was thinking about pizza this morning. My neighbor gave me a pizza shaped ornament. Everybody got one. She gave everyone a pizza shaped ornament. She gives everyone an ornament on Christmas Eve every year. My friend, who's also my neighbor, and we got pizza ones this year, and they are so stinking cute. So cute. Well, yeah, his brand is rooted in public shaming. That's what it's been forever, literally forever. It's sad because the people who he shames, like these are real people with real lives, Oh my God, that's so wild. I love that though. That's something you can do with your son. And it sounds like so much fun, even though it might sound boring to some people to scan photos and make sure you keep them forever digitally. Like that sounds fun to me. You can go over each picture, tell a little story or a memory about it. Like to me, that's like I'm simple like that in ways, I'm simple. Chris is a real one. I know he'll check in with me when he gets another account or when he signs back on. I mean, I think it's middle of the night there. I don't know. We're like 16 hours difference from Australia. So a wild child. Some of us were, I was broken. I was so broken as a kid, as a young adult. But I can say that I'm still here, See, but that's the thing, Allie. I never did either, but it helps keep me broken. Some people heal in different ways. Everyone heals in a different way and they deal with things in a different way. But for me, like if I don't talk about it, then I forget where I came from, and I can never forget where I came from because I came from hell. And there are plenty of people out there who just need to hear someone else's story, even a little bit of it, to get enough bravery to talk about it themselves, and maybe they can heal a little from it. A lot of people will say things like, why do people video their generosity? Why does it need to be videoed? It doesn't need to be. But if you're someone like me, and I know not everyone's like me, but if you're someone like me, it's not a way to get views or clicks or likes. It's a way to try to create a domino effect of saying, this is what we did to help. Hopefully someone else sees it and goes, we're going to do this too. This is such a great idea, right? It's a way to create a domino effect of kindness or giving back. And I mean, not everyone does it for views and clicks. And I think that that's a misconception. I mean, some of my really old videos are doing exactly things like that. And I don't even think people realize that they're on my YouTube. They're actually long form videos, most of them, or live streams I did from Facebook. And they're on my channel. They've been there for years. But they don't have a ton of views because it wasn't for views. It was really for like, if someone sees this, maybe, just maybe, you reach someone who has a domino effect and they go, that's such a great idea. It's a great way to help out. Let's try that too, Yeah, it's like 99% women, Happy birthday. Happy birthday. I'll save you the song because I'll keep my day job. I did sing a little ditty about Let It Go last night on Spaces in my amazing singing voice. Me too, girl. Me too. Look at all the happy birthdays. I love it. Happy birthday. Right. Right. And so exactly, not just YouTube or social media, like in real life, I do a lot of stuff for in real life people, I love it. The stories and the memories. That's the main thing it makes me think of. Just scanning those pictures, My neighbor already threw a tree out. It's outside. I'm like, oh, that was quick. I usually keep mine up until New Year's. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. It's like 4 a.m. in Australia. I'm so bad with like the time differences. But Oh yeah, the defamation and libel. There was a lot of those cases from him, you know? Exactly. It's to encourage other people to want to do those things, you know? It's not even me. Yeah, it was something I saw, I think on TikTok maybe. And I try not to go on TikTok because then I'll doom scroll. But I saw some lady like making a TikTok about why do we have to put things that we do nicely on social media and record it and blah, 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 blah. And we don't, it's for clicks and it's for likes and it's for views. And I'm like, it's just not. It's not for clicks. No, Chris is in Australia. It's not just for clicks and views. It's to create a domino effect of kindness, of giving. Like that's the whole point. You know, at least for me, it is. I don't know. I can't speak to other people's motives, but just because you have 5 million subscribers doesn't mean you don't want to inspire people. If you have 5 million subscribers, that's a lot of people you could inspire. Even if just 100 of those people, of the 5 million who saw your video, if 100 of those people go out and do something similar on a smaller scale, like then you did exactly what you came to do, right? Like win, that's a win because that video is just going to sit there. And so then over the years, if 100 more or 1,000 more do it, like that's how you hopefully make this world a little nicer, a little kinder, a little gentler, you know? Yeah, no, I totally get it. They can be, yeah, I mean, intense for sure. Rolling Stones fired Brian Jones, the founder of the Rolling Stones, and treated him like shit. Oh, that sucks. We'll take Eric Burden over Jags. Mick Jagger can't sing, and look at him. Poor Mick Jagger. Moves like Jagger. Let me see. There were some important points here on the spaces, and I will play a little bit of it for those of you who asked. For a lot of you probably listened or were there, I'm assuming. Like I said, there were a lot of different things going on last night. JFK and, you know, Mike was on, LTL was on at one point. So, I mean, by the time we went, I think there was like 3 other things happening and going on at the time. So let me see. Sorry, I was buffering. This wind. And it, of course, happened right as the wind. Oh, I think it's on Deidre's thing here. Oh, Couchetta. I love Deidre's Couchetta series. Hilarious. Okay, here we go. So this is, we called it anti-Free Karen Read and Free Karen Read chat together. Come join us. Goatees. Oh, I mean, I prefer more of like either a lineup or a full beard or even like the lines here with like a tiny bit of a goatee. I'm not like a huge just a goatee fan. I feel like that's maybe 70s style. But to be fair, some of that stuff's coming back, especially in younger men like you, my friend. You're such a baby, 25. Wow, what I would do to be 25 again. I'm freaking 14 years older than that. Oh my God, I'm so old. Oh my God, I feel so old. All right. I'm going to play a little bit of the spaces for you because I do think it was a good spaces. Oh, I have oh, thank you, Cher. Thank you, Cher, for your $10 donation. It says, just a little something. Sorry, not much, but it all helps. It is much. It doesn't matter if it's 10, 5, gifting memberships. It all matters. And I appreciate you. Thank you so much. That's very, very nice. I am old, man. I'm so old. So goddamn old. I feel old. My body feels like it's 95, to be fair. I mean, I know like without my gray hair, people do think I'm like in my late 20s and I'm like, I wish that would be nice. Thank you, Cher. I appreciate that. While I am playing the spaces, I didn't do this. We're 56 minutes in, and I am so bad at like doing this part of it, like telling people where the donations are. I should be doing this in the first like 5 minutes of a stream. And I don't because I always forget because I'm too focused on like subject at hand here. So I'll try to be better about it. I promise. But if you want a way to support the channel and me, I appreciate any and all donations that come in. We run strictly on donations. We don't have sponsors, corporate sponsors, other channels telling us what we can and can't say. We run purely on the kindness of all of you to bring you the best show that we can bring. So we have many different ways. You hit that like button, the subscribe button. Those things are free to do. Sharing the video, hyping the video when it's not live anymore. Those are all free to do and definitely helps. Just being here, watching, viewing, specifically if you're on X, always coming over and just watching on YouTube actually makes a difference. It does help. So it's very well appreciated. And then we have the monetary options, which are your super chats, super stickers, or memberships. You can also gift memberships to other people, which I love when that happens. It just makes my heart melt. And then there are the most direct routes, which I always encourage to all of you to give to any of the creators that you watch, because then they don't have to wait a month. They don't have to wait for a cut to be taken out. They don't have to anything. It goes directly to them, which are Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut, Chime. Chime is the exact same as the Cash App. We have a link in chat. It's also in the description of the video that you can use for credit or debit. You can remain anonymous on any of these. Of course, because we keep everyone safe. We don't need the sewer turtle harassing your life because you donated to Twisted Tragedies channel. I appreciate any and all support. That's exactly the point, Magic, is that if I can, they can. And if they need a friend in their corner or a shoulder or an ear, I'm always here. Always here. Okay, so to be fair, I was a little late to my own spaces. I had to run out and grab trash bags. My city is one of those fun cities that you have to put your trash in city trash bags, and they charge, and I kid you not, you're going to choke, right? $10 for 5 33-gallon bags. And they're flimsy, and they rip easy, and they suck, and they charge us $10 for 5 bags at a time. So if you buy 10 bags, you're paying $20. That's bonkers, right? Because that's, I mean, you pay less for black trash bags at the store that are way better made. It's a literal ripoff, but if you don't put your trash in those trash bags, they will not take your trash. So I was running out of trash bags. I couldn't find the other roll that I had, which is somewhere in this house. And so I had to go out last night. Thankfully, my neighbor let us borrow her car to go grab trash bags. So I ran out and I came back like shortly, a couple minutes after the spaces started at like 8:30. Yeah, a complete ripoff. It's literally like you're scamming the residents here. Like it's a scam, in my opinion. Like that's crazy. $10 for 5 33-gallon bags. What the fuck are we doing? Like they don't pay enough taxes on their houses to get the trash picked up. Like come the hell on. That's ridiculous. Oh, when I lived in a complex, that's exactly what we had. We didn't have to pay for trash bags because we had dumpsters, but I don't drive or have a car. So it's like if I did, I would just head over to my friend's house that lives across town and use her dumpsters. But I don't have a car, so I don't have that option, unfortunately. Yeah, I know. My grandmother's home was in Kingston in Rocky Nook before she died, and there's no trash pickup there. It's dump only. And back when my grandfather was alive, it used to only be our summer cottage, but we would be there all summer, and he would take the elderly neighbor's trash. He would just take it and put it in the back of his truck and take it down to the dump for them. And so when my grandfather passed and my grandmother got older, there was another neighbor who was younger than my grandmother who used to take her trash sometimes for her down to the dump. But yeah, even in Kingston, which is next to Plymouth in the Cape, no trash pickup. There's only dumps, and they're only open at certain times. You got to get a dump sticker. You got to pay for the dump sticker. You can only go between like the business hours they're open. It's wicked inconvenient, a pain in the ass. And they pay, especially in Rocky Nook, a ridiculous amount of house taxes, like astronomical, because there's a beach at the end of the street. It's a dead end. And there's one at the top of the street as well. So it's prime real estate, right? Like where it is located on that peninsula. And so they are paying ridiculous house taxes over there to not even get trash pickup. It's crazy. Absolutely bonkers. All right, let's see. Here we go. I don't know if I can make it bigger. Yeah, they charge to me. I didn't know there was like music you could play on Spaces. It was a new thing for me. I didn't know that existed. Didn't know it existed. Kind of cool though. Couch potatoes. I love this, Christina. She had twins. I freaking love it. Oh, he had to stop saying racist things because it was bad for his brand. Well, newsflash, he's been saying them for like, since like 2016. That's not new. Not for him. Amazing. You guys send me the best stuff, literally. I think it's because I was like late, you know. Also, whoever I got a gifted membership to my channel yesterday from I think it was, I don't want to get her name wrong. I think it was Shannon. Was it Shannon? Her name was, this one says by another fan, but it did tell me who it was. Yesterday when I was on the stream, I did think, I don't know if they saw it or not, but
hello everybody. I hope you all had a great holiday, whether it be Christmas, Hanukkah, whatever. Nothing.
you'd learn to love JFK. I like him. I just don't watch the stuff when it comes to
give it a
Karen
little
Reed.
time. I got to get my
He does a lot
co-host
of
in here.
satire and
Let me see if
like
I sent her.
I enjoy it.
If it helps.
The music, though, it doesn't make sense to me. Like, it makes sense to me in the art of like playing music for people, but then shut the super chats off, because what happens when you play regular music, even like radio type music, is YouTube will automatically strike you for that. So when he plays 30 seconds of any music, the second that he like clicks the live off, it'll literally tell you like this. You cannot get ad revenue. Any money made from this stream will go to the people who own the rights to this music. And so it just doesn't really make sense to me to keep your super chats on when you're not getting any of that money. It's essentially people flushing their money down the drain. Like, instead of keeping them on, shut your super chats off, right? Because you're just giving money to the people who own the rights to the music. You can't dispute it because you don't own the rights. There's no dispute to be had. You don't own the rights to the music. You played the music. And if you do it too many times, by the way, they will shut your entire channel down. So it's real risky to play music, because even background noise of like a TV show for 2 seconds, it'll pop up when your stream's not live anymore. And it'll say, you need to edit out this part, or all the money that you made, if you made any on this stream, will go to the people who own the rights to that TV show that they could hear in the background, or the music. Like, it picks up on it like right away, right away. Hi, Lisa. It's nice to see you. It was nice meeting you again yesterday in Mike's chat, and it's nice to see you here. Yeah, he'll grow on you. He'll grow on you. All right, it was totally my bad, because she was waiting for me.
Well, for all of them, the Young Jerks show, it was quite good. If you didn't
Deidre Mod
for
Mike,
please listen on replay. It was very, very good. I know I had some concerns that maybe the content providers would do an about face in a way and come together with a big kumbaya with Aiden, because I know one of the
they deserve it. They work hard.
Of the fundraiser was quoting Aiden, asking for such a thing, kind of in a way. So I was a little worried that was going to happen, but it appears not. And I'm grateful for all of them standing up against Aiden, and I'm being suckered into
happy that
this no drama thing that Aiden's got going now that he's in trouble. All of a sudden he doesn't want drama.
I mean, I'm not a really huge fan of Megyn Kelly. Never
it's
really
very
happened.
self-serving, if you ask me.
Ever.
So I wanted to just put the word out that I don't want this to be a discussion of what happened at 34 Fairview on that night. I think it's pretty well settled that there's people who believe that she was guilty and people believe that she was not guilty. And, you know, it's been settled by the court. Everybody's kind of firm in their position, and I don't think it's very productive. It just starts arguments. So this is a bipartisan conversation, and it's really just
you're
about,
right, Emily. I didn't even think of that. You're right.
us seeing one another as people, and
It's
not
also going to be more information
what our
coming out in that
opinion was
court
of a verdict.
suit.
We're more
That's
than
not
that.
public that you guys don't know. I mean, I know.
So that's what I want
that
this
you
to
guys don't
be,
know
is a
about.
conversation just between human beings. I know when you're posting stuff, and I've done this too, and oh my gosh, I'm like so opposed to who I once was. I opposed myself. And if anybody thinks that they're hard on me about
Harder on
my
yourself
previous self,
sometimes.
you can't be any harder on me than I am on myself.
That's right.
So, you know, it takes time to learn that.
I also want to send all the love to Deidre. She's got a broken wing right now. And the poor thing, she was at the hospital the other day, and, you know, still hosting a space with me with a broken wing. And I love it. I love it. I'm so sorry, Lisa. And I mean, we talked a little bit about this a little while ago. We were talking about the like Jody Hildebrandt and Ruby Frankie situation. Jody Hildebrandt essentially brainwashed a lot of people into abusing their spouses, abusing their children, people who weren't doing these things before, right? And you're not the only one who says that, right? No, he doesn't have permission. Nobody does. It's like, even if you own part of the record label, like he can play the ones of like his own people doing their own like freestyles and stuff like that. And of that label, he can. But I'm talking about when he's playing like Candy Rain and like old school R&B and stuff like that. Like he doesn't own any of the rights to that. Right. And so you'll get a strike right away. And so nobody has permission to play it except for the people who own the rights to it. So he can play all he wants, like the ones that people make for him or the ones where he owns a part of that music label. But like the older stuff he plays, like the R&B stuff, like the Candy Rain and all of the old, like Casey and all the older like songs that he plays, he doesn't own the rights to any of those. And so you will immediately get something from YouTube saying like, hey, none of the money you made on this stream will go to you. And so it's like, shut the, in my opinion, it's like, shut the super chats off then. Shut those off. And that way people aren't sending money and flushing it down a drain. If they want to contribute to you, they can still do Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, or any of the other options that you provide to your viewers. Is the reason why we provided Revolut and the link for debit and credit, because I kept getting people saying like, well, I'm overseas and I don't do PayPal, which is like one of the only things that allows you to do like from one country to another, except now Revolut. Revolut is another one, and it does so say for instance, someone sends me money in yen, I can on the app move it over to US dollars. So you can send between a multitude of countries on Revolut back and forth. It's one of the only apps that does it besides PayPal. So if you don't have PayPal, Revolut is like a Cash App or a Venmo, but it goes across countries, which is really, really nice. But that's why we provided also the link for debit or credit, because even though it goes through my PayPal, you don't have to have a PayPal to do it. You just have to have a debit or a credit card, because people were saying like, well, I don't have any of the payment apps. Is there another option for me? And so that's also why we made the Amazon wish list for people who, you know, might want to just purchase an item instead of sending money, which is, you know, that's cool too. We made those options for people who were asking, and we're saying, we don't have the payment apps. Is there any way for me to use my debit or credit card? And I mean, super chats are a way too, but people were asking for something aside from super chats, because if you use Apple devices, they take another 30%. And sometimes they charge the person who's sending it more, like more than the super chat is, like 30% more. It's a whole rigmarole. It's a reason why they don't, why Google or why YouTube took the super chat option, or the membership, I think it is, option off of iPhones, which is weird. But believe me, Lisa, you're not the first or the last person, okay, to say to me, I feel like it was in a cult. I literally feel like I got sucked in by Aiden. I just believed him for no reason. And I went hard for him simply because he said so. And I think part of the problem is these manufactured receipts that he makes, and the fact that he'll cherry pick out like a text message. And I say this to people all the time, like you can make any text message look nefarious. If I'm asking to borrow a shovel to put new azaleas in, right? And I go, hey, can I borrow your shovel and the rope, right? Because I need to like fix the drooping plant, right? So I need the shovel, I need the rope, but I don't say that that's why. I just say I need to borrow a shovel and rope. If Aiden takes a screenshot of me saying I need to borrow your shovel and rope, and he tells the world that I murdered someone and I must have used his shovel and rope to do so, right? Because here's the text, here's the receipt saying that they wanted the rope and the shovel, right? You could make any mundane thing into something, quote, bad. And that is what he does. He takes pieces of things and lines them up that are out of order, right? Out of complete context of what they were in, removes his part in any of it. So for instance, he's threatening someone via text message and the person's like, go F yourself, you fucking sick effer, right? Like go F yourself. And then they go off on him. He removes the threats that he gave. He removes them saying, go F yourself. I'm not going to subscribe to your threats, your hashtag felon flicks. And he only shows the part where they lose their ever-loving mind. And he's like, they're crazy. They're crazy. I just saw it. I freaking love it. I probably mumbled it a few minutes ago, but I saw it. Like so freaking cute. Couchetta head babies. But I mean, you're not the only one for sure. And you shouldn't feel stupid, right? And I said this on the spaces, and I'll play some of it for you guys in a minute, but I said this on that last night. And very intelligent people have been sucked into it, right? It's not about being stupid or dumb or not seeing it, right? Like a lot of people who come to me later on or apologize later on are like, I feel stupid. I'm embarrassed, right? I'm embarrassed of the things that I said and I did. And I don't understand why I did them. I don't understand why I fell for his bullshit. And now that I see it, I can't unsee it. And it's so clear to me that I don't understand how I didn't see it while being in it. And what I say to that is you're not the only one and you made it out, right? Like that's the important thing is you made it out and hopefully you can help pull others out of it, right? Because that's the part that's important to me is that no one else gets hurt. And for the people who are simming for him hard, that's a problem. Right? Like that's a huge problem. There's still a lady who's on X right now, right? Who's like, oh, Aiden said Twist is bad because she took money to donate to Karen Reed back when I was free Karen Reed and never donated it. And it's like, lady, the fact that you're repeating that lie without doing any research is half the problem. My donation still exists over on her channel. I've put the receipts out like 50,000 times. So you're either ignoring them, right? You could literally go look at her thing. I only did like two, I think it was 50-50, which to be fair, no one does 50-50, dude. They do like 30, 70. Like the creator keeps 70%, you give 30%. Like I did, I think 2 50-50s way back when I was free Karen Reed and she got the money. It's literally, it lists it right there. And I also have an email. So it's like, the fact that you're just repeating things he said without actually looking into it is the part that absolutely boggles my mind. She said something like, well, I wasn't going to embarrass her, right? Like I wasn't going to embarrass her, Chris, because Chris said to her, like, you fraudulently, you scammed your own credit cards, bro. You donated to her channel, right? And then when Aiden attacked her, you told your credit cards you didn't make those purchases. That's scam. That's a scam. That's fraud. You're fraudulently lying to your credit card company to get money back that you already paid, right? And so she was like, well, I was waiting. I'm going to embarrass her. It's like, there's nothing you can embarrass me about. You can't embarrass me with lies, lady, right? The receipts exist. They're out there. You just refuse to go look at them. And that's half the problem, right? Is Aiden will say something. This person is bad. They did this, this, and this. I was saying this on the spaces last night. He said I was a dropout. I'm not a dropout. I graduated high school with a baby and my student loans say that I went to college. So I still owe some of those. I think it was like $1,000, but like now there's penalties and fees on it because I don't have $1,000 for them. But nonetheless, my student loans will tell you that I went to college. So it's like, he just says shit and he banks on people just listening and assuming that he's right, I mean, he probably does for his own music, but there's no such thing as like a special license for music from like the 80s and 90s that you don't own any rights to, and like there's no such, that doesn't exist. He has co-ownership, yes, so anything made from Show Off Records or that they own, he can play, but there's a lot of stuff that he plays that isn't owned by them. So what I'm saying is it's probably smarter for him to shut off the super chats and just keep his Venmo and Cash App on so that people aren't, you know, flushing their money, because a lot of people don't know. They don't know if the music is, and he said it to Aiden once. He was like, I don't even make money on my videos. Like, I play music, Aiden. And that's what he means by that, is when you play the music, it goes to the people who own the rights to the music, you know? I mean, we could play it on our own channel, but we'd have to edit it out later on if we wanted to keep any ad revenue or anything like that. It doesn't really matter much for me because I'm a small channel, so I don't get much in ad revenue. You know, no worries. But I get it. I get it. I totally, you're not the only one, you know, you're not the only one that's ever said to me, like, I was in a cult, Elise, and I could now admit that. And I feel horrible. I'm embarrassed. I feel like, how could I fall for that when it was right in front of me the whole time? And to that, I say, you're not the only one, and you shouldn't feel embarrassed. Like, you're here now, right? Like, you figured it out. You saw the pattern and you were like, whoa, 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 something's not right here, right? It doesn't, some people see it in a couple months. Some people see it in a couple of weeks. Some people see it right away. Some people don't see it for a few years. It doesn't make you any less of a human than anyone else, right? We all put our pant legs on one leg at a time. And so, you know, girl, believe me when I say, you know, if you're embarrassed of maybe things you said to people, the best thing you can do is apologize to those people. And you've already started that process, right? It's to me, like, an apology means the world from someone. And there are plenty of people who will never apologize to me just out of pride, right? Out of pride that they're like, oh, well, I'm never wrong, or I don't want to admit I'm wrong. So if I apologize, I'm admitting I'm wrong. But if they even knew the level of people who have apologized, I think they would change their minds. Val would have a coronary if she knew the people that have apologized to me from Free Care and Read, you know? Well, that's the thing, right? You should trust journalism, but you should also trust the source that it's coming from. Using the word journalism and saying you're a journalist does not make you one. Aiden's not a journalist. I mean, even Meredith has conceded that Aiden didn't do any journalistic work on a Karen Read case, dude. He was fed that case by Karen herself. All of the information he got was from Karen herself. None of it was from boots on the ground, digging in. All of it was from her. All of it. Every last bit of information he put out was from Karen herself. That's not journalism, right? Anybody you're going to do a story on, a journalist has to reach out to the other side kindly, not like a psycho with a bullhorn, kindly, and say, hey, I'm going to do a story on this. Do you have any comment? Right? That's real journalism. That's real ethics, right? Journalists, whether independent or not, do follow certain criteria, certain ethics, certain things they do and don't do, right? Certain things that they can and can't do. What you don't get to do is you don't get to commit crimes and then scream First Amendment. First Amendment is not absolute, my friends. It is not absolute. And I find it funny that anybody who uses their First Amendment with him, he runs right to the police station. The other day, he was complaining that someone knows where he is and is texting him. They know where he is. He seems to have bumped his head and got amnesia about the probably hundreds of times at this point that he has told the witnesses in the Karen Read case that he knows where they are at all times and they will never lead a normal life because turtle riders are watching them everywhere. He goes on to say that it's creepy that this person is texting him saying they know where he is. And in all honesty, in my opinion, I think he's texting himself because this is the kind of stuff that he actually does do behind closed doors to make people feel bad for him. More super chats, more, oh, Aiden, you're being tracked. Here's some more money so you can go get it checked out. That is the kind of stuff he's been pulling for a long time. And if you only knew the things that I did, you would be utterly disgusted, you know, because the level of where he goes, the lines that he won't, like, there is no line that he will not cross, you know? I mean, listen, I'm not a person that holds grudges for a long time, especially if someone apologizes. And I was explaining this yesterday on the space. It's like, it's water under the bridge because I think a lot of people sort of are figuring out now what maybe they should have figured out a while ago. But even if they figured out now, to me, like, that's the goal. And I hope that those people, now that they have figured it out, lead with an open mind of saying, okay, now I need to reassess all of the people that Aiden said were, quote, bad, right? Because they can't all be bad, right? The astronomical, do you know what the odds are of everyone else being a scammer and a crazy person and a this and a that? All the same 5 things he calls everyone. They're astronomical. It cannot be everyone else but him. It just simply cannot, right? And most of you know his problem with me is I didn't lie for him. I didn't lie for him, and he got caught cheating on his wife and 3 other women. Like it was, I didn't lie for him, and he had to deal with the consequences of that. So, and that's true too. Journalism can be biased based on who owns the company, what the journalists are allowed to say, what they're not allowed to say. There are plenty of things journalists are not allowed to say. And that's why you're seeing more and more independent journalists or independent media like myself, because there's no one telling me what I can and can't say, what stories I can and can't cover, right? There's no corporate media overlord saying, oh, no, you can't do a story on that person. They're one of our biggest donors. Or, I go sailing with them on my yacht. Like I don't have that. I don't have to deal with that. You know what I mean? I am just me. I can worry about what I need to say and who I need to help without worrying about who's telling me what to say. Even anybody under Aiden's umbrella, they have to worry about what they're going to say, how they're going to say it, that they can't call them out, because if they do, their money goes along with it. Not just me, right? But Aiden, there was quite a few people that picked up on what was going on with Aiden a while ago, right? Me and Kevin Linehan both kind of had a same trajectory when it came to Karen's case, where we kind of figured it out almost in like he got some information, I got some information separately from someone else. And so we both changed opinions from innocent to guilty. And at this point, there was no trial yet. There was no evidence out. All we had was inflammatory filings from the defense and very short answers from the Commonwealth. But even that, right? We knew when we changed opinions what we were giving up, right? You're giving up thousands of subscribers. You're giving up a lot of money. I gave up a lot of that right out the window. I knew exactly what would happen. Now I could have just screamed free Karen Reed and made a lot of money. I'd own a car now. That's for sure. Right. I wouldn't be struggling. Right. I could have had a lot of money, but my brain does not allow me to do that when I don't believe that to be true. So then I had to come back here and say, I do not believe that to be true anymore. I have information that leads me in a different direction. And so I knew what I was giving up, right? Money's great. I've been at the top of the world. I've been at the bottom. I've been in the middle, right? I'm at the bottom currently. Like we're struggling. We're living paycheck to paycheck like everyone else on planet Earth, right? But I cannot in good conscience sit there and say something that I don't believe to be true. I can't fucking do it. I just can't. Maybe some people can. I cannot. And so both Kevin and I at different times, though, did that. We gave up what we knew was going to be a steady income, steady subscribers moving upwards, and we lost a ton. But what choice did I have? I have to look myself in the mirror, right? I have to go to bed at night knowing I did the right thing. So, to each their own, to each their own. But I hope that people who are figuring it out at least go back and go, all right, hold on. I need to go back. I need to reassess the things that Aiden says, because he cannot be honest about anything, And I'm glad you did, Lisa. And no matter what conclusion you come to on the Karen case, like that, the criminal part of that case is over, right? There's a civil case, and there are going to be some new information you guys didn't know about. And I know it's going to make people think, right? And I'm glad, because they can have these conversations, hopefully civilly, and talk about it together instead of an us versus them, Well, Netflix already wasn't doing a TV documentary. His documentary had nothing to do with Hulu or Netflix. They all passed on him. They didn't really want anything to do with him. His was done by a guy that actually JFK knows. And I have heard, and although I cannot confirm, that I know that they cut out all of the content creators from one of the documentaries that was done. And I can't remember if that one was Hulu, Netflix. I don't know. But on his specifically, I have heard that he was dropped, but I can't confirm that. I have no idea. I know eventually someone will give me information that I can confirm with receipts, but as for right now, I have nothing on that right now. So actually, Lisa, Lana from Truth and Transparency, she went over all the receipts of the hackening. And just a few weeks before she did that, I did an entire stream on the hackening. So I know I have a small channel and she has more subscribers, and that's why more people are seeing it on hers. But this is something I've been talking about for a long time. And it kind of annoys me because it's like, if people had, and that's why I did the stream a couple weeks ago that said, if they had just listened, if people had just listened to me this entire time, these are things they would know. I showed all the receipts. I showed how he did what with who. I did an entire stream on it just a few weeks before Lana did hers, except I had more information and more context because I knew more than she did about like a lot of it. There were more screenshots about other things he did and whatever. So we went over that, and then Kate did her series about, you know, his history. His history goes back a long time, but these are all things that I have been screaming from the rooftops for 2.5 years, because all I wanted was for there to be less victims and people to be victimized by him, because anybody that gets within a 5-foot radius, including digitally online of him, is going to get burned. It doesn't matter. You could be the most kind, welcoming human being on planet Earth. And guess what? If you're not useful to him, if he cannot gain anything from you, it's transactional, then guess what? Then he will burn you. Doesn't matter if he has to make it up. If he can't find dirt on you, he'll just make it up and tell everyone it's real. If he has no receipts, he will also just manufacture those. He'll manufacture emails, text messages, phone calls. There is no length he won't go to. He'll use burner numbers to call himself and say, you did. There is no length. He will literally, and I kid you not, because I've experienced this firsthand of watching these people do this, he will have minions of his, literal people who are just fans and people who are not just fans, people who are his quote friends, lie to the cops, lie in affidavits, commit perjury on behalf of him so that he can flip the script and play victim to someone who's actually telling the truth. And in order to shut them up from telling the truth about him, he uses these other people like pawns. So they'll commit perjury, they'll sign affidavits under pains and penalties of perjury, and they'll lie to the cops and the court for him. And what happens is those people eventually get in trouble, and he doesn't help them. He doesn't care. He pretends that he didn't know anything about it, and they can't prove otherwise normally. So, you know, you just end up being another Chrissy Yakomowski, which is something that I've brought up, right? He tried to set up Mike in the same way that he set up Chrissy Yakomowski for the wiretapping. He's the one who told her to do that phone call. Then he laughed to someone else, and I showed these receipts when I was doing that whole thing where he laughed to someone else in a personal message and was like, she was like, isn't that illegal? And Aiden was like, doesn't matter. I'm not the one recording it. Right? Why? Because he had Chrissy Yakomowski record it, right? So what happened was she got a conscience at some point and was like, wait, this shit's wrong. The shit I'm doing is wrong. And she provided evidence to other people to show the things that he was doing. He was setting other people up. He was putting people in jail for things that they didn't do because he just didn't like them, like on and on and on, right? And so she got a conscience and started giving out some of this evidence that she was in these group chats and whatever, and personal messages between him and her to other people. And that's when he claimed he was like hacked, you know, the hackening. He wasn't hacked. He had shared these things and someone else got a conscience and shared them, right? Well, if you fast forward, she got a federal wiretapping charge for that. He lied to the police and said he knew nothing about it, didn't know she was doing it, yada, 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 which he later, of course, admitted he knew, which is like, okay, feds, I'll charge him then. Doesn't matter how long it's been, charge his ass. He lied. Then he testified against her. Why? Because she dare speak out and say this shit's wrong. So he went into the court and he testified against her for this federal wiretapping charge to screw her because she spoke out against him. This is the shit that he is willing to do. There is no line he's not willing to cross, right? There's just not. Yeah, there's a lot of good cases, you know. I'm not a fan. Maybe some of you are of Melanie Little, but I am not. And I honestly think her ethics are questionable, you know. And to be fair, for someone who claims to be a lawyer, there's a lot of things that she clearly does not know about criminal law at all. And it's like, that's another thing that burns me when people are like, well, they're a lawyer. They know better than you do. No, some of these people haven't practiced in over a decade. Some of them were never criminal attorneys and have no fucking actual idea what they're talking about at all. I don't care if they were an attorney. They were, ambulance chasing civil attorneys in their own state. They know nothing about Massachusetts laws. They know nothing about criminal. And when they speak, I'm like, any competent attorney would have known that that's not true. Yet here they are saying it. It's like, well, that person's an attorney. Just because they're an attorney doesn't mean they're not a bad attorney. And also, when was the last time they practiced that portion of law? Oh, never. That's right. So it's like, there are people who will just believe people like Melanie Little because, well, she's an attorney. Well, she was never a criminal attorney. She hasn't practiced in God knows how long because she makes more money on YouTube. Well, they can't be. You're not allowed to be. You're not allowed to be. You can't say that Aiden sucks and still think Karen's innocent. And if you say Aiden sucks and you think she's guilty, then you have people like poor Valerie there who have such a closed mind that you cannot have conversations between free Karen Read and not free Karen Read people because, well, I thought Karen was guilty and you thought she was innocent. So that means that you can never have a conversation or a relationship with someone, which is just bonkers to me. That's like saying, I met a friend who has a different religion and so we can never speak again. That's just, it's fucking insane. It makes no logical sense. And anybody with a brain goes, yeah, that doesn't sound so right now, does it? She loves to say she's not with the drama, but likes to feed into it. I mean, anybody who's backing Aiden at this point really needs to get themselves checked out, in my opinion. Hello. Well, yeah, a lot of people refuse to listen to the other side. They just like that echo chamber. I've listened to it all. The Eddie O'Brien case is outrageous. Praying for light and truth to come. Eddie's release. Hope Melanie Little isn't still talking about John O'Keefe's missing belt. Oh, the missing shoe or the missing belt that she claimed for, over a year that never was missing. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff I mean, Wait, is it New Year's Eve? Isn't there a 31st? I don't think it's New Year's Eve, guys. I'm pretty sure the 31st is New Year's Eve, right? Or is there only a 30th in December? Maybe it is New Year's Eve. I don't know. I don't go out on New Year's Eve or anything like that. Maybe I do need to order Chinese food now though. If it's a goddamn New Year's Eve. See, that's how, yesterday went by. Yeah, it's tomorrow, Wednesday. You guys had me questioning myself for a second there. Oh, Jack sends 1111. Thank you, Jack. I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you for your donation. That's so nice of you. I missed you, Jack. Where you been, my friend? Where have you been? But I appreciate you. 1111. 1111 is the time to make a wish, everyone. That's what happens. 1111. I love that. If you would like to donate, just like Jack, you know how to. And there's also super chats and super stickers and memberships. The missing shoe and the missing belt. That's so funny. Oh, Eve. Yeah, you said Eve. I'm sorry, Kathy. My brain today. I've only had one cup of coffee, okay? And it's a small cup. Why has he been getting away with it for so long? Because we live in the state of Massachusetts. That's why. Any other state would have locked him up, had a dangerousness hearing, and said he is a danger to himself and others, and held without bail at this point. And that's exactly what he does, Amber. He escalates because he gets emboldened, because that's what narcissists do. When they think they win, right? They sort of embolden themselves to do more and get more bold, thinking, well, nothing's going to happen to me anyway, so I can just step on the gas. And so that is the mistake that I said the state was making 2.5 years ago, which is, if you don't hold him accountable, right, he's just going to be emboldened to do more and more and more. What are we waiting for? Waiting for a fucking tragedy to happen? Waiting for somebody to hurt themselves or hurt someone else? That's what we're waiting for? Oh, Space Coast, I do feel a little vindicated. I'm not going to lie. But at the same time, when bigger channels start talking about it and people are like, oh, well, I saw it on this channel or that channel. Kate's been talking about this way longer than I have, but to be fair and to give credit where it's due, but there are other people who are just picking up on it now, and their channel is bigger than mine. So it's reaching bigger audiences. And so they're like, oh, well, I heard it on this person's thing or that person's thing. And it's like, I get it. I'm a smaller channel, but for the love of God, people, I have been fucking screaming this from the rooftops for friggin' almost 3 years. Just like, this is not a good human. Like, and it's like way back then, no one was willing to speak up. Like, everyone else was too afraid to speak against him because they didn't want to get the kind of harassment that I've gotten and continue to get, and that other people get and have continued to get. And so I understand it. I get it. But at the same time, it's frustrating because when you're standing on that island and there's just a few people, not that many, and you only have so much reach, right? I'm a small channel. I'm not 30,000 subscribers. And to be fair, if I had just kept screaming free Karen Read, I would be well over 30,000. But my conscience didn't let me do that. You know what I mean? But anybody who does speak out, Amber's right, they get attacked. So no one wants to deal with that. He's a sociopath. He's a narcissist, you know? Oh my God. So funny. The Patterson Gimlin film. It was brilliant, and it was Bonnie. Amazing, right? Amazing. She did want to be an actress. Melanie Little did want to be an actress at one point. That was something that she wanted to be, you know? Exactly. He has no conscience unless it impacts him. So then it really isn't a conscience. And I agree. Unless it impacts him, he doesn't care. And then what he does is he literally goes back and tries to like make people be like, oh, I was having a psychotic break. I'm so sorry. He's not actually sorry. That's the thing. Even if he says he's sorry, he's not actually sorry. He doesn't have the capacity. The narcissist doesn't have a capacity to actually be sorry. It's a way to get people to believe that they're sorry, to feign to be a victim, feign ignorance and be a victim. Everything he is the victim of. He is the epitome of what a fake victim is, you know, using credentials to sway ignorant people on the internet. And it's not just her either. There's so many other people that did that, you know. Someone says she's got 4 lawsuits against her. I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah, states are so different. So different. Like, if you are going to talk about another state and their laws, you better do some digging. You know, you better. They speak like experts, but don't know that type of law or the state laws. I literally, okay, so you guys want to hear a fun story about me arguing with Betero one time? I had to argue with Betero on X one time because he tried to tell people that murder 2 required intent. Newsflash, in the state of Massachusetts, murder 2 does not require intent. And so I said, sir, you are 100% wrong. It does not require intent in the state of Massachusetts. And what was the response you think I got? Well, I'm an attorney. You think you know better than an attorney? Well, it turns out I did know better than the attorney. Mr. Betero was wrong. I've only been studying law since I was a witness on a stand at 12 years old. If my life had went a different way, I would have been an attorney 10 times over by now, right? Like, I know this shit like the back of my hand. Murder 2 in the state of Massachusetts does not require intent at all, okay? And so the great Betero argued with me about whether it required intent. And I said, you're wrong. And of course, here comes the turtle cult and all the minions who are like, ha ha ha, you're so stupid. You're arguing with an attorney. You think you know better than an attorney? And I'm just laughing at them behind my screen because I know that I'm right? And I know that he's wrong. And so I'm like, how? And I think my response was something along, I can't remember it word for word, but along the lines of, how dumb are you all going to feel when you find out that he's wrong and I'm right? Just because someone is an attorney does not mean they know it all or know what the fuck they're talking about. I mean, Valerie doesn't know whether she's coming or going, to be honest. She jumped on she tried to like break into our spaces under a fake sock account. And then when she got called out on it, didn't like it. She pretended she was coming to ask me questions, but she wasn't asking me questions. She didn't have the answers to 72 times already that I haven't specifically given to her 72 times already. She was coming to try to make a mockery of the spaces and be like, well, I just have questions. I'm trying to be civil. No, you're not. Nobody's a fucking idiot here, bro. No one's a fucking idiot. You didn't come here to make peace or have a civil conversation. There were many of times I was up speaking during a spaces and you waited until I jumped down after an hour and some change saying, oh, you could never have a conversation with someone who thought Karen was guilty. And I love the whole line that they're trying to put Karen in jail. I would love to know how I have that power, because if I have that power, Aiden would have already been there. Let's make that very clear. If I had that fucking power, that man would be sitting behind bars right now. So what does she do? She sends all of her idiot minions to invade spaces, right? And so we play along for a little while just to see what they're going to say or do. And then we just kind of get sick of it at some point, right? And I'm really bad at looking in the comments, so I apologize, you guys. But when I'm on spaces, it's like hard to go back and forth. So I just kind of just don't most of the time. But she literally went, and as soon as we booted all of her minions out, she jumped on a spaces with these same minions that were just screaming the N-word. Okay? Racist shit. So it's like, if you're going to run to anywhere that'll accept you, I mean, it says more about you than it does everyone else. If you're willing to run into a spaces with people who are screaming racist shit just because those are the people who will talk to you or agree with you, you might need to take a look in the mirror. You know, I'm just saying. She is actually, yeah, with the shoe and the belt. That shit, I'm like screaming at the screen. Like, the belt and the shoe are not missing, Melanie. They never have been and they never will be. Like, who the fuck says that? Well, yeah, that's the other thing. And she Sims freed, and so there's another problem, you know? And that's the thing. Would she give that same pass to me or someone else? She didn't give that same pass to Nan when she thought Nan was coming for her, right? And let's be honest, Melanie can play like she's not on Twitter all she wants, but let's be honest, you know? I feel like it's an attention thing, you know? I love that there's an open dialogue. You both have helped immensely with that. Sorry, I just got home about 20 layers of clothes. No worries, my friend. It is cold out today. New Year's Eve. Yeah, New Year's Eve. Totally welcome. Oh, champagne. Yay. He won't drink it, but I will. I actually like champagne. So, and you just allowed me, Allie, thank you, to use my little fancy edible glitter packets, although it doesn't tell me what color it is on the outside. Last time we got like a green, blue, or a blue. I hope I get the pink one this time, because I'm going to try it again in my glass of champagne for New Year's Eve. Still trying to figure out how Lily and Valerie are still supporting Aiden with the horrible things. So Miss GNX, I find a lot of people do that. It's sad. It's really sad, unfortunately. But sometimes they need to like be the victim multiple times for them to understand, right? What he'll do is he'll message people and be like, I am so sorry, I was given the wrong information, or somebody told me this and I believed them, and blah, blah. He'll literally message them and like play like he's sorry when he's really not, so that he can use them some more for them to go do his dirty work. And then eventually he will turn on them again and throw them out like trash over and over again. And this cycle will keep repeating itself. It's coercive control. It's brainwashing. But when you have been victimized and you run back to it, at that point, I start questioning whether you're a fully healed person, right? Because when you have been someone who's abused, I know what that feels like, right? You don't have a lot of self-worth. And so you run back to the abuser. So when you're very insecure or don't have a lot of self-worth, you will run back to the people who abuse you, because in your mind, they're the only people. They've broken you down to the point where you think those are the only people who will accept you for you. Because that's what they keep telling you. That's what they keep saying, is that you suck at life. You're horrible. You're terrible. You're this, you're that. And they're the only people who will love you. And that's an abuse tactic. It's coercive control. And a lot of these people do exactly that. They run right back, run. And eventually they get burned again. Yeah, I agree, Amber. And I'm okay with never getting them. You know, I agree that I probably will never get a lot of apologies, but Valerie would have a goddamn coronary and a stroke if she realized how many have apologized to me and who has apologized to me. She would have an actual coronary and an actual fucking stroke. You know? Well, that's the other thing. He's never going to go over any other cases, Lisa. He was never a true crime channel. And he also honestly can't read court documents. He doesn't know a single thing about the court system. He doesn't, I mean, does anybody remember? He is comedy gold. I love it. Does anybody remember him telling everyone that all of his cases would magically disappear and be dismissed if Karen was found not guilty? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, I get it. It's not even, I don't even want the credit. I just want people to understand, like, this is something that other people have been talking about for a long time. Like, Kate's been talking about it longer than me, you know? And I don't talk to Kate. I'm not friends with Kate. But, like, I don't have to like someone to give the credit where it's due, you know? And it's not even about, it's really about, like, geez, I wish they had fucking listened. Because if they had, right, they wouldn't just be opening their eyes now, right? It wouldn't just be now. It would have been a long time ago, and there would have been way less victims at that point, you know? It's just sad, you know, it's sad all around, you know? Well, she's not. And then she claims that she doesn't like drama, right? But then feeds right into whatever Aiden's doing. It's totally okay for him to do all those things. But if it was anyone else, she would say, no, can't do that. Ugh, I can't with this nonsense. If a lawyer can't see through all the BS, how good of a lawyer are they? Well, that's the thing. If I was better, I would have tapped out a long time ago, because Aiden's just going to keep embarrassing him. You know, Hank Brennan did lay out the second-degree charge in court. I think this was before he laid out. I think it's before Hank even jumped on. I think it was during the first trial. Maybe it was in between the first trial and second trial. But nonetheless, it's something I had told people on my show a million times. Like, in Massachusetts, murder 2 does not require intent. You know, right? Shay will tell you. Shay came in here and watched for a little bit before she even ever commented. You know, I don't know. I forget what he was charged with. What the hell was he charged with? Was it murder 2 or murder 1? Or was it both that they got to choose from? I can't remember. But it doesn't require intent. Mens rea. It's not like in Massachusetts, it doesn't require that you intended to do it. Just that you basically did it, and then like your behavior after that shows that like you didn't stop. You know what I mean? Like you did other things to like cover it up or act ignorant, feign ignorance. Like you murder 2 in Massachusetts. Here, I'll read the exact thing for you. Second-degree murder does not require intent to kill. It is defined as the intentional killing of a person with malice aforethought, mens rea, which can include any intent to inflict serious bodily injury without legal justification. This distinction is crucial as it allows for cases where the act was committed in the heat of passion or without premeditation. The legal term malice aforethought originates from common law and implies that the defendant intended to cause significant harm to the victim without any legal justification. So if you go into findlaw.com, when someone kills another human being, regardless of intent, it's considered homicide. When someone plans the murder and intends to kill their victim, it qualifies as murder. The only question is whether it constitutes first degree or second degree murder. In Mass, the maximum sentence for first degree is life without parole. For second degree, they still face life in prison. However, they may become eligible for parole after serving a specific number of years. The primary difference between murder in the first and second degree has to do with intent. In the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, a person commits second-degree murder when they take a human life with malice aforethought, but without premeditation. This distinguishes it from first-degree murder, which does require planning and deliberation. Second-degree murder cases typically heat of passion killings. At the moment the murder occurs, the killer intends to kill the victim. Up to that moment, they had no intent to cause serious bodily injury or death. If a person catches their spouse with a lover and kills both in the heat of passion, it's considered second-degree murder. There was no premeditation or plan for killing before they were caught in the act, causing an extreme emotional response. It will likely be charged as 2 counts of second-degree murder. So, I mean, felony murder, causing the death of another person during the attempt or commission of an inherently dangerous felony. Malice aforethought includes the intent to inflict serious bodily injury or death upon another person. The defenses that people could use in second-degree murder: actual innocence, self-defense, insanity, diminished capacity, lack of evidence. Basically, you didn't plan to do it, right? You don't have to, like, the intent to harm could have been there, or either it also could have been in Massachusetts, say she backed up and accidentally hit him and killed him. Well, it was things that she did after that she realized that she probably could have, hurt him and didn't do anything and tried to cover it up, where it becomes a problem, right? Like, I think if it was just an accident, it's an accident, right? Like I don't think there's anybody that claims that it couldn't have been an accident, but at the same time, there's an argument for how do you go 75% on the pedal. It is what it is. The case is over nonetheless, but there's a difference between first and second degree murder, and it doesn't require intent in Massachusetts. A lot of states it requires as in for that case to have intent to kill, right? in Massachusetts, it doesn't require that you intended to kill someone. Hmm. Hold on a second. Yeah, well, he can stay in Tennessee. Well, in Tennessee, they're making that new registry where if you've been convicted of a domestic abuse more than once, you go on that registry as of January 1st. So, yeah, I mean, it's the civil case is really the only thing. They're going to Tennessee. Shut the fuck up. That's hilarious. They want to ask some questions, though. You know, Blake Lively's mother, and it ends with us. Oh my God. I don't, who would hire her as that? I mean, she's not a good actress. To be honest, one of the first things that turned me off about her, even when I was free here and read way back in the day, is her facial expressions are so over exaggerated, you know? Yeah, right. Oh, corrupt cops. Can you come and help me? Isn't it funny how the people who scream corruption the most, like Aiden and Will, are the ones to first call the police and ask for help? Right? It's okay because Aiden did it. Why can't they ask questions? What's wrong with that? You know? Oh my God, I can't believe they're going there. That's fucking hilarious. That is, oh yeah, he's a con artist. That's what he does, right? Oh, they're trying to take me away from my kids. Trying to take me away from my kids. That's his like moneymaker right there, is screaming to everyone that everyone's trying to take him from his kids and it's First Amendment and he's going to lose time with his kids. Well, maybe if you didn't keep committing crimes while you're out on bail, you'd give a fuck about not having time with your kids. But it doesn't exactly scream, I'm being very careful to not go back to jail and spend time with my kids while you're committing multiple felonies while out on bail. Just saying, you know? He backtracked on the stuff. Oh yeah, he gave her like a little pat on the back. And so then she was like, oh, I got a pat on the back from him. I'll go back. You know, and that's kind of what she tried to do last night, was like, you know, she got that little pat on the head from him. So she thought she could maybe get a new one for doing that, you know? Yeah, I mean, you don't have to, you know, you don't have to like someone, but I do hope that everyone like reassesses what they've been told by the, you know, it's, yeah, flying monkeys, you know? And I love that because not everyone is gonna, right, Shay? Like, not everyone is gonna apologize. There are gonna be people who will never apologize, even though they should, because pride, right? Pride. But I literally have more respect for someone who's willing to come and apologize to me. And a lot of people are actually shocked when they do that. I'm like, water under the bridge, dude. Water under the bridge. You know, they're expecting that I backlash out and be like, go fuck yourself. And for some people, that might be true. There are just a very few small amount of people that I would probably tell them to go fuck themselves. But for most of the majority of other people, I'm just like, water under the bridge, dude. Like, life is too short. Like, I understand being like controlled. I was in an abusive relationship with my oldest daughter's father. Like, I understand being under coercive control and abuse. Like, I understand it fully. And so sometimes people just need a little grace, you know? Oh yeah, he has a $5 minimum. You know, you can't send him $1 or $2. It's all about money. Exactly. Even if it's 5 cents, be grateful, right? Like, be grateful that people are willing to support you, your channel, your work, and give you money, you know? Yeah, well, that's the flying monkeys. The fans that contribute to it are the flying monkeys, you know? Yeah, I agree with that statement for sure. The flying monkey, and there's a couple of them that are like that, and they perpetuate all the false narratives for him so he doesn't have to do it himself, you know? Oh yeah, he'll rage out and tell them to like go die in a hole because they asked him a question that he couldn't answer. Like, hey, if your attorney's fees are paid, why are you still asking for legal funds? Oh, go die in a hole. Don't question me. It's like, that's a valid question, you know? You're welcome. Bettero was an internet mouthpiece for the case. He's a traveling millennial, goes channel to channel. Well, that's the thing. Again, which channel did he start on? I'm going with Tennessee, right? That'd be a nice vacation. Nashville is on my bucket list of places to go. I'm just saying, you know? No, I'm going to play it in a second. I just kind of got sidetracked. I got sidetracked a little bit just talking to you guys. And I mean, I probably lose money by doing this. And like, having these discussions with you guys and like kind of veering off subject at hand here. But it's more important to me that I connect with you guys on a more personal level. At least I think creators are really missing out on enjoying their viewers as an each individual person and having these conversations. Honestly, I think people are really missing out on that like human connection and building a community. And that's what I'm trying to do here. I'm not just trying to build followers. I hate when people just like speak of you guys as if you're just random people, and you might be random people, but to me it's more of a community, right? Like a family, like a dysfunctional, not perfect family, because no one's perfect. There's no such thing. All kinds of walks of life. We're from different places all over the world, men, women, it doesn't matter, right? Like it doesn't matter. You could have a 70s hairstyle. You could be bald. You could be disabled and sick. And speaking of which, it doesn't matter to me. You could have 1 million subscribers. You could have no subscribers. I don't care. None of that matters to me, right? It matters on how you treat me and who you are as a person right now. Not what you did 6 months ago, not what you did 3 years ago, not when you lost your ever-loving mind on your husband's, plaything, when you caught him cheating. I don't give a shit about any of that. None of it, because everyone has something they're not proud of. I don't care who it is, right? I literally don't. Now, let me address something real quick, because while we're talking about disabled people, I saw that one of the flying monkeys of Aiden's, someone sent me a screenshot of a flying monkey who posted my my impression of the wimpy sewer turtle diary. The diary of the wimpy sewer turtle that we do. The diary of a wimpy sewer turtle. Guys, okay? Don't steal my glasses. I am the wimpy sewer turtle. Very important. You must like me. And they said, oh, here's Twisted Tragedy making fun of disabled people while having a disabled daughter. Shame on you for assuming that my diary of a wimpy sewer turtle voice is a disabled person. Like, what the fuck is actually wrong with you? I'm a disabled person. My child has a rare genetic condition that less than 200 people on planet Earth have, and her fucking organs are shutting down. Okay? It isn't a disabled person. So shame on you for just assuming. You know what happens when you assume? You make an ass out of you and me, right? It's not a disabled person. It is meant to be a nerdy small child with a lack of self-awareness, just like Aiden, right? So seriously, like, get some fucking self-awareness and stop trying to simp for a turtle so hard that you have to make shit up, right? Like, come on now. Yeah, like, I mean, come on. The fact that anyone would ever say that I would do that is fucking bonkers. I am literally a disabled person myself. I literally have a child that's disabled. Like, also, I would like to know how a voice becomes disabled. Can someone tell me that? Also, apparently one of Val's minions called someone fat. They said she sounds like a fat Samoan. I would like to know how you sound fat exactly. Can you answer that for me? How do you sound fat? How do you sound disabled? I would like to know. How does that work exactly? Because I'm disabled, right? My daughter's disabled, and by her voice, you would not know that she has any disability at all. So exactly how does a voice sound disabled? I would like to know. That is fucking insane. The lengths these flying monkeys will go. Oh yeah. I'll also address this despicable, disgusting comment that a clearly Aiden sock account made about how I must have deliberately caused my daughter's disability. Riddle me this. How exactly do you purposely cause a genetic mutation? One that no one else in my family has. I would like to know how you could cause a rare disease purposely. Anyone? McFly? Anyone? I mean, the shit, and this just goes to show, like, the lengths these people are willing to go, the shit that they're willing to say, knowing it's bullshit, to spread around and try to make someone bad, is deplorable and disgusting. And it really fucking pisses me off. Like, if you're that disgusting and you're that despicable that you need to make up shit about a terminally ill kid, there is some serious issues that you need to have addressed. Probably in a padded room with some serious medications. That's fucking gross. Seriously gross. My daughter has a rare condition. Less than 200 people on planet Earth have it. It's a genetic mutation that happened out of nowhere. There's only 2 ways you can get her genetic mutation. Either it's passed down or it just happens. Hers was not passed down, so it just happened. You can't cause it. There's nothing you can do to cause it. Okay? So to make a statement that is so deplorably disgusting, it speaks more about you than it does anyone else. For you to make that kind of comment is disgusting. You need Jesus or hell, either one. See, I've walked through hell and I've made it out the other side. But I find those kind of flying monkeys are the ones that if you ever came to apologize to me, I'd probably tell you to kick bricks, plow rain, pound sand. Just saying. You think he'll go dark? I think eventually when he get attacked by Aiden, he will. I'm a misfit toy too. We can be misfit toys together. I thought it was automatic if you got charged with it more than twice, that you would be put on that registry. Aw, thank you, Lisa. I've never been to Tennessee. Nashville is definitely a place I want to go. It's on my bucket list, you know. Oh, I love that. See, I want to go there. I want to. Yeah, that post pissed me off too. It's just, I mean, stupid. Like, who says something so ridiculous? Like, weird, you know? Aw, thank you, Space Coast. I appreciate that. Yeah, I had to pop out at some point, but I did see a lot of you in there, and I appreciate that. And I thought Mike was really going to get some, you know, flack for reading my little $5 super chat. But he didn't. And as a matter of fact, a lot of people in there were like, we love her show. We like Elise. It was like 2 people that I saw that were like, meh, she thought Karen was guilty. She's bad. Meh. Meh. I'm the wimpy sewer turtle. Meh. I don't say things with my chest and I call the police. Meh. Be afraid of me. Meh. Like, fucking clown show, dude. He's an absolute clown show. Yeah, that shit pissed me off, Lisa. And let's be clear here. I have never spoken to the JFK guys. Never spoken to JFK or James Jackson or Kevy Webby. I do enjoy watching them sometimes. But I've never talked to any of those guys. And when someone brought to my attention that this narrative that Aiden put out there, it fucking infuriated me. And I'll tell you, I lost a fiance to a house fire in 2006. And I lost many friends to addiction. I don't give a fuck how someone died. You don't bring someone who cannot defend themselves into anything. She died of a liver issue. Okay. So to insinuate that James had anything to do with that is some of the most deplorable, disgusting things. Like, I mean, there is something seriously wrong with you. We know that there's something seriously wrong with Aiden and his many stock accounts because he does shit like this, right? This justice for someone who died of a liver issue. How do you get justice exactly? Unless you were going to give your liver and you didn't. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't even make any fucking sense. It's a narrative he wanted to push to try to make James bad. Right? Try to make him out to be a scumbag because maybe, I don't know, maybe he had an addiction at one point. I don't really know much about him, but even if he did, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? Does that mean he never gets to live a normal life because he used to be an addict once upon a time? Do I forever have to be, quote, bad because I used to be an addict? No, I literally went from being someone who was an addict to someone who worked in a prison. I mean, that's fucking insanity. I've been helping people since I got sober with mental health, addiction, domestic violence, like all things that I've been through myself. Disabled family members, rare diseases, lots of different advocacy, homelessness, like you name it. And I've probably helped with it. Housing, you know, like what can you do for other people? I don't think Aiden's ever asked himself that. It's only what can he do for himself? He doesn't give a shit who he throws under the bus, who he hurts. It could be people who raised $1 million for him. And if you didn't do what he said when he said it, or you could expose him in any way, or did accidentally expose him by not lying for him, you are now a target. Period. I mean, look at the shit he put Leah through. Right? Like, look at the shit he put her through. Let's go to Nashville. That's such a great idea. Let's plan it. Let's do it. You know? Oh, I love that, Shay. I do think she's a lost cause. But I agree with you. A lot of people were disgusted with this, you know? It's deplorable. And again, you're willing to do that to someone who died. You're willing to say that like somehow I purposely caused my child's disability. It's a literal genetic disease. How the fuck do you purposely cause that? I would love to know. I mean, that is just such a disgusting, deplorable thing to fucking say. And the fact that you're willing to do it on your fake sock accounts, Aiden, really speaks volumes about who you are, you know? Yeah, it is. I mean, I'm not even on disability. That's the kicker, right? I try to make a living here. Like, I'm trying to honestly make a living. You know, he calls people the food stamp 5. I don't even have fucking food stamps. So how does that make sense? You know what I mean? I pay cash. My husband, we make too much. 20 something dollars an hour is, quote, too much. We don't even make enough to pay all of our bills and groceries. So how is it too much? You know, if you work more than like 10 hours, it's too much. Just FYI. At minimum wage. If you work more than like 10 or 15 hours at minimum wage, the state says it's too much. The government says it's too much to get any help, which is insane. You know? Ooh, lots of music in Nashville. Lots of music. Good old country. My husband loves country music. Oh my God. Walking in Memphis. I love that song. I know. You're in the Carolinas too. We should totally do that, you know? Aw, I love that, Jay. Oh, that's awful. That's so awful. My youngest is our rainbow baby. And it's just like, I know that pain and I know it well. Like, that's part of my story I've never gotten into with you guys. Like, there are so many things that I don't say, you know? It's gross. They don't need to speak. That is so sad. They don't need to speak. That poor family, you know? I can't. They do. They encourage it, but they encouraged it against me too. They encourage it against Meredith. They encourage it against Lindsay. They encouraged it against anyone who said anything that was true about him. He cannot have people actually believing the truth, because then he loses money. Then he loses subscribers, and he can't have that. So then he jumps on and goes, people are trying to take me from my children. Wah, wah, wah. In other words, send super chats, send me money. I need more money for my legal defense that I already paid for, or for the crimes that I keep committing, and you all should pay for it. You know? See, that's the problem, though, Heisenberg, is you have to have the money, right? People always say, like, why don't people just sue Aiden? I would happily, if I had $100,000 to do it, because that's ultimately what it would cost, and maybe even more by the end of the day. Civil suits cases usually lawyers don't just take these cases on contingency. Like, they don't take it up front with no pay. Like, civil cases, like, unless it's class action, they need money up front, and it's usually like 20, 30 grand just to get this process started. Like, most people, especially people in my position, don't have that kind of money, right? They just don't. They don't have the kind of money to sue him. So he knows that most people don't have that kind of money, and that flying monkeys will send him any money he needs, so that this is the shit that he keeps getting away with, you know? It's insane. Oh, see, that's the thing. We got some questions, right? Space Ghost, we got some questions. Got some goddamn motherfucking questions. You know? Yep. It's not. You need a lot of money. A lot of money. And like Leah said, he's been doing this to her for 7 years. He made an entire fake account about her, as he did for Lindsay. And I'll point this out. He made fake accounts of Lindsay and Leah, right? And these are 2 separate times, years apart. Lied to his audience, of course, and said that Leah made the account of herself, which when the cops took his phone, we now know he made it. I mean, we already knew because we knew Leah didn't, but it's the same thing he then did to Lindsay. He said, oh, she made that account of herself. No, he made these accounts of these women. And then when called out on it, he was like, oh, they made it of themselves to frame me. Thinking, okay, well, if I tell them they're framing me, my audience will never think that I'm the one actually doing it, considering I just said they made it to frame me. They're going to believe me. And what happens? They do believe him. Like idiots, they believe him, because nobody thinks in their right mind that someone is willing to be that deranged. They're willing to go that far. They're willing to be so narcissistic and so insane that they're willing to make these fake accounts and then blame the victims for the accounts. No one in their right mind is going to be like, oh, yep, he did it himself after he accused them. They're going to be like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. They probably did do it to frame him. Like, no, he made those, then framed his own victims. I mean, that is beyond sick. You have to be a very, very sick human being to do this kind of shit. You know what I mean? It is gross and inhumane and just disgusting all around, you know? Just disgusting. Oh, it's gross. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. I hope that no parent ever has to watch their child lose all of her hair as a female, okay? Or have to use a wheelchair when they're not able to walk, or their bones be fused with their joints to the point where your child's head is stuck in the downward position, or their fingers be curled in and almost like a 90-year-old woman because those joints have fused. No parent should have to live that. It's not fucking funny. It's not cute. My daughter goes through hell. She's been a pincushion her entire life. She's been experimental her entire life. There's nothing funny or cute about it. But there is no low that he won't go through. He's a disgusting, deplorable, lying human being. He's crossed the line 10 times over way before that, but yeah, that's definitely gross, you know? Oh yeah, a lot of the things are to distract. He does them purposely, you know? Yeah, he's crossed the line well before, you know? Yeah, a lot of money, like a lot. And to be fair, I'll even throw this one out there. I think it was 75 attorneys that were contacted. None of them wanted to touch. We called 70, I think it was 75 for someone to sue him for defamation. And they had all the evidence. So it would have been like an easier case to win. And none of the 75 attorneys wanted to take the case. They simply did not want to deal with him. A lot of the time it was, well, I don't want to drag my family into that. That guy's a maniac. I don't want my family doxxed and harassed. So I won't take a case like that. So what do you do when all the lawyers that you call, close to 100, right? 25 short of 100, say, I don't want to take it because I don't want my family doxxed. What do you do when you can't even find an attorney to do it? Never mind the fact that they then, if you find one, they're going to jack the price up times 2 to even deal with it, right? Like that's a whole nother problem. Oh yeah, bars too. You know? It's just gross. Yeah, I would have told them no too. Do not speak. Like, don't, no. You know? Yeah. I suggest people watch them, you know, because it gives you the quick version of the shit he's been doing for a long time, you know? It's not impossible to win a defamation suit, especially with all the talking he does, but it's hard and it's a lot of money. A lot of money. And it's almost impossible if you can't find a fucking attorney to do it because they just don't want to deal with him. You know what I mean? That's a whole nother problem. Where did he come from and how much money does? Yeah, that's a good question. I'm sure they pay him. He's not doing it for free. Some people do it for free. They do some of this deplorable, disgusting shit for free because they think they're going to get a good pat on the back from him. You know? I agree with you, my friend. I get it. I'm in the same. I wish too. You know, I wish. You know. NFL, Panther Stadium, street perform. I love street performers. It's so fun to watch. They have a lot of that in Boston. We see a lot of that near Faneuil Hall here in Boston. I don't know if she knows who he is, to be honest. I feel like if she did, she probably would have already outed him. But I do think that she's dropping a. Let's actually check. We should check for 1 second before I finish playing this. We should see if anything was posted today. I know that she had a Betterow tape of him wiretapping Mr. Betterow. So I wanted to see if she put that out yet. Maybe not. No. Well, that means he lost 2,000 in the last however many because he had like 165,000. And it's like, I think what he fails to realize is that most of the people that watch him are hate watchers. They're not people who support him, you know? Oh, yeah. I agree. You're getting one day, you're just going to piss off the wrong person. And it's like, that's why I say, like, what is the state waiting for? You waiting for something to happen to someone, you know? Aw, I love new viewers engaging. I love it. Listen, that usually happens on the East Coast too. I just don't think he doesn't go out enough for that to happen. Like he hides in his house online all the time. Like that's, you know, he might go to like a local place, but he doesn't go out to where there's like crowds of people unless there's like an event, you know, for him to raise money for himself. Oh, thank you, Kathy. It should be illegal. And it is starting to become illegal in some states for sure. Oh, thank you, Lisa. Lisa sends $10 and says, for wish it was more, thank you again. No, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. That was very nice. All right. My husband's 3 years younger than me. Calls me a cougar. I'm like, I'm not that much older, babe. You know? Oh. Yeah, poor thing. Baby gap. Clara insinuates he will protect himself if they come to his door. What exactly are you going to do? It's your mom's house, actually, bud. You live in your mom's basement. So, I mean, he loves to make fun of other people and us being poor and stuff, but you have a brand new car that you can't drive outside your house, bud. And you live in your mother's basement still with all of that money that you made off the Free Karen Reed movement, right? And in that case, why didn't you move into your own place, bud? Why didn't you move out, right? My rent's over $2,100 a month. That's not including utilities. Okay. So yeah, I'm poor because all of my money goes to rent and then electric and gas and then groceries, right? And I'm barely scratching it with that. And my channel does not make a ton of money because I'm a small channel. So I love to see that Mike got like so many super chats yesterday. It was like 38 by the time I left, but that doesn't normally happen over here. You know what I mean? Like I'm not as big of a channel as some of those guys. And so, you know, it's harder for me. And so it's like the Glare loves to make fun of people. Oh, you're poor. Oh, you're this. Oh, you're that. But like, bud, no one else's license was suspended for over a decade. Okay. Nobody else lives in their mother's basement. It's like, and Aiden too, you're renting a room from an elderly woman and you have a roommate, sir. Like, what the fuck are you actually talking about? The audacity of somebody to be talking about how they're shopping for houses while still asking people for money for their legal problems that they keep creating is gross to me. And the fact that anyone is giving him a penny towards that boggles my ever-loving fucking mind. It's essentially like lighting your money on fire. Think about all the people that donated to him over and over and over and over. And then they said one thing he didn't agree with and he told them to go die in a hole and he blocked them. You essentially flushed all your money down a toilet and lit it on fire, right? I certainly have never told someone to go die in a hole, right? And I hope when his trial happens and all of his personal messages come out and the ones that I know of, and I know there's more that clearly I don't even know exist, but the ones that I do know of are him making fun of his viewers, how stupid they are, how they'll believe anything he says, how they'll keep sending him money all anytime he wants. All he has to do is put on the Victim Act and incoming, you know, it's like he has no respect for the people that support him or pay his bills or help, you know, create a growth in his channel, right? He got none. He doesn't care about a single one of them. As long as they keep giving him money, he says in one of them that they're replaceable, you know, where 5 of them leave, he doesn't care because 10 more will enter and give money. And it's like that's the way you think of things. That's disgusting. You don't think of building a community or a solid foundation or your channel brick by brick or giving the kindness and respect to people that support you. I mean, look at all the money that Nan Gallagher gave him. And Jessica, for that matter. She helped her like, with some undisclosed amount that Jess said, I remember a while ago, with getting the studio off the ground or whatever. And it's like, okay, cool. But you couldn't even give the basic respect to someone. It's not like she asked for anything in return, but she was supporting you. And you were so quick to just turn on her. So quick to treat her like shit simply because the turtle, you know, gave the dog whistle. I mean, that's fucking gross. If you need to treat people like shit who are supporting you and helping you, I mean, look at the way that Will treated Esty, right? Like he had his flights and hotels paid for when he came here, even though clearly with the amount of money he was making, he could have paid for it himself. Why not pay for it yourself? Why are you having other people, you know, buy you expensive sneakers and, you know, hotel stays and flights that you could pay for yourself? I mean, that's fucking crazy. Oh, that's right. He told people he didn't have the money to come, and so they paid for it, which is fucking insane to me. Of course he had the money to come. That's nuts, you know? Like, come on. He doesn't have a gun. Let's be honest here. He doesn't even know how to work a gun. He wouldn't even know how to turn the fucking safety off, all right? Let me help you out, little Willie Henry, okay, bud? There's a button on the side, right? And you click it on and off, and that's the safety, right? And then make sure you rack it, right? Because, you know, you got to put the bullets in, right? But make sure you rack it, right? So that there's one in the chamber if you're going to be going to shooting practice, sir. You know, the clip, sir, is in the bottom. And there's a button that you press and the clip will come out. You can put the bullets in that way and then re-put it in the gun. You know, then you rack it and you make sure the safety's off before you shoot a gun. Does that help, bud? Does that help, little buddy? He doesn't know how to shoot a fucking gun, dude. He's never handled a weapon a day in his life. Let's be honest here. He should be nervous. There's a lot of questions people have of him, and he can't answer them. He can't answer them. All he can say is, it's none of your business. None of your business. Oh, yeah. I'm going to try to scan them all in. I'm just going to try to grab all of them at once and scan them all in so that I can make a Google Doc out of it. I'm thinking it's probably not going to happen until after the 15th of this month, but I am intending on going down there and just getting all of them, because unfortunately sometimes you have to go in person here in Massachusetts. They don't want to put anything on the online like they're supposed to. And so you have to physically go down and get copies, which is fucking bonkers, you know? I don't know. That's a good question. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Literally nothing. Didn't have a falling out. Didn't have a nothing. I just hadn't talked to her in a while. And then, like, I don't know what happened. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm never going to be an asshole to someone for no reason. It's not who I am. Never going to trash someone for no reason. Not who I am. If those people choose to do that, that's fucking on them. I will tell you that Grant lost his ever-loving mind. He literally retweeted the tweet from the flying monkey who said I was making fun of disabled people. And this was the funniest tweet I've ever read in my life. Insane, conspiracy related and insane, but hilarious. Grant tweeted something like, these are the people who are working for Kate Peter and in Kate Peter's Discord. Newsflash, I don't talk to Kate Peter. Not friends with Kate Peter. I haven't talked to Kate Peter in well over a year and a half. I am not in Kate's Discord. I've never been in Kate's Discord. And then he says, and she doesn't talk about Sandra Birchmore. Oh, I didn't know that Grant was the know-all be-all on what other people could talk about on their channels. See, that's the kind of delusion that's not normal, right? Like, that's not normal. Telling people or demanding that people do, that's like Aiden level, right? I've covered the Birchmore case 3 times on my channel. And I may cover it in the future, but I'm not going to just run and go cover it because Grant Smith Ellis thinks that I need to talk about it more. No, it's because he correlates a ridiculous conspiracy to Sandra's case that doesn't exist. Okay. And so he wrote something along the lines of, these are the people making fun of disabled people. These are the people that work for Kate Peter and our Kate Peter's Discord. False, false, and false. I don't talk to Kate, not friends with Kate, not in her Discord, and there's no conspiracy, Grant. You've lost your ever-loving fucking mind, and maybe you need a straitjacket, sir. Right? Also, nobody was making fun of disabled people. I am disabled people. You absolute fucking buffoon. I can't. I literally can't. Yeah, and my legs will turn to jelly. Walking too much is just not optional for my chronic pain. Oh, I love that. Well, I can tell you Lee does some really amazing work when it comes to dogs. It's ridiculous. It's absurd. It's absurd. It's the most in the entire country. He is a loser. No, see, Lucky, because I don't do that. But the fact that you actually subscribed to the channel, right, and waited 3 minutes to comment this is really kind of pathetic, you know? I don't tweet about Karen Reed. Sorry to tell you, bud. So, see, when you try to say something, maybe try to be accurate. I tweet very rarely. FYI, I don't tweet every day even. I don't even tweet probably 5 times a week. And I don't remember the last tweet I made about Karen Reed, but I mean, A for effort, I guess, on trolling. I mean, pretty pathetic. You had to waste all that time for that, but hey, to each his own, I guess. You want to waste your time subscribing and wait 3 minutes just to write a comment that can easily be debunked. I don't really know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Probably. I mean, I would have fixed, and that's the thing. I have a couple broken and missing teeth from DV, from domestic violence, from having my face punched in. And the amount of money they want to fix those is fucking astronomical. I don't have it, right? But if I had made all of that money, my whole mouth would be veneers at this point. They would just be veneers. All the work would have been done. You know what I mean? Just crazy to me. Yeah, I agree. I mean, that is a small world, right? Good for you guys, though. I love that. I love when people can connect in real life, too. Oh, maybe she does. Watch that portion of his show. He pulled up her live on his show. She was told about, oh my God, she got flustered. Oh my God. Oh, that's so nice of you, Miss GNX. I didn't get a chance to watch it because I got off the spaces pretty late and I was tired, and that's why I'm late today, because I woke up a little late. You know, the kids are on vacation. I don't know if it ended in a felony conviction. I'd have to look, but you definitely can't, you know? I mean, it wasn't really a thing. She was just being kind, you know, and he took her kindness for weakness. Shitty. It's a shitty thing to do, you know? She was trying to be kind and help someone out. I mean, she's kind like that. I mean, and that's the thing. It's like people do something nice, and that's all they're trying to do is something nice, and they get shit on for trying to do something nice. It just fucking boggles my mind. Couldn't figure out which show was the correct one to watch his live, or how he just got reimagined as JFK after she goes through some positive. As many times people won't share some folks' hog ducks. Hey, maybe I don't. Someone said they had an Miss GNX, but I highly doubt that. Yeah, no, I don't think so. Absolutely. Yeah, I am gonna get them. It's probably not gonna be for a couple weeks. Yeah, it's also the gas. They're actually remember I was telling you guys, I think it was like 2 weeks ago, that like the gas and the electric, that the delivery charges are like 2 and 3 times what your actual usage is. Well, guess what? Finally, our governor decided that they were going to open an investigation into exactly that for the gas and electric. And I'm like, well, it's been that way for a while. So why are you guys just waiting until now? Oh, because our voices are super loud at this point. So people are sick of having delivery charges that are 3 times their actual usage. I mean, that's fucking bonkers and should be illegal. All right. You're not delivering electricity. It's coming through lines, right? You're not delivering gas. It's going through a pipeline. So yes, I understand they have to maintain the pipelines and stuff, but why are we paying astronomical amounts for that? Each person is paying hundreds of dollars a month over what they use in usage. That's fucking insane. Like, no, find the money somewhere else, dude. Out of all the taxes that you tax us on, Massachusetts, you get taxed on your check, and then you get and then my husband gets double taxed because he gets taxes from Rhode Island and Massachusetts, because the facility he works out of is in Massachusetts, but his routes are in Rhode Island. So we're getting double taxed, right? So we're ultimately being screwed right now. Oh my God, I remember the 6-shooter cap guns when we were kids. Oh my God, I used to love those. That was so loud too, like the pop cap guns. I mean, it's insane. Like, it's the fact that anyone listens to anything he says and says anything about like, oh, he's smart. No, he's not. He thinks he's part of the Bourne Identity. Thinks everything is a grand conspiracy that he's going to uncover, right? Like, there's no Bourne Identity, dude. No Bourne Identity. You're not a part of that movie, sir. Like, it's fucking insane. Creeps me out by calling his supporters as towels. I mean, I don't even like, why? Everything is every 5 seconds. Towel this, towel that. Like, okay, alrighty then. Hey, Karen, and I tweet about it. I don't. See, that's the thing. Of course. Remember when I was saying in Spaces last night that my chat is probably one of the only places right now that people can coexist, believing 2 different things. I meant it. Like, people actually connect and make relationships and friendships and can believe 2 different things. It's not, you know what I mean? This is why I am trying to bridge this gap that never really needed to be, of hating people you don't even know for no reason, you know? It's the lying and the conspiracies that don't exist, drawing lines that don't exist. Like, I could deal with plenty of weird people, you know? Yeah, there's no point in trapping myself into any one thing. I could talk about pretty much anything on planet Earth. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to trap myself into only one thing. That's crazy. I don't get that. If I had it, I would immediately do it. But I guess that's my own insecurity. But again, when you are dealing with domestic violence to the point where you have chipped and broken teeth, like, insurance didn't want to cover that. They didn't want to cover it. They still wanted you to pay out of pocket thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars for that dental work. I don't have it, you know? Yeah, they tried to say that she stole like Karen's brother's seat during court, which never happened. Like, that didn't happen. That's what they tried to do when it came to SD. Like, that never happened, dude. You know? It is infuriating and it is sad. And it's like, yeah, you know, being on the spectrum is hard, and having a kid on the spectrum is hard. My nephew's on the spectrum. But we're talking about like not only being on the spectrum, but having very clear mental health challenges to the point where it's like paranoia. That's not normal, and that needs to be treated, you know, and it's clearly untreated at this point. It's sad, you know? Oh, but that's exactly how it happens to everyone, right? You're good and everybody loves you, and then you're bad, right? Like it's unfortunate. Yeah, that's the claim that they made. That's why she was bad, but that never happened. It's bullshit. That never happened, you know? Ooh, Chicopee. See, that's like Western Mass. I don't live in that area. And that's kind of a rough area, you know? I don't blame you, my friends. I would love to, like you are, live on the Space Coast. That's where my husband played the World Series of softball, right there at the Space Coast Center. And it was nice. But I would love to move to Florida. I absolutely would love to do it. If I had the money to up and leave, I would, for sure, at this point, you know? Yeah, that's what they claimed. It was bullshit. All right, let me get to some of the spaces because I kind of want to make another cup of coffee. And so in order for me to make another cup of coffee, I got to get this playing for you guys so I can actually get up and go make that cup of coffee. Okay, here it is. Over,
You know,
set of people and saying, poo-poo, you. Like, how?
now on to the next lesson, which is to not let a difference of opinion on one subject darken the rest of your life
I love that.
and affect
Me
you
too,
so
Shannon.
much that you let
Me
hate
too.
into your heart and
I'm gonna go make
not
my
see
coffee. I'm
people
gonna let
as
this
human
play for a
beings
minute.
anymore. That's a really sad
I can
day.
hear it in my ear, so I'll be listening.
And
Just
that
give
was
me a minute.
beginning to happen, or not beginning, it was like solidly happening. But I think the tide is turning on that, and I'm grateful for it. Or, let's see, I've got a comment. Thank you, Meredith. And yes, Shan, sorry, Mike's show was awesome. Like I mod, excuse me, I mod for Mike, and it was very, very hard to keep up with everything. Even just thanking people for all the super chats and stuff. It was crazy. I don't think as a mod I've ever been that busy before, and I've modded for another channel as well. So, okay, there's my partner. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, Elise, I sent you the co-host request. There we go. Hello, Elise. Elise. Retro. Okay.
I think I fixed it. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you now. Hello.
Sorry, I'm here.
So we've got Elise joining us now.
Yes, beautiful people. I'm here, and I think Mike's life is great. I may have started the tsunami of super chats. My bad. I just wanted to show my appreciation to Mike for not being a hole. And there's going to be a lot of FKR people that are uber mad today because Mike dare say my name, and Mike dare say we've been cordial. I've talked to Mike for a long time, and he's always been super kind and nice to me, super cordial. And you know, when he was having a hard time a long time ago, like when the wiretapping thing first happened, I talked to Mike, and there was a lot of people that went behind his back, and like he talked to a lot of different people, and they shared his messages, and they were just like being assholes. And it's like, that's unnecessary. Like the man is looking for some guidance here, and even maybe a friend, and you could find one if you just listen. You know, you don't have to throw that hate, vitriol, and anger around just because the turtle told you to, and because you want a pat on the back to do that. It's not necessary, and it's not. I mean, we're grown ass adults, right? Like hating someone you don't even know based upon something that a known liar,
fabricator and manipulator says is fucking bananas at this point. Absolutely bananas.
Elise, if you could do me a favor as much as possible. I don't know what your setup is like, but I'm going to try and keep an eye on the comments, but I'm not going to really be able to respond to them because of my broken wing. And
Okay. I'm bad at it. I'm bad at it when it comes to the comments because I have the full screen up, so I like forget to look.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll try my best. So I think what I'd like to do is to talk about some of the stuff that was going on with JFK's show, because it was moving fast and there was a lot of comments being made, and it's really about, did I say JFK or Mike show?
Yeah,
I said Mike. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm also on
oh, you poor thing.
muscle relaxer. So,
How are you feeling?
A lot of the stuff that Mike was
Yes,
talking about
does have a law
was in
enforcement
reference
background.
to JFK's show, in reference to the backlash that James
Yes.
has been getting, vile accusations leveled against James, which I swear if it were me, I'd be looking for an attorney to sue for defamation.
Yeah, absolutely. I would be too. I mean, at this point, again, we're grown adults. Like that level of hate and anger it's not necessary. It's just like the way that people seem to think is like normal now. It's not normal. It's not normal behavior. We're grown adults. We can agree to disagree on a case and still agree that people shouldn't be, fabricating evidence against their ex-girlfriend and running to the police while screaming that they're going to go, help with corruption. Aiden is the corruption. Let's make that very clear. He's the first one to run to the cops. He's the first one to fabricate evidence. He's the first one to literally make up, quote, receipts and run to the cops, try to have somebody arrested on false charges. That is corruption, right? That is
Correct.
literally what that is. But he's the first one to run there when he's got a missing shoe. Officer, I have a missing shoe here, and this is a very serious matter. I'm going to need you to come find it. Sir, we don't do that. You might want to just go to sleep.
I can't remember exactly how it went down, but my favorite thing was when he was doing his like 4 or 5 day rant or whatever. And I believe it was the first night, and he was trying to fabricate that his wife was being, or his ex-wife was being, what do they call it?
Somebody was just harassing her. Like, bro, sorry to tell you, but like everybody thinks your ex-wife is super kind and super nice to have dealt with your fucking shenanigans all this goddamn time.
What's it called though when I should know this because of having been law enforcement, but I think my muscle relaxer's doing something in my brain now. A SWAT. He was trying to
swatting, like somebody was
like,
swatting. Oh, please.
Yeah, he was trying to pretend like he was being swatted. Only the way it was set up is like the way he was saying it was going down is not swatting. And
not only that, but there was that one time he called the cops when someone sent a pizza to his house. Like, bro, do you know how many times I got a goddamn pizza sent to my house unpaid for? A million. Do you think I called the cops? Yeah, you think we called the cops? No, we didn't call the cops. Like, they don't want to help you, Aiden, because you lie, right? So here you are calling over a missing shoe and a pizza. Like, take your fucking shoe phone somewhere else, sir. All right? Like, no one cares about your shoe and your pizza. Like, you're literally wasting resources. And but don't worry. It's only freedom of speech if Aiden does it, right? It's not freedom of speech if anybody else does it. If anybody else says mean words, you took a turtle on the internet, then call the SWAT team, call the FBI, call the fucking attorney general. It's a serious issue.
That's what he acts like. Just saying.
Yeah. But see, with respect to Aiden, just sitting back and kind of watching his pattern of behavior and watching how anybody that came along that was new and would speak about the Karen Reed case or whatever, he would try and take them over. He took over.
Yeah.
He took over the FKR movement in the beginning, and he would just gobble. It was like Pac-Man, going around gobbling everybody's loyalties up. Probably you know, because maybe they said stuff that he recorded and, you know,
Well,
they were,
so his favorite thing to do was to outwardly, publicly tell people he does not run the Karen Reed movement and blah, 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 and everybody can talk about it if they want. But personally and privately, what he would do is tell everyone that he needs to have the information first and everyone needs to give it to him. You can ask Sean about this because Sean had to deal with this too as well. And he used to like tell Sean, like, no, you need to give me the information. I remember when I broke the Natalie stuff that she had gotten immunity, and he got so pissed off. People sent me like screenshots of the private conversation he was having. He got so pissed off that he was not the one that broke that he told his entire audience, knowing like that after I broke it, knowing that it was definitely plausible and probably true, that it was just fake. It didn't happen. And what reason would she have to have immunity? He knew, right? But because he was so mad that he didn't give that information out first, he had a fucking adult tantrum. And when he first attacked me, I remember one of the first things I said was, I'm not going to respond to an adult tantrum, right? Like, I'm not, what point is there to, because that's what he wanted, right? Like, and I wasn't going to give him what he wanted. I was going to give him the opposite of what the fuck he wanted on purpose, right? And so I didn't finish it for a while. I cleared up like a few things right away, but all the like ridiculous rumors and lies, I just like ignored them because I'm like, what point is it? Every time I was putting out a receipt to show that it was a lie, it was like, oh, that's AI. Oh, that's fake. Oh, that's not real. Oh, you just made that up. And it's like, if you're that dumb, then I don't want to bother with you anyway. You know what I mean? Like, why would I want to bother with people that would rather believe that Meredith O'Neill talked to me the entire time she was with Aiden than realize that I just know his patterns at this point from all the victims that I've spoken to and all the screenshots that I have and all the things that he's been doing since before 2018. That wouldn't be rational. It'd be rational that Meredith O'Neill, who didn't like me and had put out multiple sock accounts about, you know, things about me, that's more rational to believe that she must have been talking to me the entire time she was in a relationship with him. I mean, how insane. That's not rational.
No,
right.
Not even a little.
Well, I know that he's losing listeners and stuff, but the most important thing, I think,
why don't the 285 of you on X,
the other YouTubers
join us here on YouTube,
have come around, and he's lost the majority of their support. That I think was the key more than anything else. So
we've been through this before, though. That's what happens is he goes through like a host of people, right? Loses that support of that like group, whatever group it is, of people, and then, you know, just does another bout of it from new people who don't know any better. And it's like, I've also seen where some of the creators before will pull back and then he'll like give an incentive, like, well, he likes to message people privately, even people who watch him. This is one of his favorite things to do, is he'll literally message people privately and try to convince them that they need to continue supporting him. And at first he'll be nice. Right? At first he'll be like, but you're a supporter and I really liked you and I didn't never have a problem with you and you just need to believe me. And then when they don't buy into that and they start questioning him, he starts getting nasty. And he's like, well, F you, go die in a hole, you suck. Like, I didn't want you as a follower anyway. And then the last part of that is going on his YouTube presentation and trashing you into oblivion because you didn't want to buy into his bullshit anymore and subscribe to #FelonFlix.
It's been nice, though, to see JFK and Mike hold the line. It's hard because with anything that you say, there's going to be people who agree with you and people who disagree with you. And when you speak out on one side or the other, you're opening yourself up to an attack. And we've 100%. We've seen it before. We'll do whatever.
Sorry, we were buffering.
But I don't think it's working this time. And I'm so happy to see it.
God, thank God. And I honestly feel like, I mean, this has been done before, right? Like so many people have said, like, this is what he is, right? I mean, Kate's been saying it for a really long time, and I'm not a huge fan of Kate, but like, credit where credit's due, dude. I mean, she's been telling people for a really long time, like, this is who he is. No one listens because he does what he does and trashes people and says, oh, they're bad, right? They're bad, so don't listen to them. And so that's what it becomes at that point is, oh, this person is bad. You cannot listen to anything they say. And instead of giving you the benefit of the doubt and trying to check it out and see if what you're saying actually makes sense, they just don't even bother at that point. But people are not doing that anymore. People are actually going out I got a couple apologies in Mike's chat today, and I just went over to like show like free Karen Read and non-free Karen Read people can be cordial. We don't have to stoop to the level of Turtle Boy in destroying each other's real lives. If you don't agree with someone on something, that's cool. Me and Mike don't agree when it comes to the Karen Read case. We don't ever have to agree. But as a person, as a human, I do not need to trash or behave in a manner that is lower than who I am as a person. It doesn't need to happen, right? It just doesn't. And this thought that people who are anti-free Karen Read or people who are free Karen Read can't have civil discussions, can't have anything else in common because they don't agree on that one thing is not only insane, right, and absurd, but it's not normal. That's not normal thinking. It's not critical thinking. It's very closed-minded. It's very us versus them. But that's exactly what he wants you to do. And these people are doing it without even realizing that's exactly what he wants you to do. Us versus them, right? Divide and conquer. That is the oldest trick in the book. Read the Art of War. People. Like, this is not, you know what I mean?
It's funny. I could use Jess Machado's whiteboard. I really need her whiteboard because not
one of those.
Not for the same reasons that she does, but I sit here and I think about myself and who it is that I have things in common with and who I don't. And even being a mod for Mike, there's somebody that he's kind of buddy with that I'm not in the slightest, but I still mod for him because so much else that he does is good. I mean, he's diehard local guy. You know, he really cares about his community, and that's very commendable, especially in Massachusetts, where so much is screwed up.
No, dude, I'm telling you, if I could leave here tomorrow, I probably would. It's just too expensive to live in at this point. But I mean, I think there are a lot of people who have more in common than they even realize, right? I think Valerie might choke if she realized how many free Karen Read people and who specifically, like who of those people have come to me to apologize in the last almost hate every non-free Karen Read person or anti-free Karen Read person. That's just not realistic. It's not reality. I've gotten to know some of these people who are free Karen Read on a personal level. Some of the people that never agreed with the going after witnesses or going to their homes with bullhorns or doing any of those things. They never agreed with any of that, right? They might have thought she was innocent, but they did not agree with what came along with it because nobody, and I don't give a fuck who you are, deserves that treatment. We all know my stance on the case. It's not going to change, right? But I can agree to disagree on that thing and move forward and talk about other things because we're humans, right? There's a lot of missed conversation, right? Missed connection, missed education, right? Like if you're taking a whole subset of people and saying, poo-poo, you, like how well did that work during the case? Well, it didn't, right? It fucking didn't. It was us versus them. Now, do you think if people opened up dialogue that maybe it wouldn't have been like that? Maybe I think that's something, you know, different might have happened if it wasn't this whole anger, vitriol, spit, venom, you know, where he wants you to spit it. And but it was that way by design. That's what he needed people to do.
I hope tonight, you know, I don't know how many listeners we have. I don't know how to tell that, but however many are out there, my hope is that when we do these shows and we repeat it, that people get more comfortable speaking up and speaking out and just joining our conversation. You know, I really want, if there's 50 people listening to me, at some point, I would love to have a conversation with each and every one of those people. And we just need to keep these conversations going so that when people do come around and realize that, you know, the hate is not proper, you know, almost anything that comes out of Aiden's mouth is not proper. And, you know, he needs to be dealt with however that's going to happen. But you need a place to go to have a discussion about it. It's kind of like cleansing, you know, and I hope that people feel comfortable with wanting to speak up, because I would love to have a conversation with each and every one of you and let you have a voice with how you felt about everything that's been going on that you've seen, read, heard, or whatever. So
Dialogue, me. It's dialogue. Not that I'm trying to see. I'm looking at MLF. I'm looking. Oh, God damn! It only shows me the first like 20 people or whatever. I'll look and see if the first person was. I don't think that I do. All right, carry on for a second while I figure it out.
but if there's anybody who wants to come chat with us, it's a safe place. We're respectful and we'll listen to what you have to say. And just when you think you've heard it all, somebody says something that gives you an aha moment. So that's why I welcome.
For real. So seriously though, like there's just always that when you're like, like that's what I couldn't quite put my finger on what I was feeling, but what that person just said spoke to it, right? Like, and if you don't go and listen to different people because a sewer turtle tells you where to go, who to talk to, who to like, all while feigning ignorance of his own really vile, disgusting criminal behavior, then you lose those opportunities. And I've had many people say to me, like, you know what, Elise, the haters, like, it's their loss. Like, it's literally their loss. They don't know you as a person, but if they did, they would know it was their loss. Like, you're somebody they would want to have on their side. And I'm like, you know what? You're right. Like, why? Like, this was a long time ago that I decided, like, I don't give a fuck.
Can be healing.
There can be a million turtle riders that say, well, I just felt like twisted. And I'm like, that's nice. I don't care. Like, because I know who I am. I don't need turtle riders to tell me who I am, right? I have a very dedicated, awesome audience of both sides, and they get to know me on a personal level, and I get to know them. And it's an honor to do so.
We have
really
Nina
is.
that's joining us. Hi, Nina.
I'm actually proud of Nina last night.
Oh, you have to unmute yourself, sweetie. There you go.
Nina did really good.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Nina.
Yep. Can you hear
Hi.
you?
Hi. How are you?
Doing good.
Good.
Oh,
Hey. I just wanted to ask something because I'm in Twitter war with Turtle Boy, and he literally sent his whole trolls after me today because
Oh, boy.
I called him out.
People are
I called
learning.
him out.
Good
And
for you, though.
my
Nina. We're sticking to your guns.
Nina was here the
question
other day,
is,
Jesse.
are
I think that's the day you were in and out, though.
people who are locals like afraid of him to speak out,
Yeah, the answer
or
to that is yes.
because
Yes, they
I'm
are.
not.
And
I'm not.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why, right? I'll break it down real easy for you.
That's why I do this space,
Because
Jesse.
when anybody who is local speaks up, because I'm local, I live here, right? They get things that I've dealt with, which are things like death threats, things sent to your home that you didn't in the mail that are disgusting, or things you didn't pay for that get sent via deliveries. Like, you'll get stock accounts that'll say the awful, most terrible lies about you and spread them on the internet like they're true, knowing they're not true. Like, it comes with a lot speaking out, right? Like, you have to know what you're dealing with, and a lot of people, it's not worth it. Their families, their careers, and so they're protecting. And I understand they're protecting their own, but for me, I'm not a person who could ever just shut up and let it go, because if I do nothing and he hurts someone else and they hurt themselves, I will forever hold that on my shoulders. So if I don't speak up, I'm going to feel responsible if something happens, if I didn't do anything and everything that I could to stop it.
Because it's interesting. I only made a comment on his recent post where he was like, Kumbaya again with Nick Rocco and the Karen Reed
that would be
channel,
hilarious.
the new channel that's going to launch.
I think he's trying to work his way in there, and I just don't think it's going to happen for him.
And I left a comment and said, like, okay, will you ask your friend Ray from Dallas if he's okay with your racial slurs, your racist comments, etc. Like free speech, right? And he immediately blocked me. He immediately called me out. Called me Satan. He called me Satan. And I was like, okay. And then he blocked me, and then he sent his trolls out after me. And it's so funny because they don't have anything against me. They can't dox me.
They
can't,
just say random
don't have
insults.
anything.
Email away.
The random insults like, you must be fat or ugly, or you must live in your mother's basement, or you must be poor. Like, it's the same BS nonsense over and over and over, things that just simply aren't true, that they pull out of their asses and they make, I'm like, oh no, a sock account of the sewer turtle said something mean about me. I might not sleep tonight. Wham.
Yeah.
Medina, I want to tell you, I'm very, very sorry that happened to you. You made a very good point.
No, I'm fine. I'm for the fight. I'm here for fighting.
She said I'm fortified.
I'm
I love
here.
it.
I'm a Aries. Don't poke the Aries.
Good for you.
What do you mean, certain
Yeah.
people?
I'm here.
But nonetheless, you know, what you were saying is absolutely correct. You know,
I'm
you were
confused.
on a good track with that, and he should have accepted that and used that as an opening to, you know, chastise himself and Ray from Dallas and stuff with the awful things that they've been doing and saying, and make a turnaround if you were really wanting peace. So what he did was he tried to call you out, but he called himself out yet again. And so if anybody had any delusions that he was trying to make peace in the community, there's your proof. You know, it's not, and it will be. So, but the minion thing, you know, I went through it with him when
there's a
he
lot of
called
people,
me
though, that
out
keep
extensively
waking
on
up.
his show.
That's
And
unfortunately
I'll
a
say it till I'm
cycle
blue in the face till the day I
thing
die,
over and
December
over,
10th,
you know?
2024.
I mean, if there's
at
people
the
that have
3
no
hour
face,
and 8
that's
minute
one
mark.
thing. But if people go to certain
But
people for
it's
help,
kind of a joke when I say that now. But
or to help, you know what I mean? Like then they do have a place.
that was
So
one
it
of the
depends
things
on
that I
what,
worried
who,
about, you know, and especially at
circumstances
the beginning of that
of it.
show, he had asked everybody where they were from. And at first I took that as a veiled threat, but then I found out later that there was a different context to it. But it still resonated with me after what he said, that there's people all over the place. There's somebody that supports him that's in my town. And I'm
I think of things
3,000
so
miles
critically,
from him.
you know, like I need
So
more information
my
to make
point
that
is that
distinction.
if Aiden were to come to my door, I know not to open it or open it with a frying pan in my hand or something. But if somebody else comes to the door, I don't know who they are. And so for a while, it had a very negative effect on me. You know, now as a 60-something-year-old woman, not in cop shape anymore, you know, what could happen if one of these people came after me? Fortunately, nobody did. And to my knowledge, nobody has, with respect to somebody who lives outside the area. I think people inside the area have had to deal with, you know, people coming up to them and making
Sagittarius,
remarks, but I've not heard of any case
a fire sign,
for it happening to somebody at a distance. So
because what I was asking, because I saw a lot of
we have 3
likes
Sagittarius
to my
and 2
comment,
Scorpio in my house.
but nobody really commented on it.
One of my kids
you
is
know,
Scorpio, the other
so
2 are Sag. My
that's
husband's
why I'm
Scorpio.
asking: are people really scared, or is it just like,
oh yeah, he
it's
doesn't
easier
discriminate, you know,
to like a comment on the internet and not really comment themselves? I don't know. It's
Definitely,
an offense or something. I'm just asking.
No, I'm screwed.
Not
for
just
life.
like everyday people either. We're talking,
So screwed for
you
life.
know, lawyers, cops, people that just simply don't want to deal with him. Simply do not want to deal with him, his shenanigans, his minions. Like they just simply don't want to deal with it. I can't blame them, you know?
Can't.
Yeah, sure. Me
Get it.
neither. I mean, I don't. I mean, yeah.
we have another.
Totally
I'm
understand
just
that.
curious. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Curious.
I love the accent. I
Nina,
love
go
it.
ahead.
Yeah, because I see so much likes to my comment calling him out, but I don't see comments saying the same thing.
I love Liv Tyler.
Oh, in other words, they'll like the comment, but they won't speak up themselves.
Exactly. And that's the question. Is it like a fear or something? I don't know.
I think it could be a lot of different possibilities.
On Twitter, it's character limits on the comments.
Don't really, they're busy, so they don't really have the hands to type out
awesome.
something themselves. So they'll just give you a like because it's easy to just, you know, hit that. Boop. I call them buttons. Hit that button.
Yeah, I call it a button.
And sometimes, you know, maybe they are afraid. I think there's a lot of different reasons.
Oh,
but
his $5
positive
limit
thing about that is that there are people that are liking what you have to say. And it's not working because back in the day, maybe
no limit
even
there.
just a year ago,
Be a
you would
dollar.
have been blasted. You would have been blasted by his followers.
Yep.
And
I know.
that's not happening like I think he expected it to. There was a situation that I think he was trying to set me up for, to have his minions come for me when on the first night of his like 4-day rant.
Yeah.
And it didn't work. It didn't work.
And didn't you make also a comment and he said to you, didn't you cry on my channel last
was someone
time?
else.
Wasn't
No.
that you?
No, it wasn't me.
It wasn't you.
Never cried on his channel, never would.
Okay, but somebody said something and he immediately commented, didn't you cry on my channel last time? Blah blah blah. It was like, yeah.
Friggin' hate autocorrect.
I got called
It's
out.
a pattern.
I shut it off.
I got called out for simply in his chat saying, let's not talk about Sean or something to that effect. And he's like, you know, F you, Deirdre Sargent. So I've gotten called out for my comments in his chat, but also for a post I did, which is that other incident. So yeah, I've gotten called out by him, but no, I've never cried on a show or anything.
Okay, sorry. I
No, that's okay.
confused.
And if somebody did, like, I'm not gonna make fun of them for that, because he can be a little much to take sometimes, and people aren't used to that. Like,
it's gross,
especially if they don't have any bad intentions by saying something, just trying to keep the peace or whatever, and you're met with, you know, die in a hole. Like,
that's a favorite one. Go die in a hole. I think free Karen something. I can't see the rest of their name, but they have their hand up.
Yeah, come on. What should we call
I
it?
think the die in the whole thing, yeah, I mean, that's just him. He's a jerk.
Oh, is this
But
when
the whole
Val came in
racist
under a
stuff
stock
is
account?
crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Hold on one second.
Yeah, that's not new. That's not new though. That's stuff from like he's been doing that shit since like 2016.
I know, but for me, it's new.
Plug your ears.
Yeah.
This is where it gets a little loud.
Hold that thought for a second. We have free Karen's holding
And
up
I
her hand.
tell
She's
Val to shut the
she
fuck
is a
up and stop
speaker.
being a
But
disingenuous
what should we
asshole.
call you?
I have a question for Twisted Tragedies.
Yeah, she can't even say Twisted Tragedies.
Is this
We can
Valerie?
call her Val. Yep, we can call her Val.
Karen. This is
Yeah,
free
all right,
Karen
Val.
because you blocked me. So now I have a question for you.
No, she doesn't have a
Twisted
question.
Tragedies.
I don't have any answers for you, Val. Honestly, I really do.
So my question, this is an open space, right? Where
No, not for
everybody can
you.
Speak and
Yeah, for
everybody's
people who
welcome,
aren't
right?
people.
So,
Okay,
so am I not
weirdos.
welcome? Am I
No,
not
you're not
welcome in
welcome.
this space?
Hold
No,
on one
you're
second.
really
Hold
not,
on.
Val.
Hold on. We'll let you ask the question, Valerie,
Thank you.
but you may not get an answer, and that's
She didn't
fine.
wanna
If
stare
you
at
don't get an answer,
answer.
they have the right to not answer you as well.
Okay. I mean, if you don't answer me, that's up to you, right? But I thought this was an
Exactly.
open space.
It wasn't.
Free
Not
speech
for you.
means
My
speaking
question,
or not
yeah,
speaking.
I have two questions actually. My first question is, do you consider yourself a good person?
That's such a dumb
Of course
question.
I do. What do you
Anybody
mean?
who knows me.
Okay.
Second
You said you
question.
do. Okay. So the next question is, why would you want Karen Reed in jail?
Because I think she committed the crime. I mean, that's like not rocket science, is it, Val? Is that rocket science
It's
to you?
not right.
I think she committed the
Yeah,
crime.
it's
We're
rocket
not
science.
going to get into,
So
we're not
I
going to
would
get
just
into a
like
back
to
and
know.
forth.
I
We're
would
not
like
going
to
to get
know.
into a back and
That
forth,
was
Val.
two
I would like to
questions,
know
Val.
why you wanted Karen in jail. I would like to. Do I have?
I
She knows
just answered
why.
that, didn't I? Because I think she committed the crime. So obviously, if you commit the crime, you belong in jail.
Why do you feel that way?
She knows
I
why.
think I've gone over this like 72 times on my stream.
I've never
I'll
heard.
refer you back to
I've
the
never heard your answer.
72 times, probably
disingenuous.
thousands of times I've talked about this.
Well, can you tell me? Because I've never heard your answer, and I would
So
like
you
to know.
can go check out my streams and go check
No,
out
you
that
can
answer.
just tell me
anytime you
now.
want.
Just tell me now. I
But
would like
that's
to
not
know.
what this space is about. And I've
Why are
answered
you
that
afraid to
thousands
say
and
why
thousands.
you wanted her in
Afraid.
jail?
Stop it, Val.
I wanted.
I just told you why. She committed the
Okay.
crime, in my opinion. It's really that simple. It's not rocket science, honey. If she
It
committed
is,
the
well-
crime and the phone stopped in the exact spot where she backed up the car at 75% acceleration, then gee, I don't know.
Is that the
Who else
reason
could have
why?
done it?
Why are you so upset? I'm just.
She's acting like
Val, you come
she's
here under a
trying
socket
to
and
understand
say
your
fuck that thing
rationale
like
for
anybody
wanting
is
her
an
in jail.
idiot. Come on, man.
Hold on,
Like
please.
really.
Hold on, please.
Why are
I
you
said
getting
in
so
the
upset?
Val,
I'm actually very calm. I thought this was like a space where we could.
She's
come
trying to
and
pull an
talk
Aiden.
and-
Okay, but
No, you
talk,
didn't,
talk,
Val.
talk.
Bullshit.
No,
I
you
feel
didn't.
that you have
Getting
to be
really
quiet
upset
when
with
other
me.
people are
Pulling an
talking.
Aiden.
Okay. I don't want to have to mute everybody's mic, but I will. I said in the very beginning, we are not
Yes,
going to discuss what
she is.
happened at 34 Fairview because there's no reason to. People are
No,
allowed to have,
you can dump on another one of her
excuse
talk accounts.
me. People are allowed to have their opinions as to Karen Reed's guilt or innocence. And I'm not going to sit here and let somebody be denigrated because they believe differently than you and I. They are
And
entitled
she
to
was
their
acquitted.
opinions.
She was acquitted. Period.
That's fine.
You're right, she
And we
was.
can agree to disagree on that, but we're not here for that. Val came in here, let's be real here, not with good intentions, not with an intention to have a conversation.
This
Under a
is
stock account
exactly, yes.
for good intention.
Yes, that just, I mean, sometimes the things that you do and say more about you than the person you think you're coming on
Yeah,
here
she
to
pulled a
give her a
turtle.
hard time.
Why are you
Somebody who
upset?
uses a sock account,
fuck
what did
outta
she
here.
just reveal about herself?
Stop it.
I mean, let's
I don't
be
do that.
honest.
Absolutely.
Right? I don't need to do that. I have one account, right? So that just tells me that you need to have multiple accounts. Like that sucks, I guess. But she didn't
It's
come here with the
manipulative.
intention to have a conversation. She knows my stance on the case. I've almost written it to her like 72 times, probably 3 times today alone. So she didn't come here to get an actual answer. It's a simple answer. It's not rocket science. Everybody knows my stance. I've talked about it probably thousands of times on my streams where she could easily click on it and go look. She came here to start a fucking problem, right? I'm not the one, Val. I'll tell you that right now, sweetheart. I am not the one. I am not the fucking one. I'm not going to feed into your bullshit, right? Go have your own spaces, talk shit all you want. You don't like that people who are free Karen Reed and anti-free Karen Reed can have conversations. Well, that sucks to be you. That means you're a very closed-minded person who cannot accept that someone who has
It's over, you know?
color pink is their favorite and the person who has the color blue as their favorite could never speak again because they don't agree. And that is fucking insane.
Well, this is
100%
just an
wanted to throw
example
down.
of why we're doing spaces like this to get over that mentality.
Yeah, a lot of us want to
that
talk about it.
because
It's true.
you,
That's not what the spaces was
you know,
about either.
if we were sitting on the jury, you would vote
know?
one way, I would vote another. Because
Yep.
of that difference, we're supposed to think each other is a piece of crap and hate each other.
Yeah, she
and
was under
I
a fake
don't
account.
ascribe to that. And I don't want people coming on here to attack other people. I said very
Hi, Pepper.
clearly in the beginning that this was not about what happened at 34 Fairview. Everybody has their point of view. Everybody's entitled to their point of view. And I'm not going to have somebody come on here and bully other people under a false name to do just that. And I don't care. She thinks the same as I do. She thinks that Karen Reed is not guilty, but I'm not going to allow that behavior.
I mean, let's be very clear here. She could never bully me. She's a joke.
No.
All right. Number one. Number two, if you wanted to have a conversation, I believe MLF asked her to have that conversation last night and she chose not to. She chose to listen, probably under her stock account instead of having that conversation. Right. So let's be honest here. She wants an answer to why. I've told her 72 times, probably
Literally.
more. Why? She doesn't want an answer to why.
She doesn't want the
She wanted
answer.
to come here and act like some sort of problem was going to be like, okay, let me let you in on a little secret, Val. A lot of these people here listening to this space right now, I've talked to personally, specifically Deidre as well. And if you ask these people if I'm a good person or not, I know what their answer will be because they know me as a human and they know that I'm a good person. Just because I believe she committed the crime does not magically make me a bad person. You know what does make you a bad person? Is just being a grade A piece of shit. Aiden is a grade A piece of shit. If you choose to follow and subscribe to that kind of hate and that kind of vitriol and that kind of piece of shit, that's your fucking business. But don't bring that shit here, bro. Don't bring that shit here. No one else wants to deal with it.
It's so rude. It's so rude. You know, she's had spaces or whatever. I haven't gone on there and infected her spaces. You know, it's just rude behavior. If you don't like it, go start your own and have your own conversation.
Spaces.
It's a free world. Spaces is free. She knows how to do it. You set up your own and you say what you want to say. But when I clearly outlined what this show was going to be about and what it's not going to be.
Funny you say that, Jesse. I'm going to pause it for a second because who was it? Freeze? Was it you? No, I know who it was. It was, oh God, I forget the name of the person, like specifically off the top of my head, but in the comments section, right? Someone who follows me on Twitter, right? Literally wrote in the comment section, if she wanted I had that same question and I went to Elise's stuff and I found the answer 100 times over. She doesn't want the answer to the question about why I think Karen Read is guilty because I've done thousands of hours of shows on that exact thing, right? Let's be honest here. Then go a step further, and I have literally repeated myself over and over on X on her own dumb fucking tweets about why and how I changed my opinion. She doesn't want and never did want the answer to that. She wanted to pull an Aiden. I am so cool, calm, and collected, and you're so angry. Why are you so upset? I'm upset because you're being a grade A piece of human fucking garbage by pretending and being a fake ass bitch, bro. You are fake. You love drama. You love popping into spaces and trying to take over everyone's spaces and calling everyone else out except yourself. Right? For what was it, like a month and a half ago, 2 months ago? You waited an hour and some change for me to jump down as a speaker on a spaces to get up and talk shit. Right? Like a coward. Then you said, oh, well, she only changed her mind. Now, this was 2 months ago, and I've corrected her like 100 times, probably more since then. Oh, because she thinks Aiden's guilty. I mean, that kind of thinking is nonsensical. I only think Karen is guilty because Aiden's a piece of shit, or I don't like Aiden. That's nonsense. Absolute fucking nonsense. In the same way that people can think she's innocent and think he's a grade A piece of shit, I can think he's a grade A piece of shit and think she's guilty. I still supported her for months after Aiden attacked me. So again, that's just completely and utterly fucking false, right? So, but that's the narrative Aiden put out there. So it just goes to show, right? Like you're willing to repeat and parrot Aiden's narrative, right? New York, I think, like his sock puppet, right? Like a flying monkey, because you don't want to hear the answer. You've been given the answer 72 times about why I changed my opinion. You've been given the answer about why I think she's guilty. And the person in the comments was like, I went and I found that easily. She could have went and found it easily. She didn't want first of all, when your first question is, do you think you're a good person? I mean, that is the fucking stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. I don't even have to answer that. If I had to ask you guys, what kind of person am I? Am I a good person? What would the answer be? Right? Let's be honest here. She doesn't know a thing about me. She doesn't know a thing about what I do on a daily basis. You know? Like, yes, I think I'm a good person because I put good karma in my karma bank, not shitty karma in my karma bank. But when you get up on a spaces, almost 2 months ago, I'm guessing, this is a guesstimate, and say, oh, I could never respect Twisted Tragedies for changing her opinion. It was Chris and Lily were on that spaces, and she, you know, did the whole turtle narrative. Oh, well, she only thinks it because Aiden, she doesn't like Aiden. Aiden bad, Karen guilty. And they said, no, I'm pretty sure that's not why she changed her opinion, Val, but you should ask her. And she's like, I'm not fucking asking her. I would never talk to her because she thinks Karen's guilty, right? And I can't remember if it was Chris or Lily, but one of them was like, as I understand it, she came across new information that changed her opinion, right? Fast forward to just a few weeks ago. She's on a spaces with Meredith, trying to get Meredith to admit to things that she didn't do because, well, I did them, Meredith. So it's okay to say that you did these things because I recorded someone too. And I did X, Y, and Z and went through their phones. So it's okay to say that you did it. She's like trying to coax Meredith into like saying she did something she didn't do. And I saw right through that right away and was like, yeah, what are you doing, dude? Not everyone is you. See, that's your problem. Everyone's different. They react different. They do things different. Not everyone is going to do what you did just because you did it, right? But she says to Meredith, oh, you changed your opinion on Aiden. I like people like that. I respect people that change their opinion based on new information. I nearly fucking died. I'm like, this is the same goddamn person who just weeks ago was saying she doesn't respect me and could never for me changing my opinion based on new information? Saying that she likes and respects people who change their opinion based on new information. If that's not the most fucking hypocritical statement I have ever heard in my entire life, I don't know what the fuck is at that point, right? She didn't come on the spaces under a fucking sock account to ask questions that she already knows the answers to. She came on to feign ignorance, pull an Aiden and go, why are you so upset? I'm so cool and calm and I just came here to talk. No, dude, people were born yesterday, but it's not fucking us. Be honest with yourself for once, Val. You run to the places where people will listen to you or like you. That's a lack of inside of yourself of having love for yourself. That's not everyone else's fault. That's something that you specifically need to work on. And I know this because I once had no self-esteem myself. So I don't know what it is that you've been through, but when you have a lack of self-esteem or a lack of self-worth, you're looking for that love or that acceptance in all the wrong places. And so what did she do after this? She sent all of her little minion idiots in and they tried to disrupt this space, right? We played along with them for a little bit until it got to the point where one of them is yelling out racist slurs. And so then we, out they go. And what do you think Val does? Hops right in a space with the people screaming racist slurs. Do you think you're a good person, Val? It's a question. Do you think you're a good person? I mean, I'm asking for a friend. I mean, you have no problem intertwining yourself with racists because they'll listen to you or they'll disrupt a space you were in because you didn't get what you wanted. I mean, that's literally Aiden behavior, sweetheart. That's cult behavior. That's brainwashing. Sorry you were brainwashed. Sorry you were coercively controlled. But what I am not going to do is I am not going to put up with people's bullshit like yours. If you want to be a grade A piece of shit, expect for me to dish it back out. I'm a nice person. I'll talk to pretty much anyone. I'll have a conversation with anyone. I would help anyone. But I also recognize a grade A piece of shit and an attention-seeking pick-me girl when I see one. That's exactly what you were doing. So again, your choice to keep following the turtle and doing his bidding for a pat on the back. Oh my God, you went into the space where Twisted Tragedies was and oh, good job, Val, good doggy. If that's what you need in your life, all the more power to you, sweetheart. But keep your vile, toxic bullshit away from me. No, you're not welcome in my spaces. You have no real questions. You're not a serious person, right? You have no critical thinking skills whatsoever, and you can't even say my name. It's Twisted Tragedies, honey. Twisted Tragedies. Or you could shorten it to TT if it makes you, if it's easier for you to say, darling. Oh, she goes into JFK all the time to get on the panel, overtakes the entire panel until people get sick of it. It's what she does on Spaces too. Tries to call out everyone else for things that she thinks that they do. But never herself, right? Never having any self-awareness of the shit that she says that's completely fucking hypocritical. Changing her opinions like she changes her underwear. And then it's a problem when someone actually changes it based on information. Make it make sense. So someone in the chat actually said, I went and got that answer. I had that same question about Elise, and I actually went and looked and got the answer fairly easily. She knew the answer. Let me be clear here. She knew the answers to all of those. She didn't want answers. She wanted to play a game. So cool, let's play a game. Real quick. Yeah, and that was the point, right? Was to disrupt. Yeah, it was a sock account. Yeah, it's still possible to be charged. Yeah, no, well, that was the whole point is we weren't trying to talk about the case. And then, of course, a bunch of people came in trying to talk about the case. Hold on one second, guys. Sorry, I will always stop a show to answer the phone for my chillin'. That's my oldest daughter. But yeah, it's definitely interesting. But no, the whole point of the space was literally to not talk about the case. It was to talk about other things, find other things in common with each other, and build these bridges, because the case, that part of the case, the criminal part of the case, is over unless she gets charged with something else. I don't know. She's sort of a pick-me person, jumps into all the spaces, tries to take them over, has all these big opinions, but they change depending on whose thing she's on, you know? That's very true. Like the thumbnail would have just told you, but New York, I believe. And yeah, and that's another thing. He went and trashed her, and then he gave her like a little pat on the back for saying that no anti-Free Karen Reed person should talk to a Free Karen Reed person. And Aiden was like, oh, she's a sensible person, which is the most nonsensical thing you could possibly fucking say. And so she ran right back to him, ran right back after just all I needed to give was a little compliment, you know? Yeah, you are exactly right on that, you know? That's the thing, right? Like, they don't know a single fucking thing about me. But you're right, Shay. Back to like supporting nonsense, you know? Right? Like, I'm not a good person because I thought she was guilty. You know, one she likes to say is, you tried to put her in jail. How exactly would I ever have the power to put Karen Reed in jail? Please make that make fucking sense. I have no power to put someone in jail. If I did, Aiden would have been there a long time ago. You know? I mean, I know that, but it's just the point, you know? New York. Yeah, she was, well, probably, and she still is at this point, you know? I mean, a full 180, no, but I mean, at least be a little self-fucking aware. Shit, you know? You're willing to do his dirty bidding. That's just sad. You know? That's really, really sad. Oh, yeah, now she's still riding for the turtle even after he trashed her. It's just, like, pathetic at that point, you know? It's pathetic because he'll do it again, you know? Said that backwards was a support of his, then wasn't, now is. Yes, exactly. Well, I mean, she has no real reason to get involved in anything. That was a point someone made last night, which is like, what the fuck does she have to do with anything, and what is her actual problem? And so she was like attacking the other Meredith, MLF Pink Lady. And I've had a chance to talk to MLF Pink Lady, and she's one of the sweetest people you could literally ever talk to, right? That's a good question. A lot of people were saying, like, we didn't, like, nobody knew who the fuck she was, you know, long before she started this sort of like Twitter thing. Like, okay, they've heard her on JFK, but other than that, like, nobody remembers her during the trials at all. And apparently she's had two different stories about when. One was, oh, she's been there since the first trial. The other story was, oh, only the second one. I don't think people who think AK is guilty should give her much attention. No need to criticize the company. She wants to return to bosom with someone who abused her. Yeah, she can walk that path alone, you know? I shouldn't have to answer the question. My actions speak for themselves, and they do, you know? Exactly. I mean, that's a stupid fucking question. I don't, like, here's the thing. If you constantly have to say you're a good person or a horrible person, like, there's probably something wrong. I don't need to say, you know, I'm a good person or a horrible person. I know who I am. I don't need to appease anyone. People who know me know who I am, right? Like, I am someone who would help any of you if I had the capacity to do that. Even someone I've never met, right? Like, that's who I am. I don't know who the fuck she is, but I know who I am. I don't need Turtle Writer's pat on the back to know who I am, you know? Well, that's the thing. When you're a diehard Turtle Writer, that's when he starts sending DMs to you. Oh, you're a Turtle Writer. You should believe me. And this is where she's like running back now and saying like, oh, Meredith must have leaked this, this, and this. Because she clearly got those DMs that he sends to everyone when you're a Turtle Writer, you know? Yeah, I mean, it's sad, you know? And I don't expect that, but I don't also expect that you trash people like MLF for simply having a conversation with someone like me or someone on the other side. They didn't do anything to you personally. No reason to come at them sideways. You don't have to like me. That's cool. But why are you coming at MLF Pink Lady or Bonnie or anyone else who has a conversation with me or any other person that you consider anti? Because I don't consider anybody more anti-Free Karen Reed in this moment than Aiden himself. So if you're going to be honest here, be honest with yourself that Aiden is more anti-Karen than fucking anyone, you know? Let's be honest here. Yeah, now Meredith's quote bad. It's, I mean, fucking bonkers. I mean, the evidence is right in front of you and you choose to ignore it. And that's the part that really gets me, you know? All of the evidence of what Aiden has done is right there in front of everyone for eyes to see. And then they choose to do things like, it's AI, it's fake. It's not AI, it's not fake. You know? I guess so. Her and like Ray from Dallas had it out, I guess, over something. Yeah, it is kind of like whiplash, you know? It's over the top and it's not what the Spaces was for, right? We were trying to have a very civil sort of like build some bridges, Spaces. It wasn't about this. It sure the fuck wasn't about her. She needed to make it about her. She needed that pick me energy, you know? Yeah, I mean, I get, you know, it does. It does. And it takes you know, it takes like a whole, like months, sometimes years when people exit out of a cult. I kid you not, you know? Well, we tried that already. Tried ignoring. She's one of those people that like has to have attention. So cool, let's give you that attention. Also, again, she came in under a fake account, so we probably wouldn't have let her in if she came in under her own account because we would have already known what she was trying to do. But she came in under a fake account. So no, she does not have a channel. Yeah, I mean, come on. Like, I mean, she must have, let me reintroduce myself. I'm Elise and I don't take bullshit from fucking anyone. So maybe you need to get to know me a little before you try to come at me fucking sideways out of the side of your neck. It's probably not going to be a smart fucking idea. Just saying. Yeah, exactly. Everybody deserves a chance. Cool. And I agree with that. That's how we're trying to build bridges, right? But when you have that chance and this is what you do with it, you squandered it. You're done. You know? And yeah, I see a lot of that happening, a lot of the judgmental bullshit happening. And it's like, okay, well, that's why we made that space. You know, we're trying to open those doors, you know? Well, I mean, the thing is Valerie kept saying that she like, well, let's talk about it and do a space. And so MLF was like, cool, let's do a space. Then Val had an excuse about why she couldn't do the space, but she was listening to it under a sock account because when she went and did another space, she was talking about what people said. So if you weren't listening, how would you know what people said? You know what I mean? So, I mean, I would have done it too, to be honest. Yeah, exactly. If you can't take the heat, get the fuck out of the kitchen, dude, you know? And that's the thing. Aiden doesn't like her. She can pretend that he does, right? Like he's using her. He thinks she's fucking annoying and loud. Oh, wait, how do I know that? Oh shit, that's right, because people share things with me. He doesn't like her. He's pretending to so that she'll do his bidding. I mean, the fact that some of these people can't put it together to me is like, oh my God. But it really pissed me off. You want to come at someone? Cool, come at me then. Don't come at someone like MLF Pink Lady, who is probably one of the nicest people you could literally ever talk to. Literally. Why don't you get to know someone before you start spewing nonsense, dude? You know? Like, cool, come at me then. Come the fuck. You're going after someone who, again, doesn't even have a channel, has no platform, just a person on X, just a person. And because that person is friendly with Meredith O'Neill, the other Meredith, because MLF's name is Meredith. So because that Meredith is friendly with the other Meredith, now we need to what? Destroy. Like that's what we're trying to stop from happening. That's it. The literal point of making spaces like that is to stop that kind of shit, you know? She doesn't know. That's the point. You know, that's the point. She doesn't fucking even know what she wants. You know? I agree with that. I see a lot of that happening. So let's play a little more of this and then I'll skip some parts over for you. Oh yeah, before I do that, I did have two little Oh, I'm obviously not going to say the name because, again, I don't want to do government names because, God forbid, we have sewer turtles and whatnot that harass people under their, real names or whatever. But there was a really kind, generous $50 donation from someone a little while ago, and a $10 one from Leah. It says, Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's, my friend. I appreciate you. That was, gosh, this is Venmo. Right? Oh, he asked about you guys the other day. He did. He asked about you. He said, how are all of my peoples? Do they ask about me? He definitely enjoyed having the, on here and do a show with me. First time being on my show, he definitely enjoyed all of you. And, he's not a in front of the camera type person, Oh, that's so nice. Thank you so much. Again, to you guys, I'm just checking to make sure I didn't miss anything from anyone. But he definitely enjoyed himself for sure. He asks about you guys every day now. Like, how are my peoples? How are my peoples? If you actually saw him dance, you'd be like, damn, white boy can actually dance, like when he's just not being silly. We are so silly together, literally. I mean, today is his day off. He's home today. But we're just like two silly children together. And he thoroughly enjoyed himself, and he enjoyed you guys the most. He every morning asks about you guys. And I love it because for me, it makes my heart happy. I really want him to be supportive of what I do, and he is, and to be involved in the way that he is. So it's nice having him on as like a guest co-host, I guess. Have the Twas-Been on. But I will tell you that he absolutely loves you guys. And he loved being on with us. And so I said, well, you're gonna have to make some guest appearances, babe. And he was like, guest appearances? Do I get paid for these guest appearances? I said, I will pay you in kisses, sir. He said, deal. I said, okay, let's do it. Let's do it. But no, he told me that he definitely agrees. To come on another time with you guys. I think it's easier on his days off or at night when he's home. But by the time he gets home at night from work, he's usually, taking a shower, eating, tired, playing with the kids and laying down. So it's probably easier on like a weekend or his day off. But he thoroughly enjoyed hanging out with you guys and being able to sort of see how it all works. Because usually he's just popping in to give me water or food or something while I'm streaming, and I appreciate it. Yeah, no, he doesn't have to. Exactly. He doesn't have to be here the whole stream, but he absolutely had a blast hanging out with you guys. And you guys got a little bit of a taste of like who we are as a family unit, right? Like how we interact with each other on a daily basis. We're just super silly and ridiculous and a little corny. But it works for us. We have great communication. We talk to each other about everything. There's no secrets here. And I love him to pieces. He's the PB to my J, man. He's the creamer and the sugar to my coffee. Okay, back to this. I agree with you, YBE. It's predictable at this point, extremely predictable, almost down to like exactly what's going to be said and what phrases are going to be used. I think that's what it bothers me the most about people falling for Aiden's shit is it's so predictable, Yeah, that's what he'll do. Oh, I didn't do such a thing. I only just started now. She started it. But that's how he's always done it. Start to put your minions out and have your minions do all the dirty work. So then later on you can feign ignorance and say, I only said something when she publicly said something, which he knows is a complete lie because he's been pushing his minions to do the dirty work the entire time. So he was building up to that point where he publicly said something, waiting for her to say something first. So then he later on can be like, she said something first. Like that's how he does it. It's how he's done it every single time. So it's like, once you know those patterns, it's not hard to figure out. It's people realizing those patterns to begin with, because most of the time they're just gonna be like, oh, you're lying. He said you're bad, so you must be lying because you just don't like him. It's like, do you ever ask yourself why so many people despise that man? There's not many other people that I despise in that way. I might not like people. Cool. I just stay away from them. But he is so harmful that I'm willing to like educate people so that hopefully they stay far away and don't get hurt. Like that's another level of like crazy we're dealing with, you know? Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what he wants. Attack my enemies and you shall be welcomed back, you know? It makes my skin crawl too. I don't get it. I really don't, you know? And it's clear. Compliment sandwich. I love it. Compliment Sangi. Oh yeah, well, that she loves to say like, we're trying to put Karen in jail. They tried to put Karen in jail. It's like, I'm sorry, what power did we have to put Karen in jail? We didn't. We made opinions on it just like everyone else. There was no part in what the state chose to do or not do, or what evidence they presented or didn't present, or what the outcome was going to be. So when people are like, those are people who tried to put Karen in jail. No, we have no control over putting Karen in jail. That's ridiculous. We made opinions like everyone else did. You might not have liked those opinions, but we made them, you know? Why do people hate him? Have you listened to him? Exactly, Joan. Thank you. But it's like, even the people that listen to him, they think it's funny and like witty, and until it's them. Do you think it's funny and witty that he calls people, you know, this, that, or the other thing, or racial slurs and all these different things? They think it's cute and it's funny and it's witty until it's them or their loved one. And then they're like, whoa, 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 that's too far. Well, it was already too far when he was saying it about other people. It's not cute. It's not funny. It's not witty. It's about shaming. It's public shaming. It's all he does, you know? Well, it is a distraction, but that's what he wants, right? He wants that distraction. So onward we go.
About, and you come in here and violate that under a false account. That just shows you what kind of person you are. That's manipulative, it's underhanded, and not to be allowed.
No,
so anyway.
And can I say something?
Yes, go ahead, Nina.
I just want to say something positive. I mean, I listen to everyone, literally everyone, like every channel, both sides. And I have to say, I listen to Turtle Boy, to all of this side, if you want to say that, and the other side as well. And I have to say one thing. I still don't know what happened with Grant and Turtle Boy, because I think Grant is really like...
This is where I disagree with Nina.
He has a brain like crazy.
I like her, but
He's
I disagree on this.
so smart. Like, nobody can really follow him, but he is really smart.
I like you, Nina, but the reason no one can follow him is because he adds wild conspiracy theories that do not exist in real life and draws lines to things that don't have anything. Like, he'll literally willing to lie and say this happened and this happened when neither of those things happened, so that he can draw a line connecting those things. And so smart isn't just saying big words and pretending that you know what you're talking about, right? I'm of average intelligence like anyone else, right? I consider myself a smart person, but I consider most people smart people, right? I'm average just like everyone else. And I was making the faces. I was, when she was saying it, I was like, oh God. I mean, I like you, Nina. I do, but I just don't agree with that sentiment. He, you know, adds all these conspiracy theories in. So smart, saying big words, and people, it's not that people can't follow him because he's smart. That's not, people can't follow him because he's making shit up and drawing lines and conspiracies that just don't exist, right? He's still running with a conspiracy theory that I must work for Kate Peter and I'm in her Discord. I haven't talked to Kate in over 1.5 years. I'm not in her Discord. We don't speak. We don't talk. We're not friends. Like, he's still running with a conspiracy theory that is completely false. Has no truth to it whatsoever. So, I mean, if you're willing to run on those conspiracy theories with zero evidence, because evidence can't exist of something that isn't happening and didn't happen, right? Like, so it's like, that's why people can't follow, because it's just not true, right? It's wild. It's fucking like, he thinks he's in the Bourne Identity. He is a character in the Bourne Identity, and he's going to uncover all of this corruption and be the hero. And it's like, bro, this is not a movie. This is real life. There's no Bourne Identity here.
The same with Elise. She has a brain like it's
yes,
really
already.
smart, really smart. So and I just want to give a shout out to them, because
not smart.
You have to listen to everyone to make your opinion.
That's right, Nina. You do. Space Coast, I can answer this. So why would his attorney want him to pay for the other people's attorney? The person's attorney that he paid for, it was essentially like a bribe. Okay, that can get you in a lot of trouble. This person was not only perjured herself, but made up entire stories that didn't happen about Lindsay. They had that one call, and Aiden wanted to screw Lindsay over so badly that he was willing to say, I'll hire you an attorney if you continue on with pressing charges on her. That's a bribe. That is a literal bribe. Okay, that's illegal. You cannot pay for an attorney to make this person go forward with legal stuff. Then that person gets on the stand and actually commits perjury, makes up an entire story about a knife that never happened. I was on that call. That never happened. Okay. Again, I don't even talk to Lindsay anymore, but right is right and wrong is wrong. That story never happened. Okay. I was on that call. No such thing happened. So she made up an entire story and perjured herself on the stand. All for what? Because Aiden coaxed her to do this thing because he paid for her attorney. That's bribery. That could go very badly for not just him, but his attorneys. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a no-no. That's a bigger deal than people even realize because they don't know the story behind it. Like that is a big, fat no-no.
And I made my opinion, okay? But you can't just follow one channel or parroting the things
my husband
they
makes
say.
jokes when he hears his voice.
You have to listen to
Hilarious.
everyone. And
Turtle security, you know?
Yeah, I just wanted to give a shout out to Grant. I think he's really smart. And I asked Elise the last time, what happened to Sean? I mean, everybody loved Sean.
Sean's around. He's around.
Sean from the golf, right?
Yeah,
I speak to him all the time.
Yeah.
And then everybody hated him. I still don't know why. But
Sean would leave for no real reason. I think we talked about this the other day in my show,
We
and I've
did,
been friends with
yeah.
Sean, you know, long since this case probably began, and we're on two opposite sides of it, right? But Sean has always been kind and cordial to me, and he was the very first person to text me when Aiden attacked me for really no reason to say, "Hey, Elise, I have your back. This is fucking wrong." And I respect the fuck out of that because too many other people were afraid. Right? They were afraid. They didn't want to deal with Aiden. They were afraid. And so I've always had Sean's back. And when Aiden was mad that he had information before Aiden did. And so he sent his mom after him because, well, he was jealous. That's the bottom line is he was jealous. And so everybody attacked Sean. And I hope for the people that did and they followed along with that and they figured it out, just like in Mike's chat today. I hope that people apologize.
Was that the only reason? Just because he had information before him? Was that the only reason?
But that's how petty Aiden is. I don't think you understand. Like, that's literally how petty he is. When you're dealing with a narcissist, there is no rhyme or reason for the things that they do. They don't have the capacity to care about anyone else but themselves. So there is no real rhyme or reason for the very petty or small things that they flip out about. They just don't have the capacity to care about anyone else.
It happened very early on in the process of these two trials, and people were coming, as Elise was saying, people were coming at Sean in droves with information, and that was very threatening to Aiden because he owns everything Karen Read, including Karen Read, in his mind, and he could not get along with Sean, would not get along with Sean, and so Sean just let it all out. But he dropped a little nugget and Aiden fell for it. And now it's coming to fruition. And that nugget was when he said that Karen hadn't given him even an emoji about his brother dying. That was to bait him into responding. And he could either let that go or he could respond. And of course he did. And he said that Karen doesn't owe anybody anything. So that happened so long ago. And then fast forward to today, and Aiden's expecting all kinds of stuff out of Karen. So, you know, Sean's very crafty. He's very crafty. And he,
don't forget when Sean was in law enforcement. He was in the DEA for a very long time. He was a cop before that. Like, he's not dumb. You know, he's not stupid.
But the other thing is for people to understand is that Sean's retired. Okay. He served his country. Yep. He did a very dangerous job. I mean, even when we worked together with Arlington, the section of town that he worked in was kind of our busier and more dangerous area. So, but then he went on to the DEA, which is like tons and tons more dangerous. He served his country
and whatnot.
He came into this to speak to people and to give them information about what it's like to be a cop, what it's like to have an investigation and all that. And he wouldn't be controlled by Aiden. And so of course they butted heads, but Sean doesn't need this. This isn't where he gets his coins from. So, he just comes when he has something to say. And in the meantime, he works on other projects and stuff that we may hear from him about. But, he's doing fine. He's happy. I talk to him all the time. And, he's a great guy. So maybe he'll be back one day, but
not right now.
I'm glad that he was.
Sean's working on something
to spend time with. He's got a wonderful wife, Susie, and children. And, he's living his best life right now. And he doesn't need, and grandchildren. He doesn't need all the horror that comes in. And also he's been working on something very important for a while now. So I'm sure you guys will see him at some point when that is done,
Yeah.
Stop tagging me, Valerie. It's unwanted contact. You fucking
Can I ask another question?
No, you've reached your limit. So no, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Sorry. I love asking questions. I'm a journalist. I'm a journalist.
Love that you asked them. So go ahead, ask as many as you want.
No, but it's. I just want to know your opinions. So the Karen Reed channel will be launched in January, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Turtle Boy and his crew, like the Glarer, and I don't know who else, already abandoned her. Like they trashed her, like they talked shit about her. So they can't even like grift on that because they already. So he's trying now on Twitter. He's trying to go back and kumbaya. But what do you think?
You don't
what
understand?
Do you think
Philly
will be the next move for them? Like for Turtle Boy and the Glarer. What will they do? Because obviously they actually can't like replay the Karen Reed YouTube channel.
Who tagged someone behind a fucking block?
It
That's
would
weird.
Be
you're a fucking weirdo, dude.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do something with yourself.
So bad. What do you think they do?
Off my dick, dude.
That's my.
Right? Like Aiden will try to weasel his way in there, maybe do an apology, maybe even a public apology, but he won't mean it. And that's the difference, right? He can apologize all he wants, but really it's just for his own benefit. He doesn't mean it, and we'll just follow along, like Val did. Good little dog. You get a pat on the head from him because you went there to go, mess with someone. Good little doggy. We like that. Like that's essentially what these people do, right? Is try to get this sort of pat on the head, and he's gonna try to weasel his way in. He's going to. That's the bottom line. He will try. He'll fail miserably, but he will try. And
my brain was
can.
Just not in it yesterday.
Yeah, and when that doesn't work, we'll probably see more temper
apparently
out of him.
Apparently,
bottom line
No.
is when you see him having a dispute with anybody, know that at the heart of it, it's because whomever he is arguing with is not giving him what he wants, and he's not able to control them. So
The control
it doesn't matter how petty it is. It could be over $24 for t-shirts, and he'll still go after you. So
yeah, I mean, he is petty. Bottom line is he's wicked petty, and especially the people he can't control. You know, I almost wish that I had a phone call that he could have wiretapped with me, because I happily would have made sure that his ass got silver bracelets at this point.
Me too,
But
actually.
yeah, but he didn't, obviously, because the only time I talked to him was on like Facebook Messenger on a call and whatever. But and then in messages. But other than that, like, thankfully, I never had a phone call with him. But you can bet that if anybody who has been wiretapped, like, that's, I mean, there are so many more that you guys don't even know about yet. That's how sick this man is. Like, he's not well, all right? And here's the kicker: is there is no cure for narcissism. There is no cure for the shit he has. So no amount of mental health treatment, medication will ever fix him, ever. And so this is the way that he will be forever. So until people learn to step away from him and just stay away from him, that he will continue hurting people until he's put somewhere where he can no longer do that.
Elise, I have to ask you a question from the chat. Can you check to see if you have Drea?
I did. I cannot find her.
I tried to find her to see.
I did. I wrote that into the search bar, and it won't bring up any account. So if someone can tag her, like, go under like a comment I wrote in the chat and just tag her
3 people
thing so that I can find it, that would be super helpful, because I
couldn't find her.
I did it on my own and I checked 3 times and it's popping up nothing.
Okay, I'm gonna try and send her the link.
I haven't looked at the comments since last night.
Also, it'll tell her, like, if I have her blocked on my like account, if she clicks on my profile, it'll say like, this person, you know, has you blocked or whatever.
Unblocked this person.
Hold on one second, because talk amongst yourselves.
It takes her
any other questions for me, Nina?
Sometimes.
I'm sorry? What did you say?
Do you have any other questions for me while Deidre's doing that?
For you, I have hundreds of questions. But
See, I'm happy to answer questions for people who aren't assholes and aren't coming here for nefarious reasons. I'm happy to answer any question that you have.
No, it's interesting. It's actually interesting, because he always portrayed you as a crazy bitch, and like he does with everyone.
I love that, though. Like, I mean,
it took me.
But
I mean, I'm guilty. I'm guilty. I'm guilty of that too.
Yeah, my husband have been together
follow him
before like a long time. There's almost 12, baby, almost 12.
I knew of him, but I didn't follow him.
You know, I have a family. You know what I mean? I'm just a regular, everyday person. There's nothing crazy about me. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just a regular, normal, everyday person. And so when people come to my channel and they're like, I never gave you the benefit of the doubt, like, and I apologize, because I came looking for a monster that I couldn't find. Right? Like,
You're
I didn't
actually
find
a very nice person, I think.
I mean, I am. I'll literally talk to anyone. I'll have a conversation.
So I didn't follow him before the Karen Reed trial. I knew of him, like knew of the name from the New England area. Cause again, I'm from here. I'm from Massachusetts. So I knew of the name vaguely, but I did not follow him before the trial. Covering the trial, we were often in the same place when hearings would happen and stuff. And so I didn't really know much about him before that, right? So I didn't know any of the warnings of things he had done or the people he had done it to. I knew the name, and it was related to like his sports stuff. So I kind of, I guess, just assumed it was mostly sports. I think I had read like 1 or 2 random blogs throughout the years that were posted on like Facebook or something. And I remember one specifically was about someone who used to be an addict, and I was just disgusted by it, because it's like, these are people in their lowest, but I had forgotten about that long. I mean, because that was probably 8 or so years before Karen's trial. So I did not follow him pre Karen Reed or really know much about him before that. No, definitely not. Again, my sister has a disease called AP deletion. So she's got the mind of a child. My sister-in-law has Down syndrome. My daughter is disabled. So no, I'm disabled. So yeah, no, not my cup of tea. So, there was the troll, the flying monkey that tried to claim that my Diary of a Wimpy Sewer Turtle voice is, quote, making fun of disabled people, which is utterly effing ridiculous. First of all, how do you A, sound disabled, and B, my voice isn't a disabled person. It's a small, nerdy kid who is very not self-aware. Like, has nothing to do with being fucking disabled, right? Like, the lengths some of these people will really go to make their narrative work is bonkers to me.
And with anyone, I'll get to know anyone. I'm a people person. I inherently like people,
I don't know Brett personally, no.
He just was mad that I didn't lie for him. He got caught cheating on his wife and 3 other women, and I accidentally ratted him out. It's not my fault. Like, someone asked me where.
I don't know Brett personally. I've spoken with him a few times, like online. I know people who know him, but I don't know him. So all of that stuff was sort of new to me when I found out, which was a little while after I started covering the case. It was months in, and it would be like little things that someone would bring to me at a time, like small things like here or there. That's when I started digging, more. A lot of people only knew him really for, like sport, like you knew the name, but not really what he did or any of the horrible things he did. I certainly didn't know about like the streams. I thought he only did like, writing. I had no idea he did like YouTube and streams and all that. I don't think I ever watched a single one of anything he did prior to that, because I thought it was just like blogs essentially. And the name was Turtle Boy Sports. It wasn't just like Turtle Boy, it was sports. Oh, I mean, to be fair, I love YouTube for music though. I do. We play it at my house all the time. Like while I'm cleaning, put the music on. Sometimes we'll have whole dance parties, me and the kids and my husband, like who does it the best? Who does the stanky leg the best? Like, again, we're like little children. We have dance offs in the house. If I could show you guys my old footage from my old security system in the house, dude, it's many dance offs with the kids and my husband. many dance offs in your underwear in the morning, in your pajamas in the morning, in your shorts. Oh my God, it was so funny. Oh yeah, I recognized it right away. Right away. So when Deidre said, "What do we call you?" and she unmuted, I said, "Oh, yep, we can call her Val. That's Val." I literally like almost choked on the water I was drinking when I saw the LTL thing. I was like, that is a perfect. I couldn't even do it that good. That was pretty good, Brian.
Where the other lady was, I assumed that she knew what just happened that day, just an hour before that, and whatever. It's his fault. It's not my fault. It's not my job to lie for him. He shouldn't have been cheating on his wife and 3 other ladies at the same time, and that wouldn't have happened, right? But because it happened, I was his main target, right? That's how petty he is. Instead of taking accountability for what he did, right, and the fact that he got himself into that scenario, it had to be my fault. When people asked him at first, like, what did she do that was so bad? What did she do that was so bad? He wouldn't answer the question. All he kept saying was, it's something personal. It's something personal. It's something personal. They didn't do anything to him, bro. He got mad because I didn't lie for him, and he got caught, and he had to deal with the consequences of that. And because he had to deal with the consequences of that, I was a target.
Yeah.
That's never going to happen.
It's interesting because
I don't know how to do this.
There's
he
not
doesn't
just
come
Karen
after
Reed
me.
YouTubers though. Either.
I call
there
him out
people
like
me who are
crazy. Like I call him a racist because
whatever.
he is a racist.
And
he doesn't call me out.
Like
he doesn't say
Mike.
anything. He sends his trolls after me because he can't dox me. It's my real name. You can Google me. It's my real name. I live in another country. He can't do anything. I mean, he has my credit card. Okay, so okay,
yeah,
try it.
That's the
try
thing.
it. But he won't do that. He won't
make
do
shit
that.
up. Yeah.
And I don't
did.
care. And I'm not local, I'm not scared
when she came on,
of him.
I did.
So he can't do anything against me.
Yeah.
He can say
Never too late, my friend.
against me. That's fine. I actually love to fight. but they all lose.
You go, Nina.
They all lose.
You go, Nina.
You crack me up. I love to fight.
They all lose.
That's funny.
They all lose. They really like. I mean, he literally went after me with a fake account with a 16-year-old girl name and picture, and I was like, okay, that's gross. Sorry, that's.
I found the comment. Here it is right here. Loved by him. I was telling you guys about this earlier. It said, I wondered why Twisted Tragedy believes Karen Reed is guilty, so I researched it for myself. TT has explained it in tweets, etc. I understand now, and I didn't have to abuse TT in the process. Now, if that's not a civil-minded person, I don't know what is. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
It's not. I mean, you're a dad. Sorry, that's gross. It's creeping me out. Sorry.
Okay, Drea, if you can hear me, I think I sent you a link. I hope I sent you a link by DM. I mean, it took me forever, but I think I did it.
Oh, good. Because I cannot figure it. I've looked it up like 3 times. I want to unblock her if I ever block her, she can speak, but it's not popping up anything. It's literally saying there's nothing to the name. And I'm like,
of course.
Yeah. Well, I can't. I'm just on my phone, and the bottom of my screen where you would normally write something is covered over by the spaces stuff. So I can't move that and get underneath it to write. But I think I sent a link.
I need to get to the top of this and then put like.
So we'll see.
That's what I need to do.
Sorry. I'm
also
trying to respond.
We send all our love. Our wonderful friend Karen broke her finger walking the dog and slipped a little, and I think she said it bent back, and she went today and it's broken. And so we send all of our love to Karen and all of our healing vibes to my friend Karen, because she lives in Canton, and you know, she actually got on this space last night and talked a little bit, which was really nice to hear her voice. But she broke her finger, and we send her all the love. I don't know. That's a good question. Didn't Val have an argument with Eric? Maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure. I might have missed that part if it happened. Maybe someone else knows. I do not know the answer to that, unfortunately. If I did, I would happily answer it, my friend.
On to stick to comments.
Let's see. Broken finger, no fun.
MLF.
No, it's not that Karen. Different Karen.
Give me a thumbs up if she's okay
Karen.
now.
An actual,
I'm not sure.
Someone that people don't know. Karen. Her name just happens to be Karen.
Or do they have a thumbs down?
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame you. If I wasn't a creator, I probably would.
I hate this because I'm too slow to figure things out. She could have.
Girl, I can get the YouTube going, no problem with StreamYard, but this Spaces thing, I'm telling you.
For real. Let me see.
Their opinion on information, or is it just based on
police officer that with the baby blues? She is.
It's crazy
against her.
It's crazy.
But judges in the state of Massachusetts love to take forever to look at things, and so I have no real indication that it's going to be anytime soon. I think he's probably. I think we'll hear at least maybe by the end of January, somewhere between the beginning.
Yeah, that's like a common theme I've heard. In fact, that's like a common theme I've heard.
No.
In fact, I haven't heard one person said that they listened to it from beginning to end. Everybody's like, I listened to it for a few minutes and then.
I don't know what happened.
Oh, these motherfuckers. Hold on, back it up a little.
Whatever you want to talk about, except the events at 34 Fairview. We're not discussing that.
Yes.
Fair. I don't know much about that.
Yeah.
I have somebody on the ground. I have somebody.
And you have to get somebody to co-sign onto it and write it, and then then it gets changed. It's a whole long process. Like, it's something I've been working on for probably almost 2 years now, because there needs to be protections for people so that this kind
of a few others that are here just from being
okay. There.
Nobody knows.
Here.
that's the thing.
What's really going on?
See a lot.
Melody, there's a lot of people that are of like mind about seeing people as a human being, not as an opinion. And that's good, because the more, the more the merrier. Like, I don't care if there's a space done every day,
I'll do what I
think
have.
it would be great, one after the other, until it's normalized, where we can just, meet each other as human beings. And so I give a shout out to all of them as well too.
No, I appreciate that. I don't know everybody here. I'm relatively new. I know Elise and a few others that are here just from, being around, but I just don't ever want to see.
Is over here yelling hi to you, Karen, because she heard me say your name. So she's like, hi, Karen.
Hi, kiddo. I don't ever want to see this happen to anybody else. That's all.
Like actual evidence out yet until I got the
kind of we don't know everybody, but a lot of us know each other, right? Town is like, and I do know Elise. I have met her in person, and thank God, Elise, for you, for everything you've done for trying to bridge the gaps, and you, Deidre, for doing this, because I just want to say thank you, because I really feel like it's necessary, especially living in a place that's been torn apart like this. I mean, it's horrible, and I don't wish this on anyone or their community ever. So as many of us can come together and call it out for what it is, I think that's really important.
Well, there will come a day when the title for a spaces doesn't include a description where the content is going to be bipartisan.
No, not.
We won't even need to say bipartisan, because things will be
I know
so
personally
ordinary that we're just talking as human beings that we don't even have to include that
like
in
real
the
life.
description. Right now we do, because that helps draw people to the conversation so that they know that it's a safe place. So unfortunately now it has to be advertised that way. But there will come a day where that won't be in the title anymore, and it'll just be we're talking about the I'm sorry, drawing a blank, her name, the police officer that with the baby blues,
Kelsey. I don't know,
the one that was shot. Her case is
going.
Kelsey.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, and it's not that that's not an important case. That's not why I'm forgetting names. I'm just horrible with names. But one day we'll be doing a spaces on Kelsey, and there won't be any disclaimers.
Yeah, it's just hard. I mean, it's hard living here, because it's you just see it every day, and it's magnified in this little tiny town where everybody kind of we don't know everybody, but a lot of us know each other, right? And so nowadays you don't know who's on what quote unquote side, and
but I remember
it's
as a
very
kid
difficult to even go to the grocery store or have a
hearing people like
conversation
that and
without
just not
worrying
paying
about
it.
what's going to happen and who's listening to what from where and all that stuff. And
it's so scary. I mean, I live in a bigger city, obviously, and like
the turtle
that is scary to me, because I lived in a small town once. I grew up in between a city and a small town where my grandparents lived, and like I said, most people, especially in that neighborhood that you live in, like they know each other, right? Like everyone knows each other's kids play together, and like my local eye doctor lived on the same street. I played with his kids. It's my same eye doctor I have till this day, right? Like it's like a family friend, because we've grown to know them that long, and it's like this isn't normal behavior. Hating people you don't know because someone was loud enough to tell you to do it should never be normal. And I'm attempting to bridge that gap. I'm attempting to have these conversations, but people like Val make it extremely hard with the hard head thinking of, God forbid anybody have a different opinion than me, I can never have a conversation with them. That's not normal.
No. And I just want to try to, like I said, I want to congratulate you guys for doing these kinds of things, because I think we need to normalize being humans again, and we need to normalize, being able to have a discussion and being able to look at all the sides of an issue, because let's be honest, that's what journalism is.
Yeah.
I was
Patreon's
trained
cool.
in journalism.
I
I
pay
mean,
for it.
this
That's
is
why I don't
like
do
the
it.
fact that this
People would have to pay for it.
person calls himself a journalist is just disgusting to me because I have a degree in journalism. I promise you, this is not what you're supposed to do.
No, he has no ethics. You know, the journalists
None.
follow ethics. They have ethics and rules that they have to follow. They have to reach out to the person that they're going to write a story on. They don't just write a story, whether it's true or not, put it out there and go, yep, it's true. I didn't check on any of it, but F it, who cares? Like, that's what he does.
Right. Right.
Yeah, and it also needs empathy, right?
Yes.
For
Exactly.
people.
Yeah.
Right. Because, you know, at the end of the day, we're all people and we all have feelings. And, you know, like the poor families that have been dragged through all this stuff, it's just, it's unforgivable in my opinion. And I wish that something would be done in this state about that sort of thing, because I think it's really dangerous.
It is. We're working on it. I've been working on it for a year. And it's like, the last time I tried to change a law, I think it took us like 8 years, right? So it's a work in progress, but like, God, it's going to take us a long time to change that, right? Like there's a lot of advocacy work that goes into that, talking to a lot of lawmakers. They ask a lot of questions that they really should know the answer to. Then you have to write the bill. Then you have to get somebody to co-sign onto it and write it. And then, you know, then it gets changed. It's a whole long process. But like, it's something I've been working on for probably almost 2 years now, because there needs to be protections for people so that this kind of thing could never, ever happen again.
Yeah.
Agree.
Well, I want to give a shout out to other people, Barb and Meredith and Earl, Gray, Filthy Rat Bastard, just
I see
the
Nick, I see
few that I
Jay,
can
see Christina,
Oh,
I
TJ.
see other people, Dingy.
There's a lot of people that
I see a lot.
Melody. There's a lot of people that are of like mind about seeing people as a human being, not as an
You're here,
opinion.
which is good.
And it's good because the more, you know, the more the merrier. Like I don't care if there's a space done every day, you know.
I'll do what I
think
have.
it would be great, one after the other, until it's normalized, where we can just, you know, meet each other as human beings. And so I give a shout out to all of them as well too.
No, I appreciate that. I don't know everybody here. I'm relatively new. I know Elise and a few others that are here just from, you know, being around, but I just don't ever want to see.
Is over here yelling hi to you, Karen, because she heard me say your name. So she's like, hi, Karen.
Hi, kiddo.
No, I know her.
I don't ever want to see this happen to anybody.
This person speaking, I know this person who's speaking personally, like in real life.
Can I say something about
Hence why my
Kelsey?
daughter was trying to say hi.
Oh, absolutely.
She knows her.
Okay. Everybody's screaming, free Kelsey, free Kelsey. I get it. I get it. It's horrible. It's a horrible situation. It's a very sad situation. But actually, we don't know the whole story.
Yes.
We don't know what happened before the TRO. We don't know if she was threatening her baby or not. We just don't know.
Right.
So everybody's now free Kelsey, free Kelsey. I don't know if free Kelsey is right or wrong.
The only
Maybe
thing
I just wait for the trial and I see what's coming out.
Right.
I don't know. Nobody spoke to her fiance. Sorry.
Patreon.
Fiance.
You can write.
And nobody
subscribe.
talked to her friends. Nobody knows.
To type it out, you have to write it though.
What's,
that's the
Write your
thing.
own
what's
article.
really going on?
They were only at the ex parte's part of a restraining order, so it was just his word.
I know,
point.
but if it's a man, everybody's glad that they get that restraining order, right?
It's harder for a guy.
Well, what I'm saying is it never got to the part where both sides were heard on this.
Exactly. But
like actual evidence out yet until I got the non-public evidence, and that's obviously when I
psychotic maniac who says this person bad beat my chest.
I've got a broken wing, and I'm trying to do the best that I can.
We got rid of the infiltrators.
I'm not AI. I don't respond in the blink of an eye. And if I'm not fast enough for
Want to
you,
write articles?
tough shit.
Patreon.
Right? I wish we were AI. That would be so friggin' helpful.
I think she understood that they were agreeing with her. I think. I
People
think I
suck
was
sometimes.
I
I
was
don't
getting what you were
discriminate.
saying.
People just suck.
That's very true. You can say that again. People do suck. And it's like,
People
we're
suck.
trying to make this thing for
Valerie
people
is.
who don't suck,
Yeah.
right? That's the point. People who can use their brain to critically think and figure out that it's okay to have discussions with other people.
I hope so, Kathy, because I mean, how much more is it going to take? What else does he have to do for people to wake up, really? If you mean Valerie, then yeah, she is pro-Reed. But it's funny because if like you're pro-Reed and you're saying nobody who's anti-free Karen Reed can have any conversation with anybody who's free Karen Reed, even about different subjects, you are literally following and supporting the most anti-Karen person in the entire space right now, which is Aiden. I mean, the fact that anybody would even argue at this point that he is not anti would be fucking bonkers to me, you know? But let's hope so, Kathy, because if not, so many more people will be hurt. So many more people will be victimized. So many more innocent people will get threatened, harassed, blackmailed, wiretapped, false reports filed on them over and over and over and over until he is put somewhere where he no longer can do those things. And that's the God's honest truth. And it's just fucking sad. It's sad. I feel sad for some of these people that simp for him so hard. They don't realize like he will never have your back. If something happens, he will throw you directly under the bus. As a matter of fact, he'll throw you directly under the bus, even if nothing happens. He just needs someone to blame or a scapegoat. Under the bus you go. Under the bus you go. You're going right under it, you know? Yeah, probably not smart to draw a weapon. That's the problem that I have with that case, which is she drew a weapon, right? Like you drew a weapon in front of an officer. Whether you were going to hurt yourself or someone else is kind of irrelevant at that point. You drew a weapon, okay? And that's not even disputed. She agrees that she drew that weapon. But as soon as you draw a weapon, you're going to get shot. It's their life or yours. They are taught to shoot center mass, to do the most damage, to incapacitate you. Like that's what was expected in that moment. You know what I mean? The officer's not in the wrong. She drew a weapon. The officer had no choice. Nobody wants to, an officer doesn't want to discharge their weapon. They definitely don't want to discharge their weapon on a coworker. You know what I mean? Like what choice was given to that poor cop? At this point, I can understand wanting her in mental health facility instead of jail. That I agree with. Because unlike men in the state of Massachusetts, we don't have a women's mental health prison. We only have a men's mental health prison. So she's not going to get, barely any sort of treatment in jail at all. That's not going to help her, right? Especially if she has postpartum. So I can understand that part. The other part that I don't quite understand is like Bradel screwed her. Like he's the one who screwed her over. Her own attorney screwed her over from being out. Like that was his fault. That wasn't the judge's fault. It was his fault, right? He wanted the judge to buy a narrative that he spun 3 different times. And then he insulted the court as a whole by playing that it's called an unusual punishment game. All he had to do was simply get a note from the doctor and the judge would have found another option. He didn't do that. He just wanted to spew for the cameras instead of working on or doing any research on or doing his job when it came to his client. That was Bradel's fault that she went back to jail. That's whose fault it was. I see far too many people blaming the judge. Was the judge a little harsh? Maybe, but what choice did the judge have? She was let out on conditions, and within 3 days, Bradel is asking for almost all of those conditions to be lifted. Well, then they can't let her out. She was let out with those conditions as a safety measure, right? So if you can't meet those safety measures, back you go. That's kind of how it works. You can't get out on bail with these things, put in place and then say, well, I don't want my client to do any of those things. Okay, well, back to jail they go then, right? That's the whole point. And so within 3 days, he files 2 things to have 2 of those things taken out. What choice did you give the judge? You didn't bring in a medical document saying she can't do the scram, right? And she could just do urines instead. You just wanted to berate the court, spin a narrative, and play for the cameras. You didn't make a legal argument. The judge can't go based on a narrative or speculation. The judge can only make a decision based on your legal argument and what the legal precedence is. Bradel screwed her. Bradel did. Her attorney. The one, in my opinion, that has no fucking ethics and is going to get himself entangled in some real serious legal issues. But I digress because he chooses to continue to do that. And if Betterow was smart, he would get the fuck out of there as fast as humanly possible. As fast as humanly possible. Literally. Yeah, we send lots of love to my friend Karen. She broke her finger. All the healing vibes. You know? Well, that's the other problem I have is that, like, everyone's not guilty. Everyone should be freed, and that's another problem, right? Like, not every case is the same, you know? Antisocial, yeah. Well, that's the thing. He doesn't have, like, real life support. It's all, like, internet. He doesn't have, like, real life friends. He has one singular real life friend that doesn't back any of the stuff that he does and kind of stays in the background and stays silent because he can't defend the indefensible. One real life friend. One. That's it. I mean, you only have one person you can call, one person you can talk to out of all. I mean, you can make relationships and friends with your viewers, right? Like, you can build those personal relationships, but he doesn't. He keeps them at arm's length and then, you know, lets them in on things that he wants to do that are shady and fucked up. Not like real life, like, hey guys, want to go have dinner? Want to go get a movie? Want to go hang out? Let's bowl. Let's race go-karts. Let's go to Joe, you know, Dave and Buster's or Joe's Bar and Grill. Like, he doesn't do those things unless it's benefiting him, of course, you know. Virtual ships. Yeah, that's a good word. Virtual ships. That's exactly what I was meaning. Like, virtual ships, you know. Listen, I'm a law nerd, so I feel you, Freeze. I do. I'm a law nerd. I'm a case nerd. Like, I get you. And yeah, a lot of people get sucked in. They do. They get sucked in. They really, really do. But you can agree to disagree on that. You know what I mean? Like, you can just agree to disagree and nobody has to tear each other down and talk about each other's personal lives and just be really vicious, you know? Like, be really vicious and it won't change anything, right? I don't know. It's a good question. It's a good question. That's a good question, Barb. That's a good question. It's a very good question. You know? No, our justice system definitely needs some work. I mean, when an innocent person goes to jail, they can exhaust all appeals and still sit in jail when there's a DNA showing that they didn't do it. Now, that should never happen. If there is a DNA showing that that person didn't do it, they should immediately be exonerated and allowed out. That's not the way it works. If they've exhausted all appeals and they get DNA, guess what? They could still sit in jail as an innocent person with everyone knowing they're innocent. Our justice system needs work, period. It is not the fairest, definitely not. We have a lot of confirmation bias, jury nullification, and nowadays judges do not like to sequester the jury. There's a reason sequestration exists. It exists to control the newspapers and news and narrative around cases, and the judges are not opting to use sequestration because it limits people's, you know, rights essentially. But you're agreeing to that when you can say it's a burden if you're on the jury and get out of jury duty, right? Like, so you're agreeing to it when you get on a jury. Judges don't like to use sequestration anymore, but it's a very specific tool made for a very specific reason that should be used. And it is not used a lot in cases where it absolutely 100% should be used. That's another problem we have. Judges are too worried about limiting people's rights than they are making sure that a fair trial happens. Like, the jurors are doing their duty. They can get out of jury duty if it's going to be a burden. Like, we need to make sure that these trials are fair so an innocent person doesn't go to jail. That's like, because there are innocent people in jail. That's real. Or there are people who are in jail and the amount of time does not match the crime, right? Like, astronomical amounts of time for a petty crime. It doesn't match. The punishment does not match. You know, I hate to see people to this day going to jail for weed in different states. I don't smoke weed. I haven't smoked weed since I was like 19, but I have friends who do, right? Like, and they use it for anxiety, sleep, pain, all sorts of things, right? And in other states, you can go to jail just for having a joint, right? Or bag of weed. Nobody should be in jail for a bag of weed. I mean, that's insane. Never mind getting time for that, right? Like, our justice system needs a whole lot of work, a whole lot, you know? And that's the other thing. We do say innocent until proven guilty, but in reality, it's guilty until proven innocent. We have to get up and prove that we didn't do something they're saying we did. Even though they say the burden's on the Commonwealth, the burden's on, you know, the state, blah, 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 blah. In reality, it's not. Because if we don't prove to a jury that we didn't do this, they find us guilty. So we can say innocent until proven guilty all we want, but that's in the reality, not the way that it operates, you know? It's just not, you know? A lot of people have said that to me where they watch him because they want to see what he says and the like the psychology of why he does what he does. And what I will say to that is there's no rhyme or reason. He's a sociopath and a narcissist. There will never be a rhyme or a reason, you know? Valerie Frotto. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I definitely have to delve into that one a little more. There's a couple other ones that I wish I had the time to sort of delve into.
If you don't agree on politics, or if you don't agree on religion, or if you don't agree on same-sex marriage, it doesn't matter what the subject is, right? You're not going to throw your friends and family out a window because you don't agree with them on religion. That makes no sense.
It obviously doesn't.
It's really a shame. So let's get this back on track. Put them in the rearview mirror. Bye. Gone. See you never.
Stop it. All right, hold on.
Sorry, I'm like trying to help my husband take the
Okay. You guys are going to kick out of this, I guess. We have a $5 Cash App from Patrick Ford, who was in the spaces last night with his buddies, sort of infiltrating said spaces and trolling. This is kind of what they do. Let's start fresh. 2026, the year of friendship. Patrick, for the love of God, you know, I wanted to like you. I did. Like, I want to like everyone, you know, but you make it very hard, my friend. You know, you make it very hard. It's called conscience, right? A little bit of integrity. And we were having a real civil discussion, right? A real conversation about how to build bridges and get people together, not divide people. And you and your crew came in like it was kind of a joke. It's not a joke. It's a very serious thing. You want to hang out, you know, with Valerie and shit talk and jump from spaces to spaces to spaces and do all that. That's cool. That's fine. We didn't appreciate it. We don't appreciate it. We played along for a little bit. But there are times and places for things. That was not the time or the place. There's a lot of hurt. There's a lot of victims, and there's a lot of real things that have happened here. You guys might find it as a joke because you don't know anything about these cases or these people or the victims, but we don't. We know some of these people in real life. These people who have literally been tortured. It's not cute or funny to come on to someone's space when we're trying to build a bridge of civil discussion just because, you know, Valerie get mad. She didn't want answers to questions. She's had those answers a billion times over. She wanted to play fuck. She played fuck with the wrong person, right? Because I'm not going to deal with her bullshit. We're not going to pretend that she was trying to have a civil conversation when anyone with eyeballs and ears could clearly see that was not the fucking case, right? Not by a long shot. So I get it. You know, 2026, new and all. But do I really think that this is genuine? No, I don't. Honestly, Patrick, I don't think this is genuine at all. I think it's very disingenuous. Do I think you really want to be friends and start over? No, I don't. I mean, come on, man. I mean, lack of self-awareness, dude. Like, you came out sideways to Meredith, MLF. She's probably one of the nicest people I've ever talked to. There was no reason for that. She has a right to block you. She doesn't want to deal with your crap or your fakeness. It's not, you know, people can see through fake. They can. They can see right through it. It's not fun for them, you know? Especially when we're dealing with real life situations that affect real people. And maybe you guys think that just hopping over on the internet on people's spaces is just like fun to disrupt and haha, funny to do this, that, and the other thing. But these are real people's lives with real consequences of things that they've been dealing with from a mob of idiots who got their marching orders from another idiot that lurks in the sewer and cannot admit to anything he has done. He needs to blame everyone else on planet Earth. So I know you don't know any of these things, but maybe think before you do something next time. It's not a game. People's lives are not a fucking game. You want to make a spaces and make a game out of it? Cool. Make your own spaces. Do that. Keep doing Coach's Corner. You can do that. But don't do this shit, bro. Come on, be better than that. Do better in 2026. Year of friendship, how about year of awareness, dude? Year of doing better for everyone.
Christmas trash out because tomorrow is our trash day finally after Christmas. So I'm getting all the things the child ripped open today of her Christmas gifts. Oh, by the way, she was totally playing with those wigs earlier and it was hilarious.
Oh, cool. I want pictures. Pictures.
She loved it. Put the blue one on first. And she absolutely loved it.
These wigs with glasses.
Good.
She loved them.
Well, I got faked out because my trash day is Friday. And I've had trouble all week knowing what day it was because when Christmas
comes, put it off one day.
Huh?
Did they put it off one day? Like my city will, like, if there's a holiday, it goes the next day instead of the day it's supposed to be.
Yeah, they did, and I forgot. So all day Saturday, I thought it was Friday. So.
Oh, I've done it, girl. I've done it. You don't have to tell me. I've done it. And my city's extra silly, where you can't just throw your regular trash bags away like a normal human being. You have to buy city trash bags. And let me tell you, they charge you. You're gonna love this, right? You're gonna hit the roof. $10 for 5 33-gallon bags.
It's bonkers.
So $2 a bag, and they're super, super thin. They rip, right? Like it's a joke. Like, what am I paying for extra trash bags for? For what? For what, dude? $2 a bag. That's nutty, dude. And you can't throw your trash away if you don't, because they won't take it.
And if you take it directly,
haven't talked to you, and like, you know,
I'll make sure that they're blocked.
Yeah, I talked to them as I booted them, so there's probably a couple that I didn't, like, because you booted them. But I mean, it's.
She's very, very smart. Very, very.
Trying to unmute even myself, it freezes up. But let's be honest, the reason they all came over here is because Valerie came here under her little sock account, and probably I mean, technically you don't have her blocked, so she could have came in under her real name because you know, I have her blocked, but that's, you know what I mean? Like, she still could have came because you didn't have her blocked and you're the host. I'm just the co-host. So she chose, as JFK would say, violence, right? She didn't want answers to questions. Let's be very clear about that. She can find those answers on my channel in the same way that someone here actually loved by, I can't remember the full screen name, loved by him, said, well, I asked that same question. And so I went to Elise's stuff and I found it, like, easily. You know what I mean? Like, she doesn't want the answer to a question that's been answered 72 times to her, right? That's not what she wants. What she wanted was to come here and try to make some point that antis and Free Karen Reed should never talk because one of us thinks she's guilty and one of us thinks she's innocent, which is just a ridiculous, nonsensical point that anybody with a brain is going to be like, that makes no sense. That's essentially like saying your best friend believes in a different religion and you're no longer going to talk to them ever again because it's not the same religion and you don't believe in the same thing. That's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
I've gone through some of it, but I don't think there's anyone that's gone through all of them. But I do plan on it. I got to go down to the courthouse and get the
I'm just like, is this real life sometimes? Are we in the upside down? Like, are we? Is Ashton Kutcher going to pop out of the fucking bushes and be like, you're all being fucking punked right now? Like, is that
facts?
Is that like what we're doing? Because sometimes that's what it feels like when I have to deal with people who don't even know me. They don't know me from a hole in the wall. They don't know a single thing about me, dude. And they're yapping off at their mouths like, oh, she's a horrible person. Did you know what I did today or yesterday or the day before or the day before that or the day before? No, you don't.
Can have you on.
Because I'm going to guarantee you wouldn't be saying, oh, she's a horrible person if you did, right? Like, that's the point, is you don't know a single thing about me. You know that Aiden said I'm bad, and he said the same things that he says about everybody else. I'm crazy. I'm a scammer. I'm a drug addict. Like, first of all, I've been sober from opiates going on 19 years. That's something I shared with my audience. Nobody else would know that if I didn't share it, right? I was a dancer for many years. That's something I shared with my audience, right?
Facts.
So all the things that Aiden talks about are things, that I shared. And he turns things that are just mundane into some mountain out of a molehill that's, quote, bad, right? I remember recently someone sent me a clip of him saying, like, I was a teenage dropout. Actually, quite the contrary, sir. I graduated not only by myself, but with a baby. okay, who at the time had, and still now to this day, has very medically complex issues. My daughter has a disease called STAT3 gain of function. It's a genetic mutation. Less than 200 people on planet Earth have it. And currently her organs are hardening and sort of shutting down. She needs a whole lot of other medical, but the point is she had it at birth. So in the first 2 months of her life, we were very much in and out of Children's Hospital. And over the last however many years, it's been like a second home. My kid's been basically a guinea pig her entire life on experimental, because there's not enough people or enough doctors that study her disease to know certain things. So I graduated with a baby who was medically complex, who had a G-tube taped to her nose and down her throat at the age of just a few months old. So he just says shit to say shit. I graduated high school with a baby. I'm not a dropout. I also went to college and my student loans say so. So, you know what I mean? Like, he just says shit to shock jock. And it's like, why say shit just to say shit, right? I remember one time he said something about my husband, like, oh, he doesn't work. What? My husband has always worked over 50 hours a week. Always, his entire life, the entire 11 years we've been together. He's never been in trouble a day in his life. He's never even had a goddamn speeding ticket. He is literally the epitome of what a citizen is supposed to do in America. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And anybody who knows him would laugh at that. So it's like, he just says shit to say it. Like, it's, shock jocking.
So earlier, there was a listener, I guess Luna, and they didn't get to speak. I may have booted you by accident. Rid of those other people. So if you want to speak, I would love to hear what you have to say. And if I did block you by accident or boot you, whatever, I apologize. I'm going to invite you to speak. I'm going through everything, trying to play catch up on all of that.
It was probably an accident. I mean, I've done it literally on my streams, and I've accidentally booted someone. And in order to like unblock them, you have to go into like all your YouTube settings. So that like takes a minute. But I tell anybody, like, if you accidentally get booted by me or a mod, it's not on purpose. Sometimes when you're trying to take care of other things or move other things, and the chat moves up, then you accidentally hit the wrong one. And if that ever happens to you, you can just send me a message on social media, or you can email me, or you can get in touch with someone I know, and we can fix it. Because accidents happen. They do. We're not perfect. We're just human.
Yeah. But I'm going to be better next time.
Well, you live and you learn, right? You live and you learn.
Yeah. Well,
Grace Under Pressure says, what's her game? I don't remember her being around either trial. Who? Do you mean me? Or do you mean Val? I don't, you gotta say who. I mean, I've been around since before the first trial even started.
Who's saying that?
I don't know who.
Grace Under Pressure, but I don't know who they mean. It just says, what's her game? I don't remember her being around either trial.
They meant Val. Sorry, we were buffering.
You have to say.
They clarified that they meant Val.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. I don't think I've ever seen that screen name before. They probably changed it at some point, but I don't know if they mean me, Val. I don't know. I have no idea. But I've been around a long time. I've been around. I was probably one of the first 5 creators on this case.
I watched the first one. The second one, I said earlier, admittedly, I didn't watch a lot of, dealing with a broken foot and my mother.
Yeah.
I mean, I literally
it's not
traveled on a kneeling scooter
I think they're
with
afraid,
my
but I'm
roller
not.
suitcase because I had to fly to be with her. And
Valerie, she means
Absolutely.
Valerie. She wants
And
Valerie.
me.
That's a good question. I don't remember her either around either one of the tribes, to be honest. Do you?
Nope.
No, me neither.
Okay, she's given 2 different stories. She said she came in during the second one, and then I've heard her say that she was around for both. So, and with her behavior, I would take anything that she says with a grain of sand, because she came in under a fake name.
I mean, here's the thing, right? When you probably 2 months ago, and then I'm giving it like, extra time. So just 2 months ago, she waits for me to get down from a spaces I was speaking on for a while, right? Waits for me to go down and then gets up and starts trash talking. I don't even know why she's here. I don't know why she's listening. Well, because people can have civil. I would never get on and speak when she's speaking. I could never talk to someone who's an anti. I don't respect them changing their opinion. And Chris and Lily were on that space and we're saying to her, like, she's like, oh, she only thinks Karen's guilty because she hates TV. And I can't remember if it was Lily or Chris, but one of them were like, well, as I understand, because I had spoken to both of them at that point. As I understand, that's not the case. Maybe you should ask her, right? Like they were, you know what I mean? Like maybe you should ask her. And she's like, no, I would never ask her, blah, blah, blah. And one of them was like, well, as I understand it, she changed her opinion based on new information that she got, right? I could never respect somebody for doing that, right? Fast forward just a few weeks ago, she's on a Spaces with Meredith O'Neill, not MLF, sorry. And so she's on there and tells Meredith, oh, you changed your opinion on Aiden based on new information. And I like people that do that. I respect people that do that. Who wouldn't change their opinion based on new information? So who does it apply to, Valerie? Does it apply only to the people you've been told to like, or does it only apply to the people that you, quote, have been told to hate if they get to change their mind or not? Because on one hand, you're saying it's okay to do so when you get new information for Meredith, but it's not okay for me to do so. I mean, that's the most hypocritical thing I've ever heard someone say.
Ridiculous.
Ever. And so unself-aware that you said it. You know what I mean? Like, people are going to change their minds with new information. If they didn't, I would be concerned, right? That's when you start calling people sheeple, right? If they don't change their mind or decide to tweak their opinion based on new evidence or knowledge, right, that goes in another direction, not that goes in the same direction, but that goes in another direction, right? I'd be concerned, right? Any normal, healthy working brain is going to go, wait a second, hold on, that doesn't go with this. So I need to go back and rethink this, right? And so, like, that's normal. That's what normal critical thinking humans do, is if we get new information that doesn't jive with the one we have, you change your opinion based on the new information that you have, right? That's all we can do. I'm not going to sit there and say the sky is purple if I just saw it turn pink. I mean, that's new information, right? So I'm not going to keep saying the sky is purple if it's clearly pink.
Then freeze.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it's like silly to try to say that nobody should change their opinion. And if they change their opinion, then, screw them, they're bad. Like, then you belong with the cult at that point. Then that's where you belong. That's exactly, Cult HQ is paging you. They need you.
Yeah.
Paging Dr. Green Thumb. They need you over there. The Sewer Turtle and Sewer Crew need people like you to believe in what they say. Because if they don't have people like you, then people like us get to call out the bad behavior and say, whoa, you guys, stay away. This is dangerous. This is bad. You do not want to get mixed up in this. These are bad people. These are not good intentioned people.
We have Luna that is up now. Luna, if you want to
hey.
turn your mic on.
Well, I know. I just wanted to say you didn't boot me. I left. I was the one that came in screaming at the guys. Not because of anything that you did. Not because of anything you did. I was getting pissed off because I've heard their spaces before. They literally don't know anything about these cases. They're here to troll. And then they like came in and like, they're like, oh, but I was just asking a question about Sandra Birchmore. And that's when I started screaming, like, what do you know about the case?
Nothing.
Speak on it. Because they don't know anything. They don't know anything.
Yeah.
They don't know anything about Sandra Birchmore. They don't know. They're literally dudes who look at what's trending. They found the Karen Reed hashtag. They literally were hashtagging Jen McCabe the other day. And I joined the spaces thinking it was going to be a discussion about Jen McCabe. I forgot what was going on that day. And they were like, who's this Jen McCabe chick? And I'm like, your space is literally hashtag Jen McCabe. And it's all the same dudes and they all just rip each other apart. And I don't know, Lily was in there and I left after like 5 minutes because I'm like, what the hell is this? So when I saw them start popping up on your spaces and like, you guys are good people. And like, I just didn't want you to be, because they're literally just taking the piss. And a lot of us were speaking up in the comments, and I understand. I'm not blaming you. You couldn't read and talk at the same time, but I just got pissed and came in here and like bulldozed through them because I was just like sick of it. Like, and then they try to act like the victims, and then within 2 seconds, me coming in here, I had to like verify my account because I don't know what they did. They probably reported me or something.
Oh, for fuck's sake, dude. I mean, yeah, like petty, but like that's beyond petty. Like, listen, you got called out for trolling. We knew you were trolling. Teacher gave you the benefit of the doubt to try to see if you would actually engage in civil discussion of things that maybe you could learn something in. You couldn't even do that. I mean, what does it say about them? It doesn't say anything about
They
us.
do
We
this
let
for
them
fun.
in. We gave them the benefit of the doubt.
They do this. They do this for fun. They literally do this for fun. Like that Patrick guy came in yesterday saying he has 7 burner accounts. Like they do this for fun. They don't know anything about the cases. They're not here on one side or the other side. They don't know who Turtle Boy is. They don't know anything. They might know a little bit now because they've been talking to Lily, I guess. But they're just trolls, and I was just getting fed up with it because I felt like I felt like protective because Deidre, I've heard a bunch of your spaces, and Elise, I've heard you on a few spaces as well. And I just felt like I just felt like I had to come in and like get the fuck out because I was.
We appreciate you. We appreciate. I mean, I could read the comments. I thought people were getting frustrated, but we got to give the benefit of the doubt sometimes. But I also.
That was the room service guy. As Mandolin Wind calls him. It's the room service guy, my husband. He brings dino nuggets. I love dino nuggets. And masher taters. And he put sasson in them for me. Probably because my daughter requested. But it's still in there for me, which I appreciate. Because it brings me sustenance. Well, I would hope not, right? Like, so I usually put my stuff on subscribers only. I mean, it's free to subscribe, right? But I put it on subscribers only because in order for someone to comment in the chat, they'd have to subscribe to the channel, which is free. They just hit the subscribe button, but then they'd have to wait 3 minutes. So if they subscribe and then wait 3 minutes to sit and talk shit, it's pretty pathetic on their end. So a lot of them don't bother once I have it on subscriber only mode, which is why I keep it there. You might get 1 or 2 here or there, but my mods are pretty quick in bouncing them out, or me, if that happens. Thank you for coming, Lisa. It was so nice to see you. And it was nice meeting you too, like talking to you in Mike's chat. And I appreciate that. See, this is how you make connections, people, right? This is how you speak to other people, you know? It's just sad. It's just sad. But so I'm going to bring up one thing that happened during the spaces, and I must have skipped over that part because it was when all the guys were there, and I didn't want to go through that whole rigmarole of like when they got booted and like all that crap. But one of the people who are on this sort of anti-side like me, came in and we were talking about the way Aiden treats people. Oh wait, Mike talked at one point too. Where did Mike go? You missed that part with Mike?
Everybody where they were from. And so if everybody
remember all that happening.
Happy. I mean, don't you stand for anything like specifically that like, you have some morals and some ethics where you're like, you know what, I'm not going to engage in that because I just don't believe that's cool. Like none of that like applies to you at all. There's no line or integrity there. Just say whatever makes whoever you're talking to happy.
Well, if they were saying nasty things about MLF Pink Lady, which I don't think they were, I probably wouldn't have engaged. I would have left. But the only real thing that I remember, and listen, it was late and the gushers were flowing, was Chris the Koala came in and he was beefing with Valerie hardcore over the situation.
I'm skipping this.
Because I was a dispatcher, so I know all the state 2-letter codes.
So I just wanted to hop on real quick.
This was Tuesday.
Because of the O'Keefe's.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted somebody to help like set me straight.
Okay, so this is what I was just going to talk about, right? One of us anti people come in and they're like, I want to talk about like why no one is talking about the O'Keefes or the witnesses as victims. We spent countless hundreds of hours talking about the witnesses and the O'Keefes and how people were victimized and harassed and how it should never happen to anyone. I don't give a fuck who you are, free Karen Reed, not free Karen Reed. I don't give a fuck. Shouldn't happen, right? It should never happen. People should not be tortured over an opinion. They shouldn't be harassed. They shouldn't be followed. Like none of that should ever happen, right? But every time I do a damn space, every effing time, and it doesn't matter what the topic is, one of the people who are sort of anti like me come in and go, well, what about the witnesses? What about the O'Keefes? We've spent hundreds of hours talking about the O'Keefes, hundreds of hours talking about the witnesses. It is also a slap in the face to every other victim that Aiden has when we're talking specifically about like them and like the things that he does to them, to then come in and be like, well, what about these people that we've talked about for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours already? Then I get messages from all the other victims. And I mean, I'm included. I am one of those victims, right? Like, so then I get messages from the other victims who are like, can we not have one space where it's not about, you know, them? Like where it's about the fact that he has many more victims, right? Because then you put the other victims in a position to feel like they're not as important or they don't matter as much because they weren't one of the witnesses in the case or they weren't the O'Keefes, right? Now, I adore Mrs. O'Keefe and I am friends with Chris Albert, right? And a couple of the other Alberts. And no one should have to go through what they went through. No one. I don't condone fucking any of it. And I have spent hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours talking about how it should never happen to anyone, right? At all, ever. But at what point do we stop and think we are dehumanizing the other victims, his other victims? By every time we talk about any victims, it has to be about the witnesses or the O'Keefes. This one wasn't about them. At what point do they get 5 minutes to talk about them and the shit he did to them without someone saying, well, what about the witnesses? Well, what about the O'Keefes? I can't close out the extra window. That's not an extra window. That's the space that I'm currently playing right now. So I can't close it or I can't play the space. But I mean, at what point? At what point do they get 5 minutes to acknowledge that they are also victims, that they have also been tortured? They've gotten death threats. That's okay. They've gotten death threats. They've gotten things sent to their home. They've gotten threatening text messages, emails, phone calls about them, their children, their families. They're like, they dealt with it too. And like, whether it's a shorter scale or a larger scale, like it's still that kind of torture, you know, like I've been dealing with it for 2.5 years. And I know there are many other people who have been dealing with it too. So it's like, I've spent hundreds of hours on the witnesses and the O'Keefes. And again, I no one should have to go through anything that they went through. It's fucking gross. It's deplorable. It should never happen. And I will always say that because that's the truth, right? But when you always put them in the forefront and forget that there are other victims, right? It makes those other victims feel like they don't matter. Nobody gives a fuck about them because anytime we ever talk about them, it's overshadowed by, well, what about the witnesses? Well, what about the O'Keefes? That's the part that bothers me because I'm the one that gets those messages. I'm the one that gets the messages that are like, we agree. Like it should never happen to the witnesses. It should never happen to the O'Keefes ever. But do we matter at all? Do people even realize we exist? Because it doesn't seem that way. To them, it seems like they're not as important because they weren't a witness or they weren't the O'Keefe family. So, you know, screw them. We need to talk about these people and these people only every time we talk about his behavior, you know? But that's the point, right? Like we have acknowledged, like I'm anti, right? Like I've talked about it hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours talking about that, right? But at what point is it okay to say, okay, we've talked about that a lot. Can we give this one area here to countless other victims of Aiden's, right? Because if it was you, right, that was one of the other victims and not one of the witnesses or the O'Keefes, you would feel the same way, right? Like that they're not as important because they weren't, you know, in the forefront of the case. They were harassed too. Their families doxxed. People showing up to their homes, sending things to their homes. They're getting death threats. They're getting false reports, fake emails, fake text messages, phone calls, threats, blackmail, all of it, right? We also have to recognize that these people exist and their pain is not any less than anyone else's. And it just bugs me because it's like, I will never stop advocating for what happened to the witnesses or the O'Keefes, that it should never happen, right? It shouldn't. It ruined Colin's life and he wasn't even fucking there, okay? Like, that's deplorable. And that should not go untalked about or unnoticed, right? Chris went home, yet they still harassed the poor man. Like, he went home after the bar, like went home to his house, right? Like, but I mean, at what point is there a space for them? At what point is there a space for the other victims to be acknowledged? Because by not acknowledging it, we're doing a disservice. We're shoo-shooing them away as if their pain doesn't matter. Their pain doesn't matter because they're not, you know, the O'Keefes or the witnesses. Their pain doesn't matter because they're not as important. And that's just not true. It's simply not true. And so it starts to aggravate me a little because I'm the one that gets the really sad messages, right? What do you mean? But I'm not talking about like other people who I can't force to apologize for what they did, right? Like, I can't, you know what I mean? Like, I have no control over that, whether people choose to apologize for what they did or not, because they're most likely the same people. You know what I mean? Most likely the same people who are also doing the harassing on the other victims, you know? No. These aren't all like, you're mixing things up. I think you think, Mark, that most of these people are like FKR. They're not. Most of these people were anti these other victims. A lot of these were anti. There are a couple like FKR, but like most of them were anti Free Karen Read people that were harassed into oblivion because of their opinion, right? Like, because their opinion, because they stuck up for the victims and like the witnesses and the O'Keefes, like that, you know what I mean? Like, if they didn't speak, maybe they wouldn't have been, right? But they spoke out because they felt that it was right and they dealt with the harassment. So like, I'm strictly talking about like, these are the people who are like, well, do we not matter? You know? But yeah, you're mixing it up though. That's not these aren't the people I'm talking about. I'm not talking about people who did the harassing. I'm talking about the other victims of Aiden's who were anti-Free Karen Read, who spoke out against him, his behavior, the whole shenanigans, and got harassed into oblivion. You know, like those are the people I'm talking about right now. Like, these are the other victims. Like, there are maybe a couple Free Karen Read people who are also other victims, but the majority of people that feel like they've been pushed are anti-Free Karen Read victims who can't even get 5 minutes to talk about the harassment and like pain that they've endured, you know? Yeah, like they're real people too. They're real people with real feelings and real families. And they spoke out and they said, no, this isn't okay. This behavior is not okay. And they were harassed into oblivion, just like I was and continue to be. But I deal with it, right? Like, I suck it up, buttercup, because I choose to do this. I choose to speak out because if I don't, like, I feel like who's gonna, right? Like, so that's just the way I feel, so that I deal with it because I suck it up, right? But there needs to be a space, right? Exactly. Like, that's my point, Mark, is they need a space too, right? Like, they need a space too. There are a ton of victims of Aiden's, a ton, right? And a lot of them are anti-Free Karen Read because, well, he targeted mostly anti-Free Karen Read people. There's a couple, you know, Free Karen Read people mixed in there, but like mostly they're anti-Free Karen Read people who got you know, obliviated and harassed because they spoke out about what they thought was wrong that he was doing to the witnesses and Theo O'Keefes to begin with, right? They're the ones who supported these people, and they're harassed into oblivion. And then I get the messages from them where they're like, is there not one place that we can have for 5 minutes to just talk about like what he did to just us? It always gets overshadowed by somebody being like, well, what about the O'Keefes? Well, what about the witnesses? Well, we've talked about them for hundreds and hundreds of hours, and we will always acknowledge that it's not okay. But there are other victims in this, and they deserve one space, 1 4-hour space where we're, you know, periodically talking about them, right? Like, and the pain they've endured, to say, we see you, you're not less important, right? And every single time we attempt to do that, it gets overshadowed by someone saying, well, what about the witnesses and what about the O'Keefes? And it's like, again, I've talked hundreds of hours about how what happened to them is wrong. It'll always be wrong. But we need to give that space to other people too, because they're just as important. Their pain isn't any less Their pain isn't, they're not less important because they weren't part of the case, you know? and I think people seem to forget that. They forget or they don't know. And so it's like, to them, it's an insult. It's like, can we just not have one time that we talk about like the things he did to us, you know? Oh no, Aiden's not, he only likes free speech for himself, you know? He only likes he's like, that's his free speech is like only for him, you know? Yeah, no, I'm talking about like his other victims, you know? Like, I don't think, I mean, at least on this basis, when we talk, nobody was, you know, for anybody being harassed, even them, you know? And I do think a lot of people stayed quiet because they were afraid, right? Like even people who thought Karen might be innocent, like they stayed quiet when they thought it was wrong what was happening to the witnesses and the O'Keefes because they were too afraid of being harassed themselves for just saying, you guys, that's not cool. Because they saw what was happening. They saw how someone could be attacked by just saying that. And so I think fear played into it as well, you know? No, but that's the thing, right? Like I don't think, maybe people just don't acknowledge that there are a lot of anti-free Karen Read people who are victims of Aiden, like a lot, like people, some of you don't even know about, right? Because they're too afraid to even say boo online. But there are a lot, like a lot. I mean, Ashley got a dead turtle in a jar, right? Like as a threat. Like, I mean, at her home, right? Like this is like crazy stuff, like crazy, you know? Yeah, well, I mean, that's what Aiden does, you know what I mean? Like he's just a piece of shit, you know? Like harassing people is just like fun for him, which is so fucking weird, you know? So weird. Yeah, well, they want to be free to harass people without consequences. Well, that's what Aiden wants, you know? Like, thank you, Mark. That's what Aiden wants, you know? Like he wants to be able to do it without consequence. And that's not cool. But I'm explaining, like, this is the part in the space where I got a little aggravated because I'm like, there are so many other people too, you know? Listen, you can say that again. I wasn't on JFK last night. I popped into Mike's, then I had to pop out because I was doing my own space and I had to go to the store. But I didn't watch JFK last night. I missed out on that one. I was too tired. But hi. But you're right, Sharon. Do you know how many people have come to me saying they want to do exactly that I've had to pull them off the ledge? That's a dark place to be, man, just to get harassment to stop. They're like, I can prove he's lying, but I put the receipts out and they just say that I'm a liar. They just say it's AI and it's fake. And they're like, no matter what I do, they just keep going. I'd rather just end it and stop this madness against my family if that's what it takes. And it's like, no one should feel like that. No one. I don't care who the fuck it is. No one should feel that way. I lost my dad to suicide. Suicide's not a joke. Mental health is not a fucking joke. I carry my dad with me everywhere in this necklace. Literally everywhere. He is always with me. And like, it breaks my heart because there are so many people that got so much just bad harassment because they stood up for what they thought was right? Like, hey, Turtle Crew, it's not okay to harass the fucking family of the loved ones of the man who passed away, right? Like, you cannot harass witnesses with a bullhorn. Like, that's not, you can't do that shit, right? Yeah, it's AI is their favorite saying. Like, everything's AI and everything's fake. You can put out all the receipts in the world, and that's because, like, that's Aiden's narrative, which is if you put out a receipt to prove he's lying, then it must be fake and it must be AI and it must be made up. Every time. Like, every time. You like, anytime someone puts it out, you can bet there's going to be a super crew that's like, that's AI. It's not real. It's fake, guys. That's the, sorry, I'm starving like a hostage, so I need to eat this half a chicken nugget. Room service? Can I get a smooch? Is that on the menu?
Nope.
No?
Nope, but circle jerks.
Oh, those are on the menu. Shit.
Circle jerks are highly recommended.
I can't stand you. He's Siri. He's so Siri. He's so Siri. We're like little children. Literally. When I say I love you, I say I did thus love you. That's our thing. I thus love you. Like we're just little kids that can't pronounce it. Went after the court reporter from South Carolina. Really hard using her weight. Yeah. I mean, that's all he ever does, right? Is like your weight, your face, you're poor, you're like whatever. Hey girl. I also think Higgins and right now are guilty. However, I want to fix the justice system, not do vigilante stuff. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, I mean, you can't. These are people who are witnesses in a case. You can think whatever you want about them, but they're witnesses in a case committing no crime, not being arrested or charged with any crime. You cannot go to their homes. You know? Same, Sharon. Like losing my dad that way puts life into perspective, and it also shows you that life is really fucking short, you know? Like really goddamn short. Like he doesn't care if somebody harms themselves. That's actually, he gets off on like people like Kara, his ex, begging to be left alone, dude. She had nothing to do with him for, you know, didn't even say a peep about him in well over a year. Never mind having nothing to do with him for way longer than that. Like, and he's literally rattling off before he hits record the dates that she commented on my Twitter that had nothing to do with him. You commented on Twisted Tragedies thing on the, you know, whatever, on the 20th of September. Like, why are you keeping tabs on what one of your exes is doing when it has nothing to do with you? That is fucking bonkers, bananas, controlling, psychotic behavior. She like has a life and a boyfriend, and like, what the, like, why are you keeping tabs on like what she comments on and on whose channel? You're a fucking weirdo. No one does that. That's strange. You know, that's really strange. Well, that's the thing. You don't get to pressure civilians. Like that's not, you don't get to go to their houses with a bullhorn as civilians and witnesses. That's fucking insane. Like, yeah, it must have been Mike's show. Cause I didn't go on JFK last night. I was like way too tired. I was ready to go to sleep. Oh, that's sad. Well, of course, you know, that's awful. It's just awful to lose anyone, you know, like it's just awful all around. Even friends. People don't realize like losing a friend, they're like, oh, you lost your friend. That's sad. And it's like, they're more like family. If they're that close to you, it's more like losing a brother or a sister than it is just a friend, right? Like that's how close you are with them. And it's like losing a direct family member, and it's fucking hard, man. Like it's hard, especially if you lose them in a horrible way like that, you know? Losing my dad to suicide was tough. It was tough, right? And I've lost a lot of friends and loved ones from overdoses. My generation has been wiped out with overdoses, unfortunately. But I've also lost people in other ways. I lost a fiance in 2006 in a house fire. Like there are just, you know what I mean? Different horrible ways that people pass away. A house fire is a horrible way to go. And you know what gives me comfort is that he got out of that house and he went back in for people who were still inside. He died a hero because that's the kind of guy he was, right? He wasn't going to leave anyone behind if he thought he could help. And unfortunately, he didn't make it back out, but he made it out and went back in to try to save the rest of the people who were still inside that house. So, you know, like I find comfort in knowing like that's the kind of person he was. But that was a hard fucking loss for me, you know, just like my dad. Yeah, he doesn't. I don't think he cares, to be honest. I mean, he probably does understand the consequences at this point. I just don't think he has the capacity to care as someone who's a narcissist and a sociopath. I don't think he has the capacity to give a shit about who hurts themselves or not. And that was sort of me and Deidre's like point of building these bridges, right, Deidre? I'm gonna say good afternoon again. But like to build bridges, you know, so that if someone were to get in a situation where he victimized them or someone else victimized them or they felt that way, for any reason, that would at least know that there's somewhere they can go, someone they can talk to, right? It's disturbing the amount of people I've had to pull back to the other side of that ledge just because of Aiden and his minions alone. Like, that is seriously fucking disturbing. Like, I wish you guys had experienced what I have, because by no stretch of the imagination is it normal to have to pull one person from a ledge, never mind more than one, like a bunch. Like, that's fucking disturbing, right? Disturbing. I mean, he doesn't care. I mean, he told that poor guy to unalive himself on a live. Like, oh, just do it then. Like, what are we doing when that's content? That's not content. That's someone's life, someone's family, someone's child, someone's brother, someone's sister. Like, what the fuck are we doing? We have a greater responsibility as creators. Is the clicks and the views and the money worth someone's life to you? Because it sure the fuck is not worth it to me. I don't give a shit. And clearly, Mike showed people yesterday that the money isn't what it's all about either. Because if that were the case, he would have invited Bettero on. It was his idea to not invite Bettero on again. He's like, how can I invite someone on, you know, whose client is actively trashing me? I can't do that. Mike knew that it got him a lot of views and made decent money, but he wasn't willing to compromise his integrity or his ethics for it. What does that say? Because nobody would even know who the fuck Bettero was if it wasn't for Mike having him on a show. So I see a lot of people who are like, oh, well, Bettero's better than Mike because Bettero's an attorney. None of these people would even know who he was if Mike didn't have him on his show. Like, come on, man. Yes, like Deidre says, it's a soft spot for them to land. I love that saying, Deidre. It's a soft. That was so eloquently said. And I was almost to that part, but it was so eloquently said by you last night, where it was a soft spot for them to land, you know? Yeah, and you're not the only one, Sharon. Do you know how many people he's told to go die in a hole? Like, a lot, and it's fucking nutty. I'm going to play this part because I told you guys, this is where I get a little bit aggravated. And then I'm going to skip back down to the end there where we were at so I can finish this off.
I saw a video. I think it was the blogger was protesting outside of the courthouse, and the family was walking up.
This was about
I
the
swear I saw that video.
Yeah, where they were already booing. And then he sort of got called out. And so then he was like, oh, no, don't boo now, guys, don't boo. But he encouraged it. And then they started doing it. And then he kind of got called up with someone else. And then he was like, oh, no, don't do that. Don't do that. And that was like one of the first hearings. After that, he literally walked up to Peggy O'Keefe himself and then also called him a disgrace, called Paul a disgrace. So he had no problem going after the O'Keefe family.
Okay, that's what I was wondering, because I saw that and I was like, well, it seems like he's not attacking them, but I guess it's one of those things like where
he booed them. I mean, there's a tweet. I'm Tuesday, by the way. Thank you for letting me on real quickly. I am so tired, but I did want to just say a few things, if that's okay. One thing I just really wanted to say is I appreciate the space of allowing people to talk and have civil discourse. I think this has been needed for a really long time. And so I do really, really value what you guys have been doing. So thank you for that. I do want to make a comment, though, about, I don't know who had asked the question regarding Aiden kind of verbally abusing the O'Keefe family. And I think the frustration comes from people who have been saying this isn't right for the last couple years, and no one standing up, screaming back, saying you're right, this is wrong, coming from the
Yeah, but there
freaking
have
right side.
I mean, maybe not on the free Karen Reed side. You're right about that, Tuesday.
No,
But
yeah, that's what
there
I'm
have been
saying.
some of us, you know, and
Well,
sometimes I feel like people try to rewrite history where they're like, oh, only me and this person did it. And it's like, I've been doing this for close to 3 years and screaming from the rooftops
no,
that
no,
it's
no,
not right.
no,
You know?
no, no, no. I'm not talking about from people who think Karen might be guilty. I'm talking about the free Karen Reed side because I feel like we should be able to disagree on things. We're human and that's just life. We need to learn how to disagree in a public space and to have conversations because that's the only way that we can learn from one another and allow each other to analyze and think. And I just feel frustrated. I feel grateful and I feel frustrated. I feel so grateful that people are now speaking up and being like, this was not okay. You do not treat a victim's family this way. Um, but I will say, I think there is a frustration from many of us that we weren't seeing that from the free Karen Reed side. It was almost like it was being ignored and even at times enabled. And so, you know, I think Deidre, is that how you say your name? I'm sorry, Deirdre.
Deirdre. Mm-hmm.
So you were talking about how you feel frustrated about this topic because you feel like I've been saying this over and over, you know, that this is not okay. But coming from people who maybe keep bringing it up and not knowing that this has been discussed, this has been a frustration
Mhm.
on this part because it's like we have to at least agree that was not okay.
Well, I only have when I started speaking out, I had 140 followers, and
Yeah.
now I'm up to like 250. So change comes slowly. I do the best that I can.
Yeah.
But I will have to say that
Tuesday. It's Tuesday because
the people who feel Karen Reed is guilty maybe need to stop talking about how she's guilty as a pejorative because she's been found not guilty. And I think it would go a long way to healing if we just frickin' stop talking about something that's already been decided legally. And I mean, it doesn't mean that you have to give up your opinion or anything like that. I just don't see where the conversation is productive anymore. Everybody feels how they feel, and going back and forth at each other it's not helping. It's creating a situation. And I've said this many times, I'll keep saying it, that I feel the most for the O'Keefe family having to walk through this town and not know who is going to give them grief or not based on whether they think Karen Reed is guilty or not. If we came together as a community and said, okay, issue settled, let's move on, everybody, you know, move on, then I think it would be a much happier place locally. I don't know, I don't live there, but I think that would go a long way towards it. Let the battles happen in court. It's going to be, there's these civil lawsuits or whatever that they have to work their way through the system, and it takes a very long time. But in the meantime, are we just going to hate each other? And you know, I don't see how
agree
that's
with
doable.
you. I agree with you to an extent. I mean, people are on both ends saying who they think is guilty, right?
Right.
And I understand the way our rhetoric can really needs to cool it in certain areas. But going back to what I was talking about regarding the abuse, I just want to make sure that people are understanding where that
I feel like I
frustration
could
was.
probably answer that Tuesday. And, you know, people obviously have come to me from all walks of life, all sides of this. And I can tell you, at least from my experience, speaking for myself and the people who have come to me, a lot of it is fear. Really, it's fear based. They're afraid to say this is not okay because then they're afraid their family is going to be attacked, that their family is going to get death threats, that their family is going to get unwanted, you know, pizza orders like I've gotten, and that their families are going to be doxxed and harassed. And so they just say nothing, you know.
Right. And being treated how a lot of the people who think Karen might be guilty have been felt silenced. I think there is a line that we can all share there and acknowledge. And anyways, I do appreciate this space, and I hear what you're saying, Deirdre, and you know, it's good to hear. I just wanted to pop in because I wanted to just make note of how frustrating that was for people who were like, look, whatever you believe, leave the O'Keefe family alone. Why is no one speaking up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's fear, honestly, because I can tell you the backlash I've dealt with from doing it, and it's not pretty and it's not nice and it still hasn't stopped. So I think, fear is the answer to that. It is nobody wants to deal, and I don't blame them at all because I can tell you firsthand, it's not fun, it's draining, it's mentally exhausting, emotionally exhausting. Um, and it makes it even worse when you're fighting against, the idiot blogger that tells everyone you're quote bad, so you can't even get the good word out, right? Like nobody will even listen at that point. And I refuse to just give up or shut up or go away because I'm not built like that, right? I've been doing volunteer advocacy for going on 19 years, and I've helped a lot of people, and I'm just not built to just give up because if I don't do everything that I think that I can do possible to help and to stop, this behavior and this kind of stuff. If someone hurts themselves or someone hurts someone else, I will feel responsible as if I didn't do everything possible to help stop it.
I do have to say, and I've said this before as well, that a year ago, this conversation wouldn't be happening. And there's been several people, not just myself, that have had these spaces with the same subject matter. None of this would have happened. And yet, and still it is. And people are coming back for it over and over. I see a lot of the same names over and over because we're not done talking about this. And people are glad that these conversations are happening because the bullies are getting outnumbered. They had the bully pulpit for the longest time. They don't have it anymore, and they can't stop it. They can't stop me. They can't stop Elise. They can't stop the people who are speaking up now. And that's frustrating to them, but it's not going to stop. I'm going to keep doing this. I'm going to keep doing this. And that's too bad. I've never thought it was okay to be mean to the O'Keefe family. I always thought that was disgusting. And I would never sanction that, not even just in legal terms, but just in human terms. So I understand the frustration, but look to the positive that this conversation is being had today. I've had it at least 2 other times and plan on having more. And I'm not the only one. So you're going to hear it more and more and more. And that's all we can do is like one person at a time. When I watch my followers go up, every time I talk about this, my followers go up. That's not a bragging term. That is for me to see that there is a need and a desire for these conversations to happen. So far, I've not flatlined on it. So, I still think that we have a long way to go, but we've also come a long way. So I choose to look towards the positive.
Speaking of choosing to look towards the positive, and I don't mean to change the subject.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I don't know what to do. I need.
No, and they charge you with it again and try another case. That would be
elephant in the room. And if we're talking about the blogger's behavior, I'm curious, how do you reconcile with the years of harassment directed at the O'Keefe family and the witnesses, and why that's not a part of the conversation?
well, and I'll direct this one because not every conversation is about them. That's why. Because this conversation specifically isn't about them. I think we've gone over how it's unacceptable that they've dealt with any harassment at all. And I think we've gone over how unacceptable it is that any of the witnesses have to deal with harassment because nobody, and I mean nobody, should have to deal with that kind of behavior. It's deplorable, it's disgusting, and it's criminal. But this space is not about them. And I just want to make this clear because Eden has more victims than just the witnesses and just the O'Keefes. And there are many, many, many other victims. And a lot of time, this is what happens. And someone goes, well, what about the witnesses? Or what about all the other victims? Because every time that happens, I get messages from victims who are like, do we not exist? Do we not exist? Is it like, do we not get like one space where we can talk about like what happened to all of us? Because that's the way that they feel, is that every time we don't dedicate a spaces to talking about the O'Keefes or the witnesses, that they just don't exist, that they can't even get one space without somebody being like, oh, well, what about them? We talk about them all the time. They've been talked about for 2.5, almost 3 years. It's unacceptable. None of them should have ever had to go through what they did. And Massachusetts needs to get its shit together, right? And that's why some of us are working on things to change that. But we can't change it, right? Like, we can't change what already happened. It's disgusting. It's deplorable. It should never happen to anyone. But there are other victims, right? And this space isn't about that.
Plus, I've talked about this probably, maybe this is my third time now that I'm going to be addressing this. And when I have in the past, if I don't name everybody and their blood type, I get called out for not naming everybody and their blood type. And I would just make a blanket statement. And if that's not good enough, I'm sorry, but that's all that I'm going to say, is that nobody needs to be treated outside of the law. That's it.
I'm kind of new to all this. People go after the cop, John O'Keefe's family.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that's what she was saying. I was going to say that's
Yes,
crazy.
they do. Yes, that is what she's saying. Yes, they do have.
Oh, Jesus. These people are sickos. I'm a sicko, and I would never even do that.
Well, that's an easy layup for anybody, any side to say, is that you don't call the murder victim's mother the C word and all that went on. You know, that's easily deplorable. And if you do think it's acceptable, then I pray for your soul.
He does need to go to prison, 100%.
I guess I just must have missed those spaces. I heard one space with you, Deirdre,
Hundreds of hours I've
where
dedicated
you said that's not what we're talking about,
to that
which I respected. But
specifically.
I was just curious because I actually haven't heard any spaces where it's actually been discussed.
Actually, the one that I had with Kim Fair, and we talked to wee hours of the morning, I was responding to people in the chat. What about this person? What about that person? And anything that I said, I would get a response back that it wasn't good enough. And so I'm just not going to have that discussion anymore. I said more than a lot of people would say, and I don't think I have to repeat myself. You can go back and look at the chat. You'll see what I'm talking about.
I mean, I've done hundreds of hours of shows on this.
Exactly. I've done hundreds of shows on this exact topic, literally hundreds. I mean,
sorry, we're buffering.
You guys believe that. This person believes this. This person believes that. And everybody is entitled to believe whatever they want to believe. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. I don't care. All I care about is that people follow the law. And if you're doing something to somebody, no matter who it is, and you're doing it outside of the law, if you do the crime, do the time. That's all I'm going to say.
Do the crime, do the time. Is this where Mike speaks? So,
hi, Mike.
Yep.
Hey, I think Deidre said it perfectly, but I will say the family of John O'Keefe, I agree 100% should not get any shit ever, ever.
Right.
So I will say that. The witnesses, a lot of people think differently because of what, they think they did, but I think staying within the law is the right thing. And I think most people did stay within the law, so I think the majority of people don't go there. I definitely don't go there. I don't point fingers, if I've criticized them, it's more about the way they testified, the way they came off, things like that. But especially the family, I think that everybody should agree. Paul O'Keefe, Peggy O'Keefe, they shouldn't get shit. They should not be harassed. People should be nice to them.
Yeah, no
It's just a human decency. They lost. Look who they lost, So you really care about John, you wouldn't do that shit. And I think that we can all agree on that.
Absolutely. And like I said, anybody who doesn't believe that, anybody believes that they're fair game, I pray for your soul.
Yeah, no.
That's despicable. So
you got to answer
always stick up.
when all is said and done, like when all is said and done and you leave this earth, there's someone you're going to have to answer to. And that's on you if you do those fucking deplorable, disgusting things,
Yep.
By the way, Mike, your show tonight was fabulous.
Oh, thank
Good
you.
job.
It felt good.
It was hard keeping up as a mod. It was really hard keeping up.
It was hard
said
for
my
me.
name,
I got
oh, you're
sidetracked by the
brave.
chat. The good and the
I was like,
bad.
you're brave. Like, you were brave. I'm like, oh no, he's gonna have to say my name. Oh yeah. Oh no, he's gonna get hate for that. Oh, you're brave.
So ridiculous.
So brave, Mike.
I don't give a fuck. I don't. I just
Good for
don't
you.
care.
Love it.
So it is what it is, you know?
See, this is so good. Now we've got these two YouTubers talking to each other from different perspectives that aren't wanting, aren't wishing the worst on each other. Like, you guys are
I never wished
human
it was. I've actually talked to Mike quite a few times, even way back when, and I've always found Mike to be sensible and kind. And we might not agree on the case, that's fine. But I never had any issue with Mike. And I think what people did to him when he sort of had a moment way back when, whether sharing his messages or doing this or doing that, like he's coming to you in a place of like needing some
Longer
guidance,
than
and
usual.
you can't even give that. Like, then you're a shitty person in my book.
Thank you, Elise.
We have Tuesday Gazette
All right, so we skipped
and
that part because we already listened to that, and we
34
get down to
Fairview.
the
It's
end
like,
because down to the end is a
you
really
guys are
good
dumb.
conversation.
Like, you still
Exist. If people can say he sucks at life and they think she's innocent.
And so them asking me questions, all it did was just give me a way to say more of what I want to say. So they weren't taking away my voice. If they thought they were, they're wrong. And the other thing is that now they can go away knowing that they were completely rude to somebody who did nothing to them. I did nothing to them.
Amen, Deidre.
And if that means nothing to them somewhere in the recesses of their mind that they mistreated somebody, then I feel very sorry for them. But they went away, and they should go away knowing that they were horrible people, and they just exposed themselves for who they are, as did Valerie. So thank you.
I feel
Chick.
sad for them.
Thank you.
I honestly
we got your
do.
number, girl. We got your number,
Right.
girl.
I feel sad for some of these people, and I say it all the time, and I actually mean it. Like, I say it on my show all the time. Like, these people that are just believing every word that Aiden spits out, like, I honestly feel bad for them. I feel sorry. I feel like I failed in some way, that they're not seeing it, right? That they can't see what's right directly in front of them. And there are so many people who have said to me, like, at least I didn't see it. I didn't realize I was literally in a cult. And yes, people have actually admitted, like, yes, it's a cult, until they were on the outside of it. And they're like, and then I could see it, but then I couldn't unsee it, right? Like, once you see it, you can't unsee it. It's all there, right? And then they get embarrassed. They get upset, and they're like, I don't know how I could have fallen for something like that. Like, I'm not a dumb person. And it's not about being a dumb person, right? Manipulation, brainwashing, those work on very intelligent people. It's not about being dumb or feeling dumb. None of you are dumb for falling for it. None of you are stupid. Like, he's good at manipulation. It is what it is. He's been doing it for a very, very long time. He's fine-tuned the manipulation to know what to do, because he knows what people are going to think. So in turn, he goes, well, nobody's going to think I did this, because they're going to think that would be stupid of me to do. So he does the exact thing that he thinks people are going to go, oh, he wouldn't be that stupid to do that, and does it. Right? Like, that's how he manipulates, is by people going, oh, he wouldn't be that dumb to do that. Nobody would do that. Well, yeah, he does. That's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, well, I guess, we still have a long way to go. And
we do.
But I'm still going to have these conversations.
My God, Bettero is trending right now.
They should have just gone away.
Can't make this shit
because
up.
I recognized Patrick's voice right away. And I knew that they were Coach's Corner. So I said that, at the very beginning. So they weren't putting anything over on me, not for a second. So, and I was still able, like I said, to talk about what I wanted to talk about when
It
they asked
isn't
questions.
always bliss,
So
my friend.
thanks.
Is Roberta live
Thanks
right
for
now?
giving me, more of an
Or is it
opportunity to
later?
speak on that. You just gave me more material. So thank you.
But
And
I am an
I
auntie.
was going to discuss Sandra Birchmore.
Technically.
That
I
if
am
they
an
find something to giggle
auntie.
about that,
Right?
then their sickness
6?
is very,
Time is
very
it?
deep.
5:30?
It's so unfortunate, but
Oh,
thank
boy.
you, people, for showing who you are. Thank you, Valerie, for showing who you are. I suspected this is who you were, and now I know that you are. So thank
That's
you.
on potatoes.
I didn't go in and ruin your spaces
I
and
can't look right now,
and
but I
stuff.
will.
I stayed out, but I
Look.
listened. And you confirmed. So that's what I
trying to,
have to
like,
say about
Let's
it.
be honest, she doesn't have respect for anyone. That's clear, right? And that's like, those are the people that belong staying with Turtle Boy. If you can't respect other people or have respect for other people simply because he told you to, that speaks more volume about you than it does the other people who are having the civil discussions and apologizing to one another and, you know, and deciding like, hey, wait a second, this went too far. Like, this went way too far. And we don't want to just hate people because he said so, especially because now we can prove he's a bold-faced liar.
Mm-hmm.
How many people is he going to lie about before people wake up and go, it can't be everybody else. Everybody else can't be a ratchet and a scammer and crazy, right? His entire fucking life is a dumpster fire. And he has the audacity to call anyone else a ratchet. He has the audacity to sit there and say, people who follow me are being doxxed. Sir, you dox people on a daily basis and you send your trolls and minions to ruin their actual real lives. You file false reports, sir. That's a crime. You threaten and you blackmail women. What the? You're a coward. You are a fucking coward.
Conspiracy theories. Interesting. I wonder what that's going to be about, though.
Does anybody else have anything that they want to talk about? Because I'm very sore.
And that's what I got to say about that.
I send you all the love, Deja. Broken wing and all, my friend. Lots of healing.
Yeah, if there's anybody else that wants to speak, speak now or forever hold your pieces.
Yeah, anybody who is speaking up and trying to get my attention about these guys as trolls, and
You're not very good with chat.
Seeing you
on a spaces.
Please know I wasn't ignoring you. I didn't see you, and
I'm so bad with the comments.
and the comments are fine. You know, you guys were looking out for me, and you were looking out for this spaces, and I appreciate that. So nobody have any worries about that. I probably am not going to be typing to too many people after this because I'm very, very sore. So
no, you don't have to, my friend.
Just want to let people know that, you know, we're all good. We're all good. But something like this is not going to happen again. I can guarantee you that.
But it's also not going to stop us. It's not going to stop us from having spaces and talking about it. It's not going to stop me from having shows and talking about it, right? I have a show tomorrow morning, usually between 11 and 11:30. And I talk about this stuff all the time because there are people in my chat who coexist. We have a great community. It's small, but it's great, right? Everybody gets us to get a point in. And I say all the time, I think creators really miss out on connecting with people on a deeper level by only reading their comments that pop up as a super chat. I just, as a creator, don't do that, right? And yeah, it probably does make me a lot less money, but I feel like everybody has a valuable thing to say, maybe even something I didn't think of, right? Or a valuable point to bring to the table. And I don't feel like I need to skip everyone's comments and only read the super chats. I feel like everyone should be heard and have their comment put on the screen. We can talk about it, right? The only ones I skip are people like talking to each other and being like, oh, hi, so-and-so, how was did you walk your dog, so-and-so? You know, like I'll skip those ones, obviously, but anybody talking about the topic at hand or whatever, like that goes on the screen and we talk about it because it's a way to connect with your audience. And if you're not connecting with your audience on a more personal level, I honestly feel like you're missing out, right? Like it's been one of the greatest things that I've gotten to experience is connecting with people from all over the world, people I would not have ever known otherwise. And I can't be more grateful for that because I've met some really amazing, awesome people that way.
Sure have.
Yeah,
very proud of that. Yeah, undiagnosed.
So
he doesn't have
unless anybody
PTSD.
wants to
Fucking liar.
chime in about, oh, wait, TJ.
I was gonna say you got a request.
He insults the intelligence of those of us, YBE, that have PTSD or CPTSD. So YBE is saying, for those of you just listening, Hayden claiming to have PTSD from going to the jail infirmary for 60 days, not diagnosed, of course, is a pathetic coward. And for those of us that have PTSD or CPTSD, as in my case, which is complex post-traumatic stress disorder, it's a fucking slap in the face that we wouldn't know that you're a fucking liar, right? Him saying his little tantrum on the floor was PTSD. Again, you're insulting the intelligence of people who do have PTSD. That little tantrum on the floor was not PTSD. It's exactly what it looked like. A drunken tantrum. I mean, it's not deeper than that. That was not PTSD. That is not what PTSD looks like. Okay? He does not have PTSD. That was just a way for him to try to make it look less embarrassing. Well, you guys, why are you making fun of me? It's PTSD. He's a fucking liar. Yeah, I know. He has a different account. He's good. He checked in with me. Koala is good. I can safely say Koala is good. He is A-okay. So don't you worry. They try and they fail again. I mean, weird that they would try to get his account shut down. Just weird, you know? He could have trauma, but he does not. That's not what that tantrum was. Trauma, sure. Maybe get a little anxiety. Fine. But that tantrum, that was not a panic attack. It was not CPTSD. It wasn't PTSD. It was a drunken tantrum. You know? I mean, it insults those of us that do have it and struggle with it to say something like that. When we full well know that is not what the fuck was going on. I mean, really. Free koala motherfucker. We should have that. We should get that one trending for all of you. And then there's like 468 of you on 470 of you on Twitter. We should hashtag that. Hashtag free the koala MFer. Hilarious. So this was actually this is the end, and this is a really good conversation that we had with TJ. And it was really nice to talk to her.
Request.
You got her? Did you get TJ?
I improved.
Yep, I did. Sorry. I was trying to unmute myself. My phone is old and rickety like me.
Gotta bring my girl
A lot of
TJ
it.
on. How are you?
Weekly.
Love you.
Oh my goodness. I've only just found out you were here, kind of thing. It's very late here, but hello everybody.
Hi.
Hi. This is a really good topic here, because I struggle with it, and I'll be honest, and I'm in a space where I hopefully I can speak. Is I struggle with the anti whatever group you want to describe, is because they wanted Karen Reid in prison. They wanted somebody that was innocent going to prison, and I find it difficult to share my space with people of that point of view.
Okay, I understand that, but the way I look at it is they didn't just pick somebody out of the crowd and try and go after them for a murder. There was something that happened that night, and there's evidence as to what happened. I don't think it was a good investigation. From my experience, it was not. And so I think the unfortunate thing from that is that
I hope we all can agree on that, though. Do you know what I mean?
well, actually, I've seen people who defend it, so I'll just put it that way. My experience, it was not a good investigation on many levels, and I can walk you through the entire thing, but I'm not going to.
Oh, absolutely.
But so I think that adds to a lot of the angst in the community, is just that there was an investigation.
Oh my God, that's actually a good idea.
And that's unfortunate.
Put it on some
But
merch.
the way I look at it is, as I said, something happened that night, and the only people who really actually know 100%
YBE
is Karen and John.
Yeah.
And God. Yeah. So if you believe in God, you'll know that if somebody did something and they were responsible for his death, they may get away with it here on earth, but they're not going to get away with it when they go meet their maker. And that's the faith that I have. That's what gets me through it. And yeah. So, you know, it's like people who steal money, like that's actually so dumb. Like, you steal money, especially, you know, rich people who steal. It's like, you can't take it with you. So you're going to put your liberty in jeopardy for another $10 or whatever. Like,
I was in jail for more than 60 days.
You've got enough money. Why are you stealing more? It just, it boggles my mind why people commit crimes, but I don't know.
No, I think there's a lot to agree on. but I'm just being honest when I say I do find it really difficult.
But you don't have to have that conversation with them about the case. There are many other things you could talk about with people.
No,
And-
I completely agree with that, Elise. But what comes with it is, God, I don't know how to describe it. It just feels wrong to me because it's just so
Why though?
simple. But because the vehicle did not hit John O'Keefe and kill
But
him.
that's your opinion, right? Like that's your opinion. I hold a different opinion
Well,
on that, of
no,
course.
but I
But
think a blind person needs to look at the autopsy.
To be fair, my daughter's
I
blind and
don't-
she
I
agrees
don't
with me,
get
so.
it. There's no middle ground on the crime here.
There is though.
well, maybe for you there isn't. But again, we can agree to disagree on that, right? Like that isn't the point. The point
Yeah,
isn't.
but it's a loaded opinion. It's a loaded opinion because
But I could say
people
yours
don't
is a
like
loaded
Turtle
opinion.
Boy, and that's what I don't trust.
All right, so let me explain to you, like I explained to other people earlier, that false narrative, just like the many false narratives he has spewed about Meredith and every other ex-girlfriend and every other person he's had a beef with, is something that Aiden made up on his own. Oh, everybody who thinks Karen is guilty just doesn't like Turtle Boy. That's just false. That's patently false. People can not like Turtle Boy and think she's innocent. They can also not like Turtle Boy and think she's guilty.
Right.
Those two things, it doesn't have to be one or the other. They can coexist. If people can say he sucks at life and they think she's innocent, why wouldn't you think that they could say he sucks at life and I also think she's guilty?
Yeah.
The other thing too, TJ, is that the people that I'm having a conversation with, like Elise wasn't part of the investigation. Elise wasn't doing things to put Karen in jail.
I don't have the
Neither
power.
are any of the other people who think that she's guilty. They
I have
didn't
no control
actively
over
do
that.
they didn't
You know, that's
actively
cool.
do anything to try and put Karen in jail. So having misgivings about those people, maybe if you think about it from that perspective, that they just see things different, they see the evidence differently, but they're not the ones responsible for trying
We can all be the same.
to put Karen in jail.
Yeah,
It's nothing to do
okay,
with me.
that's fair, and also, you know, I'm coming from a place. I'm not going to speak to you or anything. I'm just expressing how I feel, really.
I mean, I get it. I'm just trying to give you a different perspective, right? Like I had nothing to do with whether Karen was charged or whether she went to jail. I watched the whole process like everyone else did. You know what I mean? Like I had no active role in trying to put her in jail. And I love when people say that, well, you tried to put her in jail. How the hell would I put Karen in jail? I have no control over any of that. I have no
but you
bearing.
wanted that. You wanted that because you believe that she's guilty,
And you wanted her free because you believe she's not.
That's right.
Right.
Well, if there weren't two sides to a story and the truth somewhere in the middle, then we wouldn't have trials. Like everybody would just think the same thing and we wouldn't even have a trial. So
it's just for me, this is challenged so many of my thought processes because usually I wouldn't even consider
That's a good thing.
Speaking to another side or whatever. It wouldn't matter to me, but I don't know. It's just this. I have a stop with, if you know what I mean.
But that's by design, AJ. Like that's by design. And you might not get it now, but that was by design. That was exactly by design. It was the way Aiden wanted it and made it. It was us versus them. They're bad, we're good. That's how this works. These people all suck. We're all great. That's the way he wanted it. Us versus them. Divide and conquer. It's the oldest trick in the book. Have you ever read The Art of War? It's a good book, but it sort of lays out the divide and conquer thing, right? Like it's the way he's been doing things since long before the Karen Reed stuff ever existed, right? Like this whole, these people suck and we need to troll. Like that's how he gets people to do his bidding, is by sort of, and I hate to use this word because it's so cliche, but by brainwashing them into believing these are all bad people. We need to take them down. They're trying to do something horrible. And then having all these people be like, I would never talk to that person. I would never see that person. These are not even people who are human because Aiden said they did this, and this. Meanwhile, he's doing all of those things and lying about other people, right? Like, I mean, like I said, I don't know if you were here earlier, but the people who did get to know me, like the people who do get to know me, like they know me as a person, right? Like I'm not some evil monster that Aiden tries to say that I
don't think
am.
that either. I've been aware of you from the very beginning, and you've never come across as a nasty person to me, if that means anything.
Yeah.
We have
I
very
specifically
different.
try not to be nasty. I don't get on, I don't get on Twitter and I don't get on social media and go, oh, I'm going to pick on one of the free Karen Read people today, and I'm just going to incessantly tweet at them. I'll defend
No,
myself if things
I
had.
completely agree. I
Right.
believe that, and I've seen it.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I don't know if you remember. I said in a tweet to you once, you're probably one of the only antis that I have listened to,
Mm-hmm.
I have
Yeah.
watched, or whatever. Again, I hate to
And
use
that's
that
good.
term, but it's just so
No,
we know
no,
what we're
it's that's totally fine. I mean, it's a way to differentiate what we're talking about right now. Anyway, it's kind of what we
Yeah,
put in
yeah.
the
Yeah,
title. Anyway, it doesn't
absolutely.
bother
And
me.
I'm pleased to have this conversation because the jury's still out for me
Yeah.
in this particular case. But I'm here for open conversation.
But I'm glad that you're here, though, because at least we can have an open dialogue conversation, right? Like we can connect on a human level as humans and
Absolutely.
not as us versus them, right? Like
Yeah,
that's the
I
whole point of the space.
completely agree. Yeah, I completely agree. But I've been wanting to say that for ages. I kind of I feel like I'm being dishonest by not saying it, kind of thing.
No,
And I'm working on it. I don't know why anyone else is here, but I'm here for my opinions to be challenged. I'm not here to challenge
I love
anyone
that.
else's.
I love that.
You
That's
know,
I'm the same
very
way.
mature. That's the adult in the room, and we still have a long way to go. Like the burden of proof for these cases coming up, the civil cases, is a lot less than the criminal burden of proof. So maybe more information from both sides will come in that will be new to us, and maybe opinions will change. We don't know, but
I do. Like there is new information that you guys haven't heard yet that is going to come into the civil stuff. I know that for a fact. I don't know how much of it they're going to bring in, so like you said, civil is much lower bar than criminal. So a lot of it is going to come in, and again, like you said, we'll see where people fall on all of it, but there is going to be new information that comes into that civil case.
Yeah,
or cases.
It's really almost sad that in my mind it's like I have to cross out the two trials. Like I can't even go there because so much was wrong with it, and it just leaves both sides wanting more understanding of what happened. And I don't know, it just wasn't there. Hopefully the civil will help in that regard, but even as crystal clear as it might be presented by both sides, still in all, there's going to be people who think it was a good outcome and people who are going to think that it's a bad outcome.
No matter what,
always be that way. I mean, think about some of the worst murderers that we have.
Oh, God.
And very, very rarely do you ever see them not have somebody sitting behind them in the courtroom.
Fan mail.
Yep, fan mail.
Do you guys remember Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker? That guy was one of the most evil people I've probably ever covered or did a deep dive into those cases from Richard Ramirez. And he had a ridiculous amount of people who were sending him letters, wanting to marry him, wanting to I kid you not. And one of his, it was second to last interview, he literally tells the news guy, the camera, I'm just evil, and if you let me out I would kill again. This is the person that they're fangirling over, right? So there's always gonna be someone.
And that goes to show you that that explains Aiden's following. No matter how bad he is and what he does, there's these fangirls out there that are going to put their reputation, their jobs, their friendships all on the line for somebody who would sell them down the road in a minute and doesn't even barely know that they exist, or they only care because it's transactional.
If they're benefiting.
And
that's the part that bothers me.
Oh my God.
It's the part that bothers me, though. That's the part that really gets me, Deidre. And I have a really hard time not having empathy even if they've been really nasty to me, for those people, because I've had so many of those types of people come to me and apologize or be victimized by him and put their tail between their legs and come to me for just comfort, for just someone to relate with and like someone to just have their back, right? Like for someone to understand what they're going through. And I have a hard time with it because it makes me feel like I didn't do enough to make people wake up and go, you want to get away from this person. He will literally throw you under the bus, pick you up and throw you back under the bus. He doesn't care about you or anyone else. He cares about what he can get out of any given situation. And if for 1 second he thinks threatening you or blackmailing you will get you to do his dirty work, if he thinks you're scared and he smells that fear and he knows that he can blackmail you or threaten you into doing what he wants, he's going to. And he's going to come back and back and back and back to keep doing it and doing it. And I know this because he's done it to multiple people and I have all the receipts.
TJ, what were you going to say?
Yeah, just recently. I mean, if there's any ladies out there that you know, are enamored with this man, I'd just like to point out, and these are his own words, so do forgive me.
He's a con artist.
His birth control method is the chest or the face.
Oh,
oh my God! Don't even get me started.
his words.
And I've just learned recently from the award-winning journalist that he will never finish inside of you.
They sure did, Lisa. Insane.
Well, I think that is not true.
He said it himself the other day.
Of course he did.
And if that's not transactional, you know, you may as well be a prostitute, ladies. Okay?
For real though.
No,
for real.
honestly.
I mean, I just want to save everyone, of course, like from, and I don't, and it's not just because like I want to save everyone, but like so many of the victims that have come to me have wanted to unalive themselves, right? Like it's a real dark place to be. Most of you know my dad died of suicide and his ashes sit in this necklace, this cross on my neck. I bring my dad with me everywhere. And I wish every day that my dad was here with me, with my kids, right? And so it weighs heavy on me that I know that there's other people who might not have come to me, might have went to someone else, might not have gone to anybody because they were so afraid, that feel like that. And all of the people say the same thing to me. He's lying, but if that'll make it stop and it'll make these people stop harassing my family, my children, my life, like then that's what I feel like I have to do. I have to end my own life to get this to stop. No one, and I don't give a fuck who you are, free Karen Reed or not, should ever feel that way, right? Yeah. And for those of you who weren't around, Jen O'Donnell was free Karen Reed, and he pushed her to the edge to the point where she had to go into a hospital. And I checked on her to make sure she was okay, because no one, I don't care who you are, I don't care if you're free Karen Reed or not, I don't care if you were nasty to me or not, no one should feel like that ever. And they should always know that someone cares, even if it's me, even if it's a stranger, even if it's someone who's never met you before in your fucking life, because there are those of us that do give a fuck.
Yeah. Yep. It's going to be a slow ride here. Civil cases take a really long time. We have a lot that we'll be learning. I hope everybody listens with an open heart and open mind. If I'm wrong about something, I have no problem admitting it. None at all. Why would I sit and defend something that now I believe is different
for no reason?
I'd be the first one to step up and say, okay, I was wrong. Whatever. I have no ego about that at all.
That's about changing opinions, right? Like, okay, now clearly I was wrong, and now I got to say, oh, well, I guess I was wrong, right? Like, it's not that hard. I mean, it's hard for a lot of people, and for Aiden, it's impossible. He can't take responsibility or accountability. It's everyone else's fault. It's never his fault. It's always everyone else's fault. And for the people listening right now who might think like, oh, but he's hacked. Oh, but he's got a tag on his car that's following him. If you even knew how many times he's claimed that he was being followed or there was a tracking device on his car pre-Karen Reed, before this case ever existed, you'd be like, all right, now he's the boy who cried wolf. Like,
facts.
This is what he does. This is the way he blames everything on everyone else. If he knows that something is going to be released that he shared around, he goes back to I was hacked, or people are following me, or, and it's the same kind of hypocritical behavior where he's like, well, someone's following me and they're sending me text messages saying that they know where I am all the time. Aiden, Are you that lack of self-awareness that you don't remember getting on your YouTube presentations and telling, calling Mrs. O'Keefe the C word and telling the witnesses you knew where they were at all times and they could never live a normal life? And like so you're going to the police about the exact same thing you did to other people, but you're telling the judge it's First Amendment, but it's not a First Amendment when it's happening to you. I mean, I've never met somebody so hypocritical in my life that says it with a straight face.
Can I just say that even from across the pond, I know he goes to a place called Quincy's. You don't need a fucking air tag for that.
You don't. Right? Right? Jesus Christ.
But he can also set up that with his phone to text his other phone at a particular time and say those, words in that text while he's sitting there with a witness, so he can act oh so surprised when the text comes across. And that's proof.
Bingo.
He was being followed or something. It's like, no, dude, like I am like the least tech savvy person, but even I know that
you can do that.
Recent change with iOS operating system.
So wild.
That
Freeze.
you can now schedule text messages to another iPhone. So,
but this is the thing, is the fact that you recognize that he goes to those lengths. Do you know how many people do not recognize he would never do that? Why would someone do that? No, these are things he has actually done already, long before the Karen Reed case ever existed, right? He has literally made up, quote, receipts, text messages, emails. He sent them to himself. He's used pictures of his own children to set someone else up. He's made false police reports. He's literally made up evidence. When the cops are like, oh, nope, that's not enough. It's not a crime. We can't do anything about it. He goes back and either has himself or someone else make up the, quote, fake text, fake email, fake phone call, whatever it has to be. And then he goes back to the cops and goes, look, I printed it out. Here it is. Here's when they called me. And this is what they said. They said they were going to kill me. And he makes a false police report to get someone arrested to shut them up. Not because they actually did something wrong, not because they committed a crime. So it's so he can tell the world they committed a crime when they didn't, to turn everyone on them. This is something he has done dozens of times, not just once, not just twice, not just 3 times, but dozens of times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What kind of person does that?
Are you really local, Elise?
Yeah. Yeah.
Whereabouts are you?
I'm in Massachusetts.
You're right. Okay.
So I'm about 20 minutes from Dedham.
Right. Okay. So this affects you personally then as well. The corruption, basically. Yeah.
Yep.
So somebody said, do you not find it annoying that they follow him and torment others because of him, but as soon as he does it to them, they come running to the ones they tormented looking for sympathy? And
no, and I'll tell you why. Once upon a time, I was with an abuser, right? A long time ago, a very long time. I've been with my husband 11 years, and he's just such a great guy. But I was with an abuser once in my life, and I know exactly what manipulation is. I know exactly what brainwashing is. I know exactly what it looks like. I know exactly how it feels. And I also know how it feels when you come out of it, right? And you realize that you have been manipulated and you have been controlled and you didn't even see it while it was happening, right? Sometimes all I need is a little grace. Sometimes all I need is for someone to understand what they're going through, and where it might be annoying and it might be hurtful, the things that they do or say to me when they're in it, I also understand why, right? And I think it's important to understand why. It's not because they're just bad people, right? Not all of them, but you know what I'm saying? It's not because they're all bad people. It's because they're under this coercive control, if you will, which is actually part of the definition of abuse in the state of Massachusetts.
Almost
now.
done.
Coercive control is a very serious way of controlling and manipulating another human being into getting them to do and say what you want them to do and say. And Aiden is very good at that. And so sometimes all these people need is just someone to listen, a little grace, right? Like just someone to understand what they went through. And I'll tell you, they're really sorry. Like they're hugely apologetic and they're embarrassed and they're ashamed. And like, for me, it's like, don't be, right? This is the same thing I tell them, don't be. It's water under the bridge. Life is too short. If anything has taught me anything with my daughter's disease, it's life is too fucking short to hold a grudge over something you said to me on the internet that you believe to be true that wasn't, right? Because someone manipulated you into doing it, right? Like water under the bridge for me. Might not be for other people, but for me, That's kind of the way that I operate. So where it might be annoying at times, I also recognize the why. And I think that's important.
My answer to that is that, yes, it is frustrating, especially woman to woman, that there are women out there who are tormenting other women, and a lot of them have been tormented themselves. And so they know what it's like, yet they do it anyway. So that's on their soul. And
well, you kind of reminds me of the audience. It is my opinion that he attracts women that have been abused.
Right.
He does. You're right.
And that's my opinion.
So
that's
yeah, you hit the nail on the head. He does. People who are very vulnerable, people who have been through something really tough and still aren't healed from it, and he takes advantage. That is something that he has done a multitude of times, right? And it's easy to take advantage of someone who's not fully healed. I was that someone. I know what that's like.
So I mean, I can get angry about it at times, but if they truly have an epiphany, a come to Jesus moment that, you know, they harmed other people, or maybe they didn't, maybe they just followed him and now they regret it. My space is open for them. Everybody needs a soft place to land when they realize the error of their ways.
That's right.
And so that's how I choose to deal with it. So if anybody out there has that experience and you're shy to speak up because you supported him, don't be, because the important thing is you got to the other side.
You figured it out. That's the important thing, is you figured it out and you got yourself out and hopefully even some friends, right? Like, and away from it. And that's the important thing to me, is that like more people aren't harmed. That's the goal here, is to keep more people from being victimized.
I love that, Deirdre. A soft place to land.
Yeah.
That's lovely.
I'm not going to judge them for what they did. I'm going to hold them accountable for the lessons that they should have learned from that going forward. So if they, you know, continue in that behavior, then, you know, you came to the
and you don't help them anymore. And that happens, but it's rare where like someone continues in that behavior and then you just, you know, you stay away from yourself because your own sanity, you don't need that toxicness in your life. And if they didn't learn the lesson, then they didn't learn the lesson. There's nothing you can do to help them. They have to be willing to learn the lesson in order for you to be able to help them.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, agreed.
Yep.
And that's why, again, we do these conversations, is so that people know that
Sunk my battleship.
If they do, or the seed is there, you know, they may not think they need it now. They may scoff at it or whatever now, but it's there. So if and when the day ever comes that they wake up, they know where they can come and they would be welcome. And so we'll just keep talking and keep talking. Doesn't cost anything.
Yeah, no, we do what we can, you know?
No, it's great to have discussions. It really is.
Yep. But, you know, at the same time, we were talking about forgiveness, and forgiveness is for the person who's been harmed, not for the
them
who did the harming. So when you forgive somebody, it doesn't mean that you have to have this, you know, Susan Lucci moment with tears and everything. It's, you say it to yourself, like you forgive that person in your heart, and
you let it go.
You don't have to even talk to that person. You forgive them in your heart and you move along. Because I personally believe that when people cross a certain line, there really isn't much to discuss after that. Like, what am I going to say to somebody who doesn't see the error of their ways, and yet they think that I owe them a conversation? No.
You don't. It stopped. What the hell? Uh-oh. Damn it. I don't know what just happened, but it's not working right now. But that was the end of the conversation anyway. TJ got off and said it was nice to have that civil conversation. It was great. I'm glad that she came on. I'm glad other people came up and we could have those discussions because this is the way. You know what I mean? Well, I don't think Meredith had much of a choice, Freeze, because if she did nothing, he would have kept going and kept going and kept lying and kept lying and kept attacking and kept attacking. Like, here's Leah. She's been dealing with it for 7 years and he still can't leave her alone. 7 years. What does that tell you about this man? If she didn't do what she did and start dropping receipts to show that he was lying, it would have got a lot worse, right? Literally. 7 years Leah's been dealing with this. 7 years. Believe me, I understand fully why she did. I don't think she had another choice. My little just made a cup out of clay.
It was actually my dad.
Oh, Dad made it? He made it? It's a clay cup. It's actually, it dries. She actually made a birthday cake though yesterday.
Hold on, let me show
That one should be dry.
She broke her finger.
Yeah, she made a candle and this is her birthday cake she made for Karen.
This is a candle on top, which is yellow, but it kind of looks weird. And then there's white in the middle, but it got mixed in with the yellow because the cream is in the middle.
Ooh.
And then to cover up the thing that I put there, so it wouldn't look like it was actually there, I put this here. And then this around it, and then the candle.
It actually looks like the candle is dripping. It actually looks like that.
Yeah, and I put sprinkles on it. It's not edible sprinkles. It
It's
came with
clay.
the kit.
Yeah.
It came with the kit.
Good job, baby. The bottom's not dry yet, but it almost is. She is cute. Adorable. My last little, this baby factory is closed and I'm screwed for life because I have 3 daughters. So you guys know I'm screwed for life. Better than Picasso, right? A little baker. Oh, thank you, Jackie. Jackie sends $20 and says, dinner on me. I appreciate you, my friend. I appreciate all of you. I am going to wrap this up because I am ready to eat the rest of my dino nuggets. Okay. I'm hungry and I've been here for 6 hours, which is not usual, but I did want to cover most of the spaces, and the spaces itself was 4 hours. And so, well, that's the other thing, right? Like, she lives here and I'm telling you, it would have got worse. It would have got way, way worse if she didn't start dispelling some of the BS he was pushing out. I've watched it happen dozens and dozens of times at this point, and nobody else has had the level of receipts that she's had. Obviously, because she was with him, she has like a ton of stuff, and no one else has had that amount of stuff. They can say a million times over, like, he did this, he did this, he did this, he did this. And if you go back over the things that people have claimed he's done, even without evidence, you start to see a pattern with the same things over and over and over years of time. But she has receipts that other people don't. And so it doesn't just give a level of truth to her, just like dispelling his lies, but it gives a level of truth to all of the other people who have, claimed these exact same things. And to be fair, is he mad that you're fighting, that she's fighting fire with fire? Because to be clear, that's what he does. Keeps an insurance plan on anybody he even is an acquaintance with, right? He gets you to tell him personal things about yourself, which is where he made the mistake with me. Sorry, we were buffering. Made that mistake with me and never got any personal information about me, but that's what he does. And then he uses it later on and spins it, She had no choice at that point. There wasn't any choice left. Like, that was forced. She was forced into it. I would have done the same thing. I think anybody in that same position, knowing what they know about him and the way that he operates. I mean, again, Lee's been dealing with it for 7 years. Like, he still can't stop saying her name. Still. Yes, I will be. Oh, I love that. You're having a spa day. That sounds like so much fun. I need to do that with my oldest one day. It's hard, with her mobility and her pain. And that I don't have a car and I don't drive anymore because I don't have a car. But like, that's something I've been saying, like, I want to do with her for a while, even if it's doing just, there's only certain places that'll do her nails because her fingers are curled over like this. And so they're not, you can't, again, the joint is fused with the bone, so they can't pull her fingers back. So there's only certain salons that will do them for her. Liability and all that, they refuse. So they're only in certain places, unfortunately. But thank you. Sometimes you do. You have to fight fire with fire. And yeah, she did, to sink his battleship, and it's like his own fault, Leah's right here. She's been dealing with his crap for 7 years. He says her name all the time, Leah Genduso, blah blah blah. I mean, it's what he does, like, it's not anything new. Leah is a good friend of mine, and he targets people when they're vulnerable, and he uses that to his advantage. It's something he's been doing for years. But some of these ladies, have careers and lives and are very successful in what they do, and it doesn't matter to him. He will try to destroy all of it simply because you didn't want to be with him, right? Like, for these women, and for the people who didn't have relationship with him, he wants to destroy it for funsies, right? Like, he's too quiet. I wonder if there's Silverados afoot. Today is Tuesday. It is indictment days. Tuesdays and Thursdays. I don't know. I don't know. Hey, happy almost New Year, of course. She does. I absolutely do love your name, Leah. It's fun to say. Her last name is fun to say. One of these days, I'm just going to call her. I'm going to be like, Leah Genduso. Maybe I'll call you with the Wimpy Sewer Turtle. Dear Diary. I'll do that. I'll call you tomorrow and be like, just start with Dear Diary. It is a very cool sounding name, though. And I'm proud she's a friend. Yeah, he's, I mean, when he's quiet, something's cooking, something's afoot. People cheer you on your way up and cheer you on your way down. Yeah, I mean, it is. Is he smart enough to understand the people like comeback story? Does he crash out and then come back in a new light? Well, that's what he usually does, right? That's what he usually does. Oh, I love that. Aw. Right? I think we all are at this point, patiently waiting. Take that from 50 Cent. Patiently waiting. Yeah, with a GH. She's fancy like that. Oh, God. You went onto his website? I mean, those 90s ads that pop up on there, I don't know if they're still there. I mean, I haven't been on his website in like probably 2 years. But he used to have like a billion ads. Like, it was a thing from like the AIM days, the AOL days, the You've Got Mail days, because that's the only way he could make money, is with those ridiculous take over the whole website ads. He doesn't, he doesn't deserve a new start, but he's gotten one multiple times, a multitude of times, over and over and over. But I don't know, this time is a little different than all the other times. Yeah, she did work in law enforcement. She was a canine officer, still works with dogs and does an amazing. Correct. She was a canine officer and she still works with dogs and does a freaking amazing job. All the buffering for no reason. Yeah, it's with the GH. But yeah, it is the way human nature is. But this time's a little different. This time is a little bit different than all the other times. I'll tell you that, I know, right? He'll ask the $1 million question until he's in jail, right? That is the $1 million question. She did work in law enforcement. She does an amazing job, still works with dogs, many accolades. And she, I don't think there's anybody who works harder than her. But yeah, I mean, it's about goddamn time. He needs those new silver bracelets at some point. It's the only way it's going to stop hurting people. Consequences need to be, if you lived in any other state, those consequences would have bit him in the ass a long time ago. He absolutely deserves jail time. Anybody saying that he doesn't is being disingenuous. I love when they go, for what? Asking questions? You can't be serious. Like, the people that say that can't be serious. Like, look yourself in the mirror and say, for what? asking questions. I don't know, maybe the wiretapping, blackmail, bribery, witness intimidation, threats. I mean, we could go on and on probably for days. Obstruction. I mean, conspiracy. I mean, we could literally just keep going and going and going and going. Like, those are all crimes. Those are all things that have been revealed to the world with proof that he has done, that I have already been telling you people he's been doing for a long time. Okay. So here's the thing. Those are all crimes. And if I did them, or anyone else, if Mike from the Young Jerks or LTL did any of those things, everyone would be screaming, why are we not in jail? But for some reason, his minions seem to think that he's special. He shouldn't get jail time. And they use his same little line that he uses all the time. He could get 90 years in jail. He's not going to get 90 years in jail. Nobody gets 90 years in jail on their first conviction. Let's be honest here. Stop it. That's ridiculous. Also, to be clear here, his famous line to make people feel bad that they then repeat on, which is the whole purpose of him saying it over and over, is these people are trying to take me away from my children. Wrong. Fail. No. Nobody's trying to take you away from your children. You, sir, are taking yourself away from your children by continuing to commit crimes while you're out on bail. When you get released of your personal recognizance or on a cash amount of bail, you are agreeing that you will not commit any more crimes. And if you do, your bail can be revoked. When he decided to commit more crimes while he was out on jail, he was agreeing to go back and have his bail revoked. He's not special. That applies to literally anybody out on bail. I don't know anybody dumb enough to be out on bail who just goes, yep, I'm going to go commit a bunch more crimes. And I'm going to do it in a way where I'm going to share it with a bunch of people so that eventually I probably get caught, because he's done this before over and over and over. He did it to himself. No one is taking him from his children. Nobody's trying to make him lose time with his children. He loves using those phrases because they touch at the heart and they pull at the strings and make people angry, right? People don't, it doesn't click with them. The phrasing that he uses is deliberate and on purpose. Taking me away. They are doing this to me. Like, come on, guys. And that's the thing. He gets more emboldened, right? And he does it again, and he gets worse because he keeps getting away with it, right? But at some point, the state has to stop playing pansy. And if there's enough public outcry, they got to do something, right? They can't just keep being like, we'll just keep letting him do it. Because then what happens when someone hurts themselves or someone else because of it is they're going to have a lot of explaining to do on why his ass wasn't in jail a long time ago. Oh, he'll absolutely lose his bananas if that documentary shuts down on him and they don't make it all about him. I just have this sneaking suspicion that if they continue on with doing this documentary with him in it, that it's going to be more of a mockumentary than it is a documentary. And he's not going to win any suits he files. He's just not. Like, he's not. So I don't know why he would even file them, to be honest. Yeah, his silence is telling, but that could be for a reason. You never know. Usually it's a plotting thing, or he's in trouble and he's freaking out thing. Peeping out the window, waiting for the Silverados, things like that. And this First Amendment, it's First Amendment until he runs to the police, right? Someone calls him on his phone or claims that they're calling his ex-wife, and he runs to the cops, loses a shoe and he calls the cops. Pizza gets sent to his house and he calls the cops. He calls the cops and literally makes shit up to try to get Meredith in trouble, in the same way that he did to Lindsay and in the same way he did to many other people before that, right? Like, that's his MO. He's done that a multitude of times. Made shit up, right? Literally. He did it to himself. Say it with your chest, Space Coast. You're right. He did it to himself. His actions are what brought all this on. And then he has the audacity to get on there and say, everyone else, I need you to help pay for my legal fees, even though they've already been paid since, July, maybe another. And he had excess at that point, right? So any more legal troubles at that point are his because he made them and he wants everyone else to pay for them. That's fucking bonkers if you ask me, dude. Oh, you made me what?
A flower. It's a rose.
You guys.
Look
at, they made me a flower out of clay, and it's like so detailed. I don't know if you guys can see this, but like there's even the little ridges on the back and on the front. I can't. Oh. I love you. I love you. Thank you. Oh, I let it dry here.
It's not for you, Mama. It's for both of you
Oh,
Dada,
this one's for both me and Dada?
It's like a little cabin inside.
Ooh, girl.
And then I'm gonna make Dada and you.
Can I
I'm
put?
making
Oh,
Dada.
okay. So you still need it back to make me and Dada put in it?
No, you can still have it.
Oh, okay. Put it right there so it dries. I love it. All right. I'm going to put this one right here so it dries. Okay.
Bye, you tell Tom.
I love it. Thank you. Oh, I love it. They're so good to me. Yeah, his phrasing is manipulative and on purpose. You know, he did do it to himself. His actions are bringing on this bullshit. And then he hides behind the free speech. He's on a kiss knock. Yeah, he wants to because he wants in. He wants in on that YouTube channel and the money and the like. It's not going to work, but like, of course he's going to try. Of course. If I were the Roccos, oh man, I'd tell him where to go and how to get there. That's for sure. You know, that's y'all's punishment after 2 hours from chatting till next year. Ha 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 ha, you jokester. No, I highly doubt with the things that he's done to the Roccos that they're going to cave. Just saying. I highly doubt that. And also Nick is not going to entertain someone that Karen despises. He's the closest to Karen than anyone, you know? Ridiculous. So cute. Aw, you made me a flower. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna. I know, right? Aw. He doesn't want Karen. He wants the money. He wants the clout, the fame. That's what he wants. He wants to be back where he was in July, making that kind of money and getting that kind of attention. You don't understand. Narcissists and sociopaths, specifically narcissists, need constant validation and constant pats on the back and if they see other people getting it at any point, they have to take it. It needs to belong to them. He does not have the mental capacity to allow others to succeed. He has to pull them down because he thinks if he pulls them down, then he can rise above them. What he doesn't realize is pulling people down the way he does on purpose just shows what a piece of human garbage he is. But again, narcissists don't have the capacity to understand that. They literally don't have that like chip in their brain. It just does not exist. And so he needs constant validation, constant pats on the back. He needs to tell everyone how amazing he is all the time. He needs other people to tell him how amazing he is all the time. Every time one of his flying monkeys or minions gets in his chat and tells him how awesome and amazing he is, that boosts his ego to continue doing these shitty things over and over and over. If people finally were like, you know what? You went too far. You're being a shitty human. We will not subscribe to your hashtag felonflix bullshit. We're out. If people in mass were like, no, right? Like cancel style. Then at that point, I think more people would go, what the hell is happening here? What's going on? What are we really contributing to? What are we following, right? Every time he reads a minimum $5 turtle chat, a lot of the times, and this is something he used to do way back when Kate and Brett worked with him, is he would read these donations or chats from people that didn't exist. He would just read like 3 or 4 turtle chats or whatever donations from people of names of people who did not exist. He would read fake donations to get other people to donate because it said that if like, one person or 2 people it starts, right? Like it starts like a wave of people who want to like donate and support the channel. So he would do that to himself, right? Oh, this person sends $50. This person says $20. This person sends $10, but they're not real people. And so he'll use their comments as a way to talk about something so that he can pretend that he was never going to bring it up. This person did in their turtle chat, right? He still does that to this day. He'll have a question that he doesn't want to talk about. So he has to act like someone donated to ask that question. The level of deception, the level of delusion, and the level of con. He's a con man, right? And manipulation that he shows people is beyond anything that normal people can understand because he's willing to go so far and so deep into manipulation that normal people are like, well, nobody would ever do that because that's insane, right? Like, and nobody would go to those lengths for that stupid reason. He will. He literally will. Literally will do it. You think that's wild? Whew. I got 72 other things that he's done that are even wilder than that. When you make fake accounts of your ex-girlfriends and then you blame the ex-girlfriends for making the accounts of themselves to your audience, all while knowing you made them and you post from them. He's done that a multitude of times. There are so many things that he has done and then blames the victim for doing that he himself does because he assumes that, well, if I say they did it, then no one's going to believe that I actually did because that wouldn't make any sense. So he thinks about what people are going to think about. Oh, well, they'll never think that I did that because it wouldn't make sense for me to do that, and does that exact thing. There is no rhyme or reason with a narcissist. And we were trying to sort of explain this, I think, to Nina during the spaces where she's like, well, why would somebody do that over such a petty nonsense thing? Like literally, he could get mad that my headphones were pink because he wanted pink headphones and go absolute ape shit crazy on me. And a normal person would be like, why would someone smear and harass someone over pink headphones? Because there's no rhyme or reason with a narcissist. It can be the smallest thing on planet Earth to anyone else. It is this giant, huge mountain out of a molehill that he has to make it. He just does. And that's a pattern of behavior going back years and years with him. You know, years and years and years. Big E. I have been to the Big E. It's not that random. I have. That's in the North Shore usually. A Maine potato. I love Maine. Maine is so nice. Yep. Many times. Like many, many times. Again, this is the kind of shit that he just does. You know? He just does. And I don't think people understand the level. Sorry. To a normal person, no one would go that far. You know? No one would do these crazy things. Never mind do them more than once. I love when people are like, well, he would never do that because he's already done that one time and he got caught, so he would never do it again. Yeah, no, yeah, he does do it again and again and again and again and again and again. Definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. He has done that a billion times. I went to take my first bite and fell out of the... Oh, no, you got to wipe it off. 10-second rule. Bingo, Janelle. Bingo. All it takes is his perception of being slighted to trigger narcissistic rage. And that's exactly it. Just his perception that you having pink headphones means that you're throwing a dig at him. Even though you might have found them on sale and you were like, ooh, these are good. They last a long time. Like, I'm going to grab these ones. In his mind, you bought them specifically to piss him off. Like, that's what we're dealing with. And there's no rhyme or reason with a narcissist. None at all. It doesn't have to make sense to us because up here, it makes sense to them. But it will never make sense to anyone else. Oh, it's in Springfield? Wait, which one am I thinking of? Topsfield. Yep, that's the one I'm thinking of. That is the one I'm thinking of. My dad used to live in Beverly. And so, yes, that is the one I'm thinking of, the Topsfield. So no, not the Big E. The Big E in Springfield, I don't think of it. I mean, I lived in Pittsfield for a while, but not Springfield. I didn't really visit Springfield much. You should have used the 5-second rule, goddammit. It was a potato from Maine. Well, it definitely will dwindle. He won't lose, like, you know, riders, but he is losing people. This is me, and that's Dada. That one's me.
Mama, and this is Dada.
Wait, you got
Get close up
one of Mummy's hairs attached to you, kid. On Daddy's foot. Hey, that's like in real life. Uh-oh.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
All right, you're going to have to get it.
All right, take that. I'm going to get a close-up of Mama. I didn't have black
There.
in my clay.
Uh-oh. Daddy's arm is falling off here, kiddo.
It's fine. I didn't have black in my...
Did you make a hat for Daddy?
No, it's his hair.
Oh, okay.
His hair is brown.
Yes, it is. Is this his beard?
Yeah.
Is this his orange beard?
Yeah.
It looks like a nose to you guys, but this is totally his orange beard.
Mama, I gave you a nose. Bye.
And a smile.
Oh my god.
I love it.
completely
I
forgot
see your
about-
comments right here.
That's okay. But
Thank you. She said, bye, besties. Well, that's the thing. It's kind of like a loud minority, right? And you're right. He thinks the world revolves around him and that everything is about him. That's the way any narcissist thinks, that everything is about them constantly. Ooh, Woodstock Fair. I don't think I've ever been to that one either. But yes, they are loud and obnoxious, but the minority, at least now. You should be able to see your comments. That's the first one I've seen of yours pop up, Beverly. When I see them, I pop them up, unless you guys are talking to each other. Like if you guys are like saying like, hi, how was your day, so-and-so? Or hey, I'm walking my dog, so-and-so. I usually skip past those ones because you guys are just talking to each other. But all the other ones, that's the first one I've seen from you. The Brockton Fair. Yeah, we went to that one a lot, actually. And Quincy used to have one every year as well. It wasn't like a huge fair. It was more like a smaller fair, and Weymouth used to have one, and Braintree had one behind the mall for years. I don't know if they still do that, but they did at one point have one there, behind the mall there for years. So, I mean, I've been here way too long, so I'm gonna wrap this up. I will be back tomorrow, obviously, as I am during the day. Oh, definitely, girl. I pray for you to get rid of that cold, and I'm giving all my love still to Karen, who broke her finger, and Ashley, who's recovering from her neck surgery. And all the people that are sick, because everyone seems to be sick or hurt.
Hey, guys.
Oh, she made you a heart, guys. Besties, she calls you. She let me see the heart.
It's a thing pointing to you because I love you.
Oh, that's so sweet. Love you. She's so cute. But I hope, oh yeah, I heard about that too. Not a fan of that, but you know, but everyone feel better, right? We send all of our healing vibes and love to everyone who's not feeling well or hurt themselves or whatever. I will definitely, let me just check real quick and make sure there's no other donations I need to read. I mean, if I get them after the live stream's over, I always read them on the next one anyway. But just to be sure, I want to make sure I don't miss anything or anyone. If you would like to donate to the channel, there are a bunch of different ways to do so. There's Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut. There's a link in the chat and in the description of the video for credit and debit. We have Chime, which is the same as Cash App. And then we have an Amazon wishlist, which is also in the description of the video. But until tomorrow, my lovelies, love your stinking faces. And I will see you all tomorrow. It was a pleasure, my friends.